It's go time, guys. Yeah, I know. It's been a couple months, but I've been busy building all this crap behind me. So I apologize for the radio silence on the channel, but we're back. Let's talk about what we're all doing for No Name Nationals this year. Hey, Mr. Turbo Tom's in the house. Good to see you, brother. NSB, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Bear Rose. Let me mute this other browser window that's open. We got the doorbell ringing. What's going on, Steven? I don't think I have any audio from you.
There we go.
There we go. Now I can hear you. We got Bear Rose in the house. And, of course, One-Eyed Cat said he was first. How you doing tonight, brother?
Man, I'm doing pretty good. Doing a lot better. Had knee surgery about a month ago.
Oh, man. That ain't any fun.
It wasn't a knee replacement, but I had a piece of cartilage broke off. Actually, I have it in here.
Yikes.
Let me keep it.
Big
Had some
old
cartilage
chunk
broke off in my knee, and they scraped a bunch of arthritis out of there, so it's doing so much better now, like 20 years
Nice.
younger.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Been off work for about 2 months. I'm going back next week.
That's always a good thing. Got to fund those fun projects.
A lot of honeydew. The honeydew list has gotten a lot smaller.
Yeah. No, I hear that. There's been a lot of that around here too lately. But thankfully, I didn't have to dump a whole big pile of money in the truck this year. Just rear end stuff and put some different seats in it. And there's still a bunch of shit I want to do, but
Yeah.
one thing I want to not do is spin the tires all the way down the track again this year. So
That's right.
you can see the ass end of it behind me. I
got
got
some
a set
tires
of.
on there.
What's that?
So you got some tires on there now.
Got some tires on there now. I'll grab that other camera and show you guys what I've been up to. Yeah. I'd say that's some tire under there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So is that your rat rod with the 428?
Yes, that is the rat rod with the 428.
And you're bringing that with you?
We're bringing them both.
That
this
is awesome. I've been wanting to see that truck.
I know there's a few of you that have.
Yeah.
And,
I just picked up a 390 C6 combo from one of my buddies.
Nice.
I've got it. It's at his shop 5 miles down the road. I got to go get it and put it in my garage. I don't know what I'm gonna put it in. The only thing I have that is Ford is I've got an '89 Fox body notchback now.
Yeah, I seen your post on Facebook, and you're also in the Fox Body forum or the FE group. One of the two.
FE group, yeah.
I seen your posts in there, and I'm here to tell you it can be done. I had an '82 Fastback GT that I was going to put a 390 in, and I got as far as the mock-up stage of it, and then I ended up selling the car, and I still wish the hell I hadn't. But it can be done. It will fit.
I've been talking to a guy named David Early. He's in Alabama, and that's what he runs a 428 in a Fox body.
That's badass.
Aluminum heads. I mean, it's built.
Oh, I love it.
He builds the motor mounts, and he has 10 sets built, but he builds the motor mounts to drop that FE straight into a Fox body. And he sells them for like $110 a pair for the motor mounts. They're solid mount.
That's dirt cheap.
It allows you to run the stock motor mount on his pedestal. His pedestals goes right down in there.
Yeah.
And the FE bolts right in to the Fox body.
That's friggin' cool. That's dirt cheap.
You've got to do something custom with headers, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Getting the engine in the car isn't too bad. The exhaust, and some of the accessories. But if it's a race car only, shit, all you got to do is run a water pump and maybe an alternator.
Yeah, and Canton makes the oil pan, the rear sump oil pan with the pickup for that. So if you could find a 4x4 oil pan, he said that might work also. If you do a tubular K member, it definitely makes more room. But he said he runs a stock K member to keep more weight on the front end to keep it from pulling up so much.
Right.
But like I said, he got a stroker 428 in his. Me and him messaged quite a bit.
What is it, like a 465 or something?
Okay, let me look right here.
465 is a pretty common stroker size for the FE, but you can go a little bigger with a 428 because it's natively got a bigger bore. And if it's an actual 428 block, the walls are a little thicker. What is going on, Brother Bear?
I'm just still playing with my 385s.
Nice. Nice. You gonna make it out this year?
Pushing hard, man. Pushing real hard.
Yeah,
I found out something last week. A Hawaiian tunnel ram does not like RTV.
Well, most intakes don't like RTV, but
in my life that I've had a China rail fail.
Oh, you're talking about China rail leaking. No shit.
First time. And it's also, the second time because I screwed up the first time. That's why I never used those gaskets.
Yeah.
I had to use gaskets in that one.
You probably already know this trick, but I'll tell it anyway for those watching that don't. Take a 36 grit disc.
Yep. Oh, I'll let you do it.
One of these guys, a rotolock, and rough up the bottom of the intake where it sets on the China wall, and it'll give that RTV something to bite onto. And the other thing, if it ain't this stuff, it ain't RTV, in my opinion.
You buy it in the caulk gun too.
I buy it in the caulk gun. Yeah,
so
and hell, it's for two tubes for the caulk gun. It's $30, but good God, you go buy one of the squeeze tubes, they get $18 or $20 for it, and you
got to use two tubes.
It's crazy the price of a tube now. Just a tube of caulking, the price is just crazy now.
Oh no, that's everything. But yeah.
This 390 I picked up has a Performer RPM on it. It's got a small cam. I have no clue. I haven't taken it apart to look at anything.
That 390?
The 390. It was the guy had built it. It was in a 82 F-150 two-wheel drive with a C6 in it, and I got the 9-inch out of the truck. B&M Mega shifter in it. I got the Mega shifter out. That's the candy cane now.
Right on.
So I got the 9-inch out of that truck. I got the motor and transmission and shifter, everything out of it.
Hey, we got Renegade's Garage in here. What's happening there, brother? Ain't seen you in a minute. We landed a Hearst. The hell is it? A Hearst Promatic 2 off of Marketplace for $100. That's what we stuck in the rat because, we grabbed it up, for a couple of reasons. The other shifter that was in it was cool, but it wasn't very functional. And it was it was functional, but to try and run down a racetrack or something, it was going to be about as reliable as a fart in the wind. And the other thing was, no neutral safety switch. No reverse lockout, all the shit that Deke was just talking about. So we figured we're going to have to put some sort of aftermarket shifter in it. After a bit here, I'll grab that other camera and walk around the car and show you some of the cool stuff we did. But I got the knob for the Hearst right here, and we will use the knob when we actually race it. But we took the cool shifter and cut it down, because that shifter was actually Jason, the guy my buddy Jason that owns the car. It was his son's very first welding project. So there's a little sentimental value to that shifter that's in that car. So what we did was we cut the upper part off with the decorative shit that Bryce built, and I welded one of them long 3/8 24 nuts onto the bottom of the damn thing so you could screw it onto the shifter. So we didn't have to cut and hack up the hearse. And when the car's sitting there, it's still got the big old cool rat rod shifter in it. And it works. You know, you can actually drive the car, and it's a ratchet shifter. That Hearst is. So when you ratchet it, that shifter will bounce because of the weight, but it don't bounce hard enough to make it shift a gear. So it's perfect for the street. And for the racetrack, we'll screw the knob back on the shifter. But
I got
we, you
Oh,
see the
Lord,
tire.
I hope you're doing okay.
What's that?
Well, Renegade had a heart attack. Wow.
Oh, fuck. No way. Oh, shit. That's no good. Yeah, you get well, brother, man. You get
No
yourself
kidding.
well.
I've got a box of goodies to take the no name to give away, and I do have a shifter knob here. Let me see what it is.
We have the original shifter knob for the Hearst. However, if you got
Mickey
I
Thompson?
need that. I need that,
I got
Steven.
the whole kit.
That well, the whole theme of that car is Mickey Thompson. Well, you guys
I
remember?
have the white Mickey Thompson in my truck now.
Well, you guys remember when I built that engine? You know, he's got the Mickey Thompson, the old school original MT valve covers on the 428. You know, and you know, because of that and some of the other theming of the car, that's why we chose to spend more money than we could have got Hoosiers for and buy Mickey Thompson tires for it. You know, so everything's MT. I've got one of those.
All right.
I've actually got, I think, 4 or 6 of them.
Do you have this?
No,
The
I
Road
do not
to
have
the
that.
Dawn.
That's badass.
Okay, so one of the Holly had a big, Holly has big sales on their site all the time, and I
Oh,
buy
yeah.
them. I
Oh,
buy
yeah.
them all the time from
I
them.
do too. That's where I got all them shot glasses last year.
I've got DVDs to give away
Nice.
at
Two Hacks Jeff in the house.
So I've got like 8 of them I'm gonna bring with me for Ron Ward to do, to do his giveaways.
Oh yeah,
They're all Linda Vaughn, the roast of
But
Linda Vaughn. I haven't even watched it yet.
please save that shifter knob. I'll buy it from you. Don't you don't have to give it away. I'll
Right, I
pay
got
you
you, man.
for it.
I'll put your name on here. I got you.
Yeah, but we got to have that for the rat.
I've got shot glasses. I got one coffee cup. I haven't even opened yet. It's a candy cane coffee cup.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
Nice.
I got to
Very
get me one of them.
Yeah, I need to get the printer so I can start doing coffee mugs too. I got a buddy that does them for me right now, but I got to start doing my own mugs too.
Let's put Tony Ross on here.
Now, 2 Hacks, Jeff, man, I was thinking of you hardcore this last week.
Oh man, I cannot wait to see that dragster at No Name. That thing is badass.
Well, after me and Jeff do our match race, because he called me out for a best 2 out of 3, I've got to get a picture of me sitting in the back seat of that Thunderbird. You know, that big old wraparound recliner.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah.
That is awesome.
So, Jeff, are you bringing both cars to No Name? You bringing the dragster and the T-Bird, or just the T-Bird?
Heck, put trailer hitch on the T-Bird and pull the dragster.
It's got plenty of power for it, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's enough gas stations in between there.
Chat a little bit. Got Twisted Mopar Dennis in the house.
He says he's bringing both. Awesome.
For those of you that don't know, we do have hats and T-shirts for Twisted Mopar Garage on the website. We got Junkyard D in the house, Dr. Go. Of course, we saw Renegade earlier. Mohawk, what's happening, brother?
Sweet. Jimmy's gonna be there? Sweet.
Oh, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Jeff says the T-Bird backseat looks like a diner booth, right?
Oh, that's awesome. Jimmy's going to be racing the rail. That's going to be great.
Badass. Badass.
I hope he's got one of the old school nitromethane helmets with the face mask.
Right,
and all that.
right.
Great.
Got
Like the poster, the IHRA poster.
yeah, yeah. Got Mr. Foot in the house. Welcome, welcome. Renegade says, you guys really got me wanting to get a Mopar. Yeah, you got to get you a Mopar, brother, but they are expensive. I call that one back there my effing money pit. Yeah, Dennis knows of one. Unfortunately, I heard he's selling his car. Why are you selling your car, Dennis?
This is the I don't have much Mopar stuff left now that I got rid of the Super B, but I got the Mopar valve cover.
Yep.
All the Mopar
there's my sticker on it.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's too bad you got rid of that B. That would have been a cool project.
I know. And there's several of them cars I wish I wouldn't have got rid of.
But I get it.
When I sold it, and I made money on it. I made $5,000 on it profit.
Nice. Nice.
Can't
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And that that guy has it for sale now in Montana, but he's added a transmission and some seats, and he's added some more parts to it, and a 440 and some other stuff.
Right on. Yeah, I hear you, Renegade. If I had the money, I'd be after Dennis's car. But shit, Eric, Destroyer 1320's after me to buy his Terminator car, that Dart.
Yeah.
And he made me a frickin' deal, and I ain't gonna throw the number out there just out of respect for him, but it pretty sweet friggin' deal, and I just ain't got the extra cheese.
Man, that car sounds so good too.
Yeah, I've seen it in person. I went down to his house and visited. Well, I was down there for other reasons, and said, well, shit, I'm in the area. I texted him. I said, hey, you want some company? And we hung out all afternoon in his garage. Yeah, that car is badass. And that's when he made me that offer. I'm like, fuck, my wife would skin my ass. She would. There'd be blood stains on the seat of that sumbitch. Hey, Mater, what's happening, man? Someone's going to get an awesome car. Yes, I do agree.
Asking for forgiveness only goes so far. Yeah.
Right? I'd have to sell my toolbox to buy your car, Dennis. Yeah, them toolboxes ain't cheap. That's for damn sure.
Which car is Dennis's?
Twisted Mopar, the Duster.
Okay.
The green and silver Duster with the tornado on the side of it.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful car. What are you asking for that car, Dennis? Just throw it out there so people watching can see. Maybe it'll help you sell it.
I can't believe you're selling it. Oh.
I know it.
Oh.
I hate to see him sell it. He loves that thing.
Beautiful car.
I got candy cane all cleaned up. I'm going to go race the. So I put the 481 in there earlier this year and blew a head gasket on it. On my.
Is that what ended up being wrong with it? Had a blown head gasket,
and it was all my fault. So I bought a new distributor to clear because I had HEI distributor wouldn't clear the tunnel ram. So I put a new distributor in there, and the new one I bought, the billet distributor, I thought it was locked out, but it had mechanical advance in it.
You know what? I remember reading that on Facebook.
Yeah, so I set it at 36 degrees at idle, and I never even revved it up and looked at it. And I made 3 passes with it, two at the track, and on that second pass, and I didn't have a metal shim head gasket either. I just had a regular head gasket.
Regular composite gasket.
And it blew through between cylinder 3 and 5. Luckily, it did though,
I was
because
going to say, good thing.
it would have. My motor mounts weren't even connected because I went to a different bolt in my motor mounts, and my washers were too small. And the way that old truck perches are, the bolts go through the bottom.
Yep.
And the mounts weren't even hooked up. So if I would have run it much more, it would have ripped my bell housing up, or it tore my.
That would have sucked.
So I only made 2 passes with it, and I spun all the way through on the first pass and ran an 819. And then the second pass, as soon as I launched it, it popped the head gasket. So I think it should run about 750s if I can get it to hook up. And
right.
The heads, the guy texted me tonight. The heads will be ready Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll have them back and we're getting a machine. But it scorched the bottom of one of them, and he just had to weld it up and then regrind them. And he's already got me the right head gaskets, and I had to get some new adjustable push rod guides, because the ones on these heads I had were some cheap steel. So he got me some dart guide adjustments.
No, did you get the ones that interlock together and you can slide them, for your.
So you can change the angle, because every big block Chevrolet, you got to set that rocker arm out.
That's a fact.
Get it there, you can tack weld them together.
Yeah.
And I had to do that when I put it in there, and I had it all set. But man, when it blew that gasket, I thought it was just a rocker arm issue or something. But when I fired it back up and it wouldn't idle, I knew something was wrong. So I just hooked the winch to it, pulled it on the trailer, and it didn't cause any damage. The bottom end's still perfect. I still had 80 pounds of oil pressure at idle when it was cold, and so nothing was hurt.
It blew between cylinders, so it didn't take on water in the oil.
Yeah.
So it didn't hurt your rotating assembly. Well, at least you didn't BRG the damn thing.
No, no, that was.
He pushed the hell out of them head gaskets.
With that, yep.
What's happening, Mike? Good to see you, brother.
But I should have the 481 back in. That's a 8th mile Renegade. I'm expecting it to only run I'm trying to run a 7.0 index with it. I think it's about 650 horsepower. So
what are you running? What are you running for tires?
I got some 28-10-5 Mickey Thompson slicks.
Yeah.
410 gear, turbo 350 transmission with a 4,000 stall.
Well, see, now you're fighting the battle that I was fighting. You got all that power in a pickup truck.
Yeah, and I don't have wood in the bed of my truck either, because I haven't replaced it yet. So.
Right, so you got no friggin' weight back there.
Well, I had one of my old heavy ramps at the very back strapped down, another 100 pounds on the very back of the tailgate, trying to get enough, because I could do a burnout and it wouldn't even get the tires hot because I didn't have enough weight.
Yeah, no weight back there.
Just out there.
You're running slicks, so you really want that weight transfer, and you want it to hunker down. You want that squad.
I need to put me some 90-10 shocks on the front to help a little bit, but
yeah. Well,
it's a slow process of building everything, and I'm trying not to run a tunnel ram on it this time. I think I'm gonna put a Victor Jr. with a 950 AED on there and take the tunnel ram off, but.
I've got a set of 28-10-5 slicks sitting over in the corner, and I'm going to bring them with me. Just maybe I'll get a wild hair at my ass and do the shootout. But these are 315, 65, 15, or 315. 315, 60, 15 drag radial.
Renegade, I've got this in a 64 Chevy pickup.
And that's basically a 31 or a 30 and a half by 1250 drag radial. And I just cut out the fender wells, get them to fit. And before I did anything else with the exact same suspension that I had last year, I was able to hook and launch off the brake at least at about 1,800 to 2,000. Launch any harder than that, and it'd break them off.
That's the first time you've been able to do that, though, right?
But that's on the street. somewhere in Mexico. I took it out, throwing
drag
around.
radials. I wouldn't mind running some drag radials. They hook good.
Well, and the reason I'm going with the radials is because I don't want to have to run 2 different suspension setups. Plus, that tire, I mean, look at it. It just fits perfect under that truck.
Yeah,
With those backs, with the back spacing of the wheels and that B body rear end under it, it's a perfect fit. But that, that was a big improvement. But now, as it sits right now, it's got the Calvert split monolith springs under, which you're in a whole different boat because Candy Cane's at the Tri-Link, or you still got the factory Tri-Link.
Yeah, I've got the trailing arms. Yep.
And that setup can work.
Yes, it's always worked good on the street.
It can work.
Back in the 90s, I just run a Hoosier dirt track tire, and it hooked great on the street. Even with a 406 in there, you just hit those dirt track tires up, and it would run the same on the street as it would run at the track. And that was when we had a 406 in there.
Right. But see, I put the split monos on it. It's on sliders, and there's going to be some video coming up on this because Matt from Funkhauser Race Cars, anybody out there watching this needs race car suspension shit, get with Matt at Funkhauser Race Cars. That dude is first fucking class. I'd seen a video, another channel that I watch was building an NBS Chevy all-wheel drive, and he was using a set of these slider mounts made by Funkhauser Race Cars. And I knew damn well an NBS Chevy wasn't going to be a direct bolt-on to my old Dodge, but watching the video, I thought I could make these work. So I reach out to Matt at Funkhauser and I say, hey, tell me about these brackets you build. What are the dimensions? I think I can make them work on what I'm building. Well, he cuts me right off and says, well, what are you building? And I told him. And he says, well, what's the spring space in this now? Well, I'm on the phone with a guy for like 45 minutes. By the time I got off the phone, it was just a friendly bullshit session. But I'm out here underneath the truck on my back with my cell phone on speaker, taking measurements and shit. He built me a set, didn't charge me an extra dime. And he left the backing of them where they bolted the frame blank so I could drill them myself. This is the template that I'm going to send him, and these slider mounts for the Dodge truck will become a stocking item.
Oh, cool.
Sweet.
He builds everything himself in-house. It's all CNC, all laser cut, all TIG welded. Like I said, I'm going to do an in-depth video on these. I told him I would, and he actually hooked me up a little bit for that. But first class stuff. And he said, and he was telling me, he said, shit, people don't call because when 90% of these outfits, you call them up and you want them to change something or customize it for you. It's a big ass, reset up fee because they got to farm out the CAD work or the CNC worker. And he does it all in house. He welcomes those phone calls and he's willing to help you out. He's willing to build what you want. So anyway, I'll quit, running on about that. But the truck is also on sliders. And of course, Caltrax. And Monday I'll be ordering. Well, I was going to order the QA1. It's actually a coilover shock, but dimensionally, it's what I need. Nobody says you got to put the coil on it, right? But I found out the Jegs brand coilovers. Guess who makes them?
EFCO.
QA1.
Oh, QA1.
The same fucking shock, and it's $100 cheaper. So, yeah, I got a buddy inside Jegs. We were chatting this afternoon, and yeah, he says if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. But yeah, I'm gonna have him send me some out on Monday. But I'm gonna do the double adjustables, and unfortunately, the Jegs brand doesn't have the front version of the street stocker QA1 that'll directly bolt into the front end of the truck. So I'll have to get the real QA1s for the front. but again, the double adjustables. So I can set them up 90-10 when I'm on the track, and I can turn them back to whatever the hell I want when I'm driving it on the street. And, of course, the double adjustables out back, and I'm doing away with the whole vertical, or kittywampus bullshit. They're going, the shocks are going to stand up vertical, about 2 inches inboard, 3 inches inboard of the springs. I'm building the suspension that's going to work. And, hopefully it'll hook on wet grass, but, we'll see. But the tires alone, with the difference that made now with all this, I think we're going to be on to something pretty good.
That's cool. I'm glad you're getting something worked out, so you don't just leave a smoke trail all the way down the track now.
I know, right? You ought to see the road leading into the neighborhood here. It's not really a neighborhood. We're out in the country, but there's a few houses around. But the road leading in off the main drag, yeah, it's pretty marked up.
I don't do too much on my road. They did a chip seal on it a few years ago, so it's horrible. It's just they sealed it.
Oh yeah,
chip seal.
That chip seal stays rough, so it eats tires bad.
I definitely, when I got my slicks on, I won't even. If I drive down the road, I won't even turn them over on there.
Yeah, well, yeah, just chews them up. You do a burnout in a slick and something like that, and it's like doing 20 burnouts at the track.
And they're lower, a lot more money. Holy cow.
I picked these up off a guy on Marketplace. There's about 75% left on them. I got a decent deal on them. He's one of those guys. He's got a Hellcat. He's a retired pro football player. He needed somewhere to waste money, so he bought a Hellcat, and he got into the whole street takeover scene. But he runs a brand new set of tires for one show and then changes them. So I bought these off of him with like 75% life left in them for what the hell, like $360 for the pair. That tire's $400.
One of my buddies has a twin turbo S10 that runs low fives. And so as soon as the sidewall starts breaking down on the tire, he pulls them off and puts a new set on there. And I get the old set. And for my speed, it's perfect. I mean, they still got a lot of life on them.
Yeah, a tire might not necessarily behave for a 5-second car, but it'll behave great for a 6 or 7-second car.
Yep.
But if you're pushing 650, Candy Cane's going to run with this sumbitch if we get him to hook.
I think it's going to be. It felt so good. Those few passes I made, even though it was spinning, it was a totally different animal. I mean, that's the most motor I've ever had in that truck.
Yeah.
And I'm hate that it happened, but I'm glad it happened when it did.
Right.
And then I came home, pulled that motor out, right back in there, so I could keep playing with it while I was getting that motor repaired.
Right. Well, you were trying to make the tailgate throwdown, but shit, that got postponed again, didn't it?
Getting postponed. Now it's 2 weeks after No Name Nationals, so I have to survive No Name. The only thing I'm worried about is my axles now.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about my axles after Jamie broke that axle racing Uncle Tony. I got a whole bunch more power than he does.
Oh yeah, I remember watching that video. Yep.
I got a feeling that axle was on its way out, though. At 340, I mean, those 340s are stout, but break an axle like that. Of course, it's no different than when Jed broke Jezebel. That sumbitch dead hook, he dumped the clutch. It's that shock that did it. At least, I mean, I'm running a trans brake. That shocks them, but not as bad as dumping the clutch.
Not nearly as bad as clutch, yeah.
Well, I'm foot braking, so.
Well, that's what I was doing last year. I couldn't even use the damn trans brake last year. All I did was sat there and smoked.
I've got a 4,000 stall, and I'm going to be foot braking, so should be all right.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Are you going to have the 481 in for No Name?
It'll be in, I'll have the heads on Tuesday or Wednesday next week. I'm pulling the motor out on Monday. So I'll have it back running within 2 weeks.
Sweet. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I love that truck. That candy cane's just badass.
And I've had that truck a long time. Uh, I got to replace the rocker panels. Then we're going to start doing body work on it. We're going to repaint it, but we're going to paint it back the same way it was. My mom actually taped all those stripes up on that truck in 1990. My dad painted them, and I talked to my mom. She said she'll put them back on there if I'll paint them. So that truck's going to go to my grandson in 7 years. So we're going to fix it back up for him.
That is too cool.
It'll have the 402 back in it for him. I'm just going to rebuild it and probably make.
Hey, we had Levi in here, and I missed him, and he's taken off. Hey, good to see you, man. I'm sorry.
He was in here early. Yeah, he was in here early.
Sitting here bullshit, and I usually pay better attention to the chat, but I'm kind of not tonight.
Yeah, we're going to fix the old truck back up.
Steven, I'm running a brake two-step, much lower, 1-2 planetary gears, 4,500 stall, 488s, and a spool. Right? I remember watching that when you had Cope help you with that trans. That's going to be a beast.
Yeah, I've got a mini spool in mine, 410 gears. We're pretty close.
Yeah.
Jeff's car is, I'm pretty sure it's a lot heavier than my truck, though. I know both of them are heavy, but I think your car's over 4,000 pounds, ain't it, Jeff?
I tell you what, I didn't put any of it on a scale, but just swapping out from the factory leaf springs to these Calvert split monos, I'd be willing to bet I gave up about 80 pounds. Those split monoleafs are freaking light compared to
the
factory leaf. Yeah, the factory leaf springs.
$41.60.
Not to mention,
I thought it was heavier than that. That's not bad.
The damn slapper bars, them damn things were heavy. They're a thing of the past. There's the factory springs right there. But
okay.
See if we can see underneath.
I don't know
how the lighting is under there, but
I can see it.
You see that shock hanging there. That ain't the shock that I'm gonna run, but it's hanging there right now for mock-up. But you can see there's the shock brackets. That's also Funkhauser products.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
And you see that slider mount?
Yep.
And the billet aluminum bushings, and he'll make those bushings for whatever size leaf spring you got. You know, and of course Caltrax. Everybody knows what Caltrax look like. Every time I put this phone in the tripod, I always hit the damn power button on it.
Same here.
But that works pretty slick. I use the phone for a secondary camera on Wi-Fi. I was going to walk around that rat here in a little bit so Deke can get a good look at it. I had a couple questions for him concerning tech on the old rust bucket. It hasn't got any glass or any Lexan or anything in the windows, you know, in the side windows. You know, you got to have something in there for the drag strip. I figured we're going to run nets. I got a couple SFI certed nets, you know, and then he says, well, it's got to be attached to the cage. Well, there is no cage. And I said, I'm just going to take tube steel and weld it right to the doors. I mean, the nets will be permanent. So he didn't say no, but he didn't say yes either. So I mentioned that I'll spend a little time walking around that car, you know, so maybe you can see. I don't want to drag it all the way to Sykes and say, oh, you can't take it on the track. That'd suck.
What kind of time you think you're going to get out of it?
8. I don't know. I've got a short when I launched it out on the street. I don't know if you see that. I'll tell you what, that son of a bitch hooks, and it's got nothing for friggin' suspension. It's got old truck springs, leaf springs under it. It's got them Jeg slapper bars and antique friggin' Monroe or something, off the shelf shocks. But I think it's gonna
oil it in the back.
No, it's leaf springs. And it's probably, I think the length is going to work out. I think it'll probably inherit those competition engineering shocks, the one you seen hanging under my truck a minute ago. As they're sitting here, I'm going to go spend $600 on QA1s. What the hell do I need them for? Might as well put them on something.
What rear end is in that?
What's that?
What rear end is in that?
It's got a 9-inch.
Okay.
I have no idea what the gear ratio is. It does have a Positrack in it.
I've got 2 9-inches. I've got a 57 model, and I've got I think an 82 model.
All right, I have no idea.
3 inches narrower.
Yeah,
I've got no idea what year. It's out of a Ford truck of some sort. I've got a 9-inch sitting out back too.
Both of mine are out of trucks.
65 inches hub to hub. I'm thinking 70 something, probably early to mid 70s F100 or something.
Yeah,
that's what I have.
That early 9-inch is it's 2 3/4 inches narrower than my 12 bolt that's in candy cane now. So I thought about building that and sticking it in there to give me a little more room.
Mm-hmm.
I can change my offset of my rear wheels.
Well, see, that's what I was going to do with this. That 9-inch I've got was originally going to go under this truck, but I ended up scoring that 8 3/4 out of the B body, which is 60 inches wide, which is 5 inches narrower than that 9-inch, which is 3 inches narrower than the factory Dodge rear end that came out from under it. So I bought the rear end for $500. It's a 489 case. I mean, I couldn't go wrong. And, it's natively narrowed without being narrowed, if that makes any sense. But I couldn't ask for a better fit with those drag lights and those tires. I mean, it's like they belong there.
My brother has a narrowed 8 3/4 to go in his 65 Barracuda.
Nice.
But he hasn't. He's thinking about getting Mopar Joe to do the work for him because he's got a mini tubbit and all that.
Right on. All I'm going to do with the truck is, I don't know if you saw, I've done videos on it already where I just sliced half of the wheel well out of it and cut it inboard. I'm just going to go to the junkyard and hack another set of wheel wells out of another truck and marry them together. So it's going to look like a factory wheel well that's been welded together.
That always looks good.
Look and fit and everything, and just be wider. I mean, it's not like I'm going to haul nothing.
You want it and call her good.
Yeah, those Caltrac split monoleafs negate ever hauling anything with it again. So it's officially a fucking race car.
What's up, Dubster?
55-gallon drum. Yeah.
Dust Devil says 55-gallon drum wheel tubs.
So my brother's bringing the Barracuda back this year, and he got his ignition. He took the points out and put all electronic stuff in it, and fire core, I think is what he bought. Fire core stuff. Does that sound right?
Oh, right on. Yeah.
He did all that, and he's
that's
also
a
bringing
Holly
his
product, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I know
I think that might be a Holly-owned product.
But he's also going to bring his turbo neon that he's been index and bracket racing this year, and he's won a lot of money with that car already this year. It's his daily driver.
Way cool.
I've seen them damn neons get pretty fast. It's crazy what they do with them little fart can 4-bangers.
Pertronics Igniter 3. Yeah, try it out tomorrow. It's in the truck now, and just Yeah.
I've never run the Igniter 3. I've run the original Pertronics, but
Lots of them. Yeah.
I don't know. I got mixed feelings about them. I've personally never had one that I installed fail.
Neither have I.
I think it has a lot to do with who's installing it. You got to have all your ground wires in place. You can't run a damn ballast resistor with them,
No.
or the factory resistance wire. And a lot of guys, they don't take that out of the circuit, and then they wonder why they fail. Well, low voltage creates heat.
Yes.
When you undervolt something, it creates excessive heat. It
Burns
creates
them up.
excessive load on. It's as bad. Hell, it's as bad as overvolt and shit.
And the coil. You always get the coil with it.
Yeah.
Their home load on them is different.
It is. It depends. There are some factory coils out there that fall within the specification, but damn it, get out the ohm meter and test the thing before you try to run it.
I don't even risk it. I just get the coil with it.
Yeah.
It needs a coil anyway, so.
What's the flamethrower coil cost? I think even today they're only like $35.
$45 shipped in.
Yeah. That's nothing. I mean, hell,
And
I
if you
think
get it with it, it's free shipping. So that pushes you up over to free shipping. So boom, there you go.
I think the Pertronics units are up to damn near $100 now.
100 for the basic, 185 for the coil and the Igniter 3.
Oh, okay.
The reason I went with the Igniter 3 is because it's got a rev limiter in it.
That's what I was just going to ask you. What does the Igniter 3 give you that the 1 and 2 doesn't?
Pretty much that. A hotter spark than the number 1, than the original.
So more dwell time on the coil probably then.
And it doesn't have the insert. The magnet cap that goes over the
right. Well, how does it get triggered then?
Picks it right up off the cam on the distributor.
Really? I wonder if it's working more like a Hall effect then.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Interesting.
So far it's working really good. But I just started it and set the timing, and then it got late and I came home. I'll test drive it tomorrow.
I bought 3XL big yellow coils used off eBay. Price of the part shipping was still cheaper than one new. I've got the same gigantic Excel super coil on that truck that I bought brand new in 1993 and put on it.
Man, those things
and it works great.
They won't die. Those are so awesome.
Yeah, and hell, that one's kind of been abused when you stop and think about it. The thing sat out in the sun with a hood off of it for 7 fucking years. It's not even yellow anymore, the coil.
In Arizona? Oh, Lord, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, the case didn't crack and it didn't leak out its oil, so I ran to some bitch. But, I'm sure they were made a little better in 93 than they are now.
Yeah. Back when they still made things to last.
Yeah, but like Steven said, they just don't die. And I'm here to
them now.
I would not be scared to buy those off eBay all day long.
Nope, me neither. In fact, if price was right, I would buy them just so I could have them. I haven't had it happen on this truck, but I used to run a super coil with the same 6AL MSD ignition, just like what's in this truck, on our dirt car. And the coil was mounted to the firewall on the driver's side of the car. And of course, the super stock dirt car had the 4 hood pins. And if the coil wire was off and you'd spin that thing over, that sumbitch would throw a spark about 3.5 inches long to that hood pin. It was nuts.
Looked like a Jacob's ladder in there.
Yes, yeah, it would shoot a spark, and I'm not shitting you. It was 3.5 inches. It would throw a freaking spark at that chrome hood pin. So, and I mean a stable spark over and over again, not just like one here and one there. Crazy.
Super Shop still sells that coil.
Yes, sir. How much do they want for it? $5.
Yep.
That's when you really stop and think about it, that's not that bad. Because if I remember,
I mean, it's a 30-year. It's going to last you 30 years.
Well,
what
I'm saying with the way everything's blown up in price, I want to say I gave like $59 for that coil back in '93 when I bought it.
That's
now,
right.
$59 in '93 was a whole lot more money than 105 is today.
Exactly. That's something people don't think about.
Yeah. You know, I'd buy them all day, every day for 105 and never bitch.
Gas in 1955 might have been 25 cents a gallon, but when you're only making $1 an hour, yeah,
right,
that's expensive.
The old chrome one is only $45.
Yeah, those were good coils too. I've run a few of them through the years.
I got a couple of them, old ones.
I think those are a 3 ohm coil too, so they'll run a little hotter.
And then of course you got the yellow one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just the plain yellow one. I think that's a 35,000 volt advertised.
Let's see.
Which is a little hotter than most stock coils.
This ad don't even tell you, but yeah.
But the thing I always get a kick out of is guys that that don't really know how that works. And they think, well, I put a hotter coil in, so I need to have a wider spark plug gap.
Yeah.
And that's not the case. I've seen that a lot. You see a lot of misfires because of it.
Spark plug overuse of E3 plugs.
Renegade Super Shop still sells stuff on eBay. I don't think there's any actual brick and mortar stores anymore, but they do have an eBay site that they still sell stuff from.
The camshaft that's in the Charger I bought from a brick and mortar super shop back in the early 90s.
The last thing I bought was a set of Hoosier street tires for my 81 Mercury Capri. That's the last thing I bought from super shops. That was in like 1996.
Hey, ASO's in the house.
ASO's been here for a minute. Yes.
I'm glad you guys are paying attention to the comments. I'm just dropping the ball tonight.
What's going on, John Wilbur? You just stepped in.
They're not the hottest coil, but I'll tell you what, you go out and find you a 60s Ford with an FE on it and a yellow top coil on it.
Oh,
that coil will still fire just fine.
They're dead reliable. I know the ones you're talking about. I got a couple of them kicking around somewhere.
They're only about that long.
Oh, Doug's talking about
little guys.
His buddy grabbed up a magneto and spun it. I've done that before, grabbed up a magneto and spun it, but it didn't get me. It sparked, but it scared the crap out of me.
I had one get me. Whew. Yeah, that hurts.
I didn't know it would do that.
That coil that's on that truck now, years ago, it got me and it knocked me out. My buddies thought I was dead. I got up off the ground and they're all standing around like, what the fuck, guys? You were out for like 3 minutes. No way. Thing kicked my ass.
I got a big old scar on my belly from the header.
Oh,
climbing into the Felon, the monster truck called the Felon.
Yeah.
Trying to pick her spark, and that mag bit me. Holy cow! And I fell up against the header. Oh man, it's burning me, and I'm stuck in the roll cage on that monster truck. Oh man. And he can't hear me, so he keeps hitting it. God dang.
Magnetos make evil freaking electricity.
God, that hurt.
Millard, I'm glad you feel good enough tonight to come in here, man. It's awesome seeing you in here.
Hey, Mr. Wilburn's in the house.
Renegade said they told him they couldn't run 2 500 CFM carbs on his 340.
Why?
You know what? I'm running 2 750 Edelbrocks on my junkyard 402, and it's taking it. It may be a little bit rich, but it still works. Mainly
I can't imagine why 2 500 CFM carbs wouldn't work on a 340, because if you're running 2 4 barrels that are 500 CFM That's not 1,000 CFM.
No, no, it's like
Dual multiple carburation is not 5+5.
no.
2 500s is probably going to show that engine about 850,
Yeah.
which for
Yeah,
a healthy 340 at 6,500, 7,000 RPM, that's not overkill at all. I'd run a couple of 500 AFBs on this bitch all day long.
and it's dependent on the carbs too, because Edelbrock is actually smaller than what they advertise. Like a 650 is actually around a 600.
Yeah. Dennis, you're supposed to ask Dust Devil what do you want me to call you, Brian? Yeah, we all know what that symbol means, asshole. That was a good one, Dean. That shit's funny. I don't care who you are. Dougster says a Continental 4-cylinder flathead, maybe 20 horsepower downdraft carb. Downdrafts, updrafts or side drafts can be a pain in the ass on them old engines. Stock 6-pack is more.
Got a little.
I think 2 500s would be perfectly fine on a 340.
I think it's a Philco updraft on that little Willys, on that little 28 Willys.
Super Shops in Grand Rapids had to use speed part counterback. My friend Eric grabbed a Jacobs mag and spun it. He threw the mag down and bounced across the glass display and didn't break it. Yeah, that'll lit him up. Yeah, mag don't care. Yeah, you guys haven't seen this yet. You know the theme for the rat rod is a honey badger. And everybody, I'm sure everybody here has seen, the honey badger don't care, honey badger don't give a fuck videos.
This is the good stuff.
Yep.
We kept it clean.
Yep.
Now you need to put as seen on Tony's Hot Rod Garage.
Badger Garage.
And there's the logo on the door. And we will have at No Name Nationals a limited number. I'm thinking about making 20 or 25 hats, 20 or 25 shirts. Honey Badger don't give a fuck. And they're going to be for sale, and when they're gone, they're gone.
You going to have some Honey Badger stickers also?
I don't know if we'll do stickers or not. We could, but I got to hurry up and order them. See, there's what we did with that shifter. See, there's the original shifter. I don't know if the light's worth a shit or not. Can you see that, or do I need to grab a drop?
Yeah, I see it.
But see, we just took and welded that knuckle, that turnbuckle nut on the bottom of it, and screwed it right onto the hearse. Of course, there's our neutral safety switch. So we got that. Haven't got them in yet, but there's the harnesses. Going to put one on each side of it. So it's going to be safe. As safe as a rat rod can be anyways. What's that?
I need to order another seatbelt. I can't give anybody a ride in my truck because I don't have a seatbelt on the passenger side.
And that's exactly why Jason, when we ordered these belts, he said get 2 of them. So keep the passenger safe. But see, this is what I was thinking with the window net, and we're just going to take that tubing and weld it right to the door. I mean, that shit's going to be permanent. I mean, it'd be as safer than a piece of glass in the door. If you're watching this deep or watch it later, even let me know what you think. But yeah, we're gonna put the harnesses in the car. All the battery disconnect. There's more honey badger love. Wheel studs are close, but they stick out past the lug nut.
That's the beauty of running steel wheels.
I love steel wheels.
And these ones are even closer, but they're flush with the edge of the lug nut. And as far as I can remember, you're supposed to have as much stud engagement as the size of the stud. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those lug nuts are 3/4 of an inch deep on a 1/2 inch stud. So there's at least a 1/2 inch of thread engagement. Again, if you see this deke and don't like it, please speak up. Of course, battery disconnect will work, and everybody's seen this thing of infamous beauty. Yeah, these tires really made a difference on this car. Of course, it ain't in there yet. I got to build it, and I still got to build it for the truck. But, we will be running drive shaft loop. We have to because it's a
got slicks
dry
on
grease tire. That tire is actually more of a cheater slick, and it is technically street legal. But, what's it to put a drive shaft loop in it? Just do it. You know. I mean, I don't know if there's a gray area with that tire or not. I will tell you can't do a burnout with those tires. That's going to be a water box burnout only. You saw the skinnies. We got the Sportsmans on the front of the car. I took it out on the street, pumped up the line lock, and attempted to do a burnout, and the son of a bitch just drugged the front tire.
Front tires, yeah.
It just
I was gonna say, this thing's gonna hook up better than your Dodge. You
well, I'm thinking the Dodge is going to hook up. I'm putting a lot of frickin' work.
Just
your weight transfer is going to be awesome in that Dodge now. I think you're going to hook up a little better.
Dr. Gross says, love the Honey Badger theme. Seen them on wildlife shows, and they are the meanest, badass things I've ever seen. Afraid of nothing and attacking lions. Yeah, look up the Honey Badger Don't Give a Fuck, or it's either Honey Badger Don't Give a Fuck or Honey Badger Don't Care or something like that. But the damn thing whoops up on a king cobra.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're yeah. No, my buddy thought of that years ago. He's drinking and carrying on, and yeah, ASO Honey Badger gonna be bad. But I threw a short up the other day. I think it was last weekend, or it might have actually been a weekend before. So it was last week. I posted on Monday or Tuesday, but I put a short up when I hit that damn thing. It was that same day I was trying to do a burnout with it. I said, well, hell with it. And I just foot braked the sumbitch. And I gave her all the beans, and that fucker shat and gat. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the way that worked, because with the street tires, it's kind of like my truck was. I mean, burnouts were nothing. But the street tires that were on this whole set of 295/50 15s, and they're probably about 20 years old, and they're going to meet their maker in the burnout pit.
What's the cab again?
39.
9.
It's a 35 frame, 39 cab. And let me show you again, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the grill is the remains of a 37 grill.
Looks like it with that teardrop down at the bottom.
Yeah. It looks like a 37 that's had the top third of it cut off.
Yeah. It could be.
That's, don't know. It's an old rat rod. But the guy he bought, I mean, we know it's a 35 frame because it's got the original 35 serial number stamped on the frame. And that's actually how he's in the process of he's trying to get it titled and registered. No, because, I've got an old Uga horn that I gave him. We're going to put an Uga horn on it. It's already got blinkers and all the lights and the brake lights. And we're going to get one of them hand crank single windshield wipers, and it'll be street legal. Don't think I'd want to drive it too awful far, but we do want to cruise it to Lambert's, and we will anyway, license or not. There's only going to be 150 others in the pack.
Just convoy and just slip it right in the middle.
Yeah. Honey Badger don't give a fuck. What's happening? Bad attitude, Blake. Good to see you, man.
I sure hope I'm there with you, man.
I do too.
I'll slide in front of you there, and hopefully Clint's there too, and he can slide right in the back of you.
Yeah. We've been haven't talked any more about it, but I was talking to Brian. We may meet up with Brian and convoy down with him. I think he's 2 hours from the track or something like that.
Yeah, Brian's not far. I think he may be 2 hours. He's pretty close. He's about like me. I'm 119 miles from the track.
Yeah,
he's north and south.
You're in Arkansas, right?
That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you're in Arkansas.
How's Leighton been?
He started a new job, so I talked to him. He came over last weekend and helped me put a bunch of trees in a wood chipper I rented because I had a lot of tree work done in my yard, and he come over and helped me with it because he's got a wood burner, so I've got a lot of seasoned wood he wants. So I said, you bring a chainsaw and help me cut up some stuff and take what you want. But he's doing really good in his new job. He's working for a place called Greenway. He's a John Deere serviceman. He's got a service truck, and he works on John Deere for everything.
Nice.
But he's
haven't seen him around, but if you see him, tell him we're all thinking of him.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Leighton. He's good people.
Yeah, he's a good friend. He's
it's funny.
About 5 miles from me.
What's funny is as good a guy as Leighton is. I used to work for a guy named Robert Leighton, and he was an asshole. Quite a bit older, but I shouldn't say Bob was an asshole, but he was just different.
Well, Robbie has time. He has time to get there. No, he's a good guy.
I don't think
his father-in-law lives next door to me. I have one neighbor, and it's Robbie's father-in-law.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I don't think that dude's got a bad bone in his body. He's good people.
He is.
Is he going to make it out to No Name this year?
I asked him that. He said he might. I think he would be there Saturday for sure, but I'm not sure if he'll be there, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Because he's actually working for somebody now. So
he's got, and it's a new job. He don't have his.
When you're punching somebody else's clock, it's kind of hard to get away sometimes.
Yeah. So
it's like
in a couple weeks.
Jason, his son Bryce lives up in Wyoming. I think he's about 25, but Jason really, really wanted him to come out with us. And that's how, when I started talking to Brian about, flying Bryce in and where what would be the, good, because he knows the area, where should we fly him to so we could pick him up. We're going to fly him into St. Louis, pick him up on our way in, and we just go a little farther beyond, kind of make a roundabout a little bit, and then meet up with Brian and convoy down together. But, just like we're just talking, Bryce punched somebody else's clock, and he can't get the fucking time off. So that's kind of a bummer.
That was always next year.
Keeps trying to get Jason to give him that car, and he says, "Fuck no, you'll kill yourself in it." Don't give a 25-year-old something like that. I'll tell you what, since I built that car, well, you guys all remember when I built the motor, friggin', I have never seen that car launch as violent as it did that day when I made that short. Jason was with me, Jason was driving it, and I was trying to teach him, and I said, here, switch spots. And I was trying to teach him how to use the line lock and stuff, And so when we did the sliding of the brand new front sports, it's like, fuck, can't do this. I said, just get your phone out and go make a video. And I sent him up the road a little bit, and he shot that little short with his iPhone. Oh man, I hit that thing hard, and it just hooked and went. See if I can.
You probably don't have many miles on that engine, do you?
No. There probably ain't 20 actual miles on it.
Yeah.
There's some run time, but of course I run it in and everything. But it's all roller cam, custom valve train and everything. So you guys remember.
Oh yeah, I loved watching that 428 getting built. That was nice. I found the specs on that guy's. He said it was a poor man's 428, so he had a 390 with a 428 crank and other stuff done. His new engine for his Fox body is a 427 side oiler, but it's got a 4.25 stroke crank in it, so it's a 482 with some. I think he said.
And the hell is all that racket?
Aluminum dove heads.
What day was it?
I don't know. Somebody was feeding back real bad, or glitching or something.
I don't have anything else open. I've got better internet now. I got Starlink about 4 months ago.
Do you guys hear that, or is it just on my end?
It went away there.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
It's like a popping.
Yeah. Popping. Like an electronic popping. I'm going to find that short, and I'm going to throw it up in here.
Sound like a Chevy trying to start with a vacuum leak.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Pretty much. That was actually
with that 402. Crazy for 2 months. I had a 1/4 inch vacuum leak on the back of my intake.
Oh, that's no fun.
And it was on a T for my power brake booster. The other side of the T wasn't plugged, and I didn't know it.
Did you guys get the audio of that or no?
I don't hear it.
No audio, but
the thing's launching. Why.
Boy, Mexico is sure nice this time of year.
Right?
I need to hear that. We need some audio. That is cool. I'm going to watch that on your show. Pull that up.
Here, I'll throw up the link. Yeah, I don't know why the audio ain't going through. It should.
If anybody's wanting to win some super clean care packages, I just put a video up yesterday, and I'm giving away 2 care packages. All you got to do is answer 2 questions. Why did I take the 481 out of my truck? What happened to it? And then what caused it? And I've already said tonight what it was.
Yes, you have. I knew what it was, but I'd forgotten because I remember you told the story on Facebook.
Yeah, it was my fault. I mean, that distributor Definitely had some mechanical advance in it. And I didn't know it. I didn't know it till I put the 402 back in there, and I was setting my timing with it in there because I put the tunnel ram on the 402, and then I revved it up and watched it. And when that timing went away, I was like, "Oh my god!"
Well, I'll tell you what.
Exactly what happened.
You wouldn't be the first guy that's done something like that.
So, well, that is all my fault.
You
Like I
are
said, though, it's a
definitely
good thing you
not.
had those fiber head gaskets in it, because when she let go, she just pushed it right out through the.
It just
that
pushed it
fiber.
right on.
Right, rather than beating the rods out of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it didn't hurt anything else. But my new head gaskets are. I'm putting some Cometic stainless multi-layer steel.
I was just going to ask you what you're running for head gaskets now. Yeah, that's what I've got in the 420 or the 451 is Cometics.
Here's the video. Oh yeah, that sounds good. All right.
Yeah, but see, that son of a bitch, it just grabs and goes. And, you know, that really blew me away for a nothing rear end setup. I mean, yeah, you know, it's got some sort of a locker, or, you know, or it's not a spool because, you know, it does turn, but, you know, it's a locker, sure grip, you know, some sort of Positrack, probably a clutch unit. But
When you set them down like that, they just hook. Our little
not
Volkswagen,
this son of a bitch.
our rat rods are hard to do burnouts with. They'll just
Yeah.
slide the front tires.
Yeah, well, that's what this one does.
And we weighed them out there. They're close to 50-50. They favor a little on the rear.
I need to get my hands on a set of scales. I really want to scale this truck out. Especially now that
there's a set of scales right across the street. That's why you hear semi trucks all over in my videos.
Oh, well, that's a different scale. I mean, it's one thing to get a, you know, to get a, you know, a curb weight, you know, or whatever. But yeah, Doctor Go's right. You know, sometimes things just fall into place, set up right. But yeah, it happens. And it works, and I'm glad of it because I didn't want to have to fool with another suspension. I've had all the parts for this, you know, for the suspension for this truck sitting here for 2.5 months. I just haven't had any time to work on it, you know. And here we are, crunch time, and you know, I'm actually kind of every time the phone rings, fuck you, go away. I got shit I got to do.
Seems like it's that way every year, though. I mean, we're 40
Right.
days out, and I'm about to swap engines again.
Yeah, it's friggin', you know, with, you know, work, especially working for myself, it's feast or famine.
Yeah.
You know, sit with my thumbs up my ass all winter, and then come into spring and start getting a little busy, and then coming up on no name nationals, I get friggin' slammed. Like, fuck. You know, of course, you ain't got no money to do nothing when you ain't got to work.
Yeah, I figured you'd been super busy. That's why you hadn't done your Fridays for a while.
I haven't been doing lives. I'm out here working, you know, working on shit and customer shit. And I look at the clock and it's supposed to be live in 20 minutes. Ah, shit. I ain't doing one tonight.
I should be. I'm only 400 hours away from being monetized.
It's friggin', well, and see, it friggin' sucks because, you know, for that reason, my watch hours have taken a huge hit.
Oh, you take a little time off, and yeah, the YouTube will punish the shit out of you. Holy cow!
That's why I've been trying to at least throw up a short here and there, you know, to keep it alive. But yeah, I've been, you know, it's like all this same thing as last year. You know, I wanted to do some in-depth filming on doing all this. I just ain't got the time. You know, I can make the videos and not make it to no name, or I can just get the shit done and make it to no name.
It takes a lot of your time just trying to film.
Sure,
You
sure.
figure every job, double your hours on it because you got
That's
cameras up.
exactly what I was just gonna say. You take an hour job and try to film it, it'll take you two.
Oh God, yeah.
Editing,
You gotta go back in and edit it and do all that stuff, and then you got more time on top. Yeah.
my editing's gotten a little faster since I went to Filmora. It's helped quite a bit as I'm
Nice.
learning it.
I've got to do something because Clipchamp just is not working for me.
Filmora's working pretty good. That's what Blake at Battery uses, and so I went to that last year, and it's been a lot easier to mess with.
I used to just use Windows Editor, video editor, but it don't exist anymore.
Yeah, I just pulled up I'm all the way back down. I had about 3,500 and I'm all the way back down to 2,500 watch hours.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm at 25 something.
That's from 2 months of not doing lives. I was holding steady, 35, 3,600 in the last 365. And now so now, I mean,
Yeah, I'm at 25,
technically,
25.
I mean, they didn't take my first stage monetization away. I mean, I can still get my supers and all that shit, but
They ought to put them up.
what's that?
Put them up.
They're not up?
I didn't see it over there. I'm on Stream. I'm just on StreamYard. That's why.
Oh, yeah, shit.
Usually I got two screens going, but I just.
Oh, yeah. Well, I always have the regular YouTube browser open because I'm on a 55-inch screen out here. So I break it up into. Yeah, no, the supers and shit are up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see the icon anyway. Someone said something about Windows Pro, but I have no idea if it exists to get. How do you get that Filmora? I'm just trying to learn about editing.
Pretty good machine to do it.
Oh, I've got a hell of a machine. I've got an 11th Gen i7 with 128 gigs of RAM in it. Yeah, I can run it. Hell, it's a 1080 Ti card, but I can render 4K 60 frames per second video at a rate of 15 seconds per minute of rendered video. That's fast enough. 15 seconds per minute of finished video rendering it, that's pretty fast. I mean, I'm sure there's shit out there that'll do it faster, but I've got like $800 in that computer.
So Blake, Bad Attitude said he uses Filmora also, and then Renegade said he uses CapCut and DaVinci Resolve. I almost went with DaVinci Resolve. I went ahead and got the Filmora, and it works fine. It does everything I need it to do. That DaVinci Resolve
program that you have, right? It's not an app. It's an actual program, right?
It's a program. Yeah, you download it.
Yeah. That's my drawback with Clipchamp because my internet is kind of slow. So
the very few videos
to anything to an app.
The very few videos that I actually do on my phone, I use InShot for, and it works pretty good.
I used to use InShot some.
They have a free version of it, and shit, I caught it on sale one time. I think I paid $28 or something for a lifetime thing of it. Fuck, I'll take it.
Dr. Go, it's Filmora. You download it, and there's I think there may be a free version. I think I paid $50 for the better version, something like that. But you only have to buy it one time. Let's look at it. So, Wondershare Filmora.
I use Adobe Premiere. I've got Adobe Premiere Pro 2024. I'm not going to go too deep into detail publicly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Nope, not at all.
You get it. If any of you want it, reach out to me. emails in the description, and I have no problem sharing it with you.
I used that years ago, an older version of it, but Adobe is a very
It's a good program.
the
It does.
reason graphic artists use Adobe.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
very good.
that's what I do all my shirts and shit with too, is Photoshop and or Illustrator.
Yeah, I've got to get my t-shirt stuff all set up.
Shut up, John. Yeah, we just need to get your some higher resolution copies of your
I did
stuff.
email another one. I went back through and redone my thing of candy cane, and I made a better version of it with more color to it and stuff. So it should when you blow it up, it should be better. I think I may have emailed it to you. I'm not sure.
I haven't heard from you as far as email.
Let's see.
Did I never set you up with a transfer link?
No, not yet. We didn't get that far yet. Leighton made me up some.
Leighton does some pretty damn good work. He's the one that designed that Heaven's Mopars, that logo for Scott.
Well, I'll show you this one. These are my Leighton done this design for me.
Nice, dude. Steven, get that file from him. Get it for me at 12 inches, 300 DPI, and I'll put that shit on the back of a shirt.
Yeah.
Tell me that wouldn't look cool.
Yeah, he made those for me, and I use vinyl status.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I just had a great idea. That would actually be a better left chest piece. Put that on the front and put candy cane itself on the back of the shirt.
And I have got to find. I've got packs of stickers I bought, and I don't know exactly where they're at, but I redone this one and had it a lot better resolution done on this one.
Right. Yeah, that's good because I love that design. Right.
I got that all redone, and I done all that in Microsoft Paint.
Oh, nice.
And it took me hours at work sitting around doing it.
Oh man, that's why I could have cleaned it up, but that's why I shot it back at you. Because if I'm going to sit there and spend all those hours, you're going to pay for it.
I mean, I'm at work, and as long as our mill's running good, I'm just sitting there anyway watching computers. So,
hey, Unfinished. Yeah, absolutely. I've still got all your artwork. Just holler at me.
All right. Unfinished project. So far, you're the only one that's answered the questions correct because you watch people's videos.
Who's that?
Unfinished projects.
Oh,
he's answered the questions correct on my last video. So far he'll get a there's no telling how many super clean packages he's gotten in the mail. I'm sure he's the most winningest person on YouTube that I know. I mean, I've won some great things too. Let me show you one of the best things I won from Blake at Bad Attitude C10, and I use it religiously. Let me show you this. This is my
that's cool.
That's my garbage can. And that is a nitrous outlet bottle that has been cut to a garbage can.
Oh, you won that.
I won this from Blake.
Nice.
Yeah, I use it. I just emptied it last week, and it's already full again. I use it. That's my favorite thing I won.
I wanted that so bad. That thing's badass.
That is so awesome. And it weighs a ton, and he shipped that to me. Thank you, Blake.
Cool what he's doing with them too. That the whole program around that thing is just
something garage. Alex is in the house. I see you, Alex.
Alex is in the house. Alex is probably going to fight me and try to get that 428 out of me.
Hey, let me tell you something, Tony, that's super cool. I was out in, after I had my knee surgery. No, the week before I had my knee surgery, I went to North Carolina. My daughter was living out there, and her boyfriend's grandpa has a 64 Galaxy 500 two-door. It's an original 390 4-speed car. He bought it in 1982 when he came back from Germany. He's a retired Army veteran. In 1982, when he came back from Germany, he bought this car and it had a 390 in it. He pulled that out, rebuilt it, and drove it for a while. Now it has a 428 in it with a 4-speed. And this guy, he's 84 years old. He said, man, this is one of them old cars where you laid a $50 bill on the dash and you try to grab one of those cars. And it's the greatest thing. This car is beautiful. It's a two-door. And we got to talking, and he said, how long are you going to be here? I'm like, I'll be here for 4 days. He said, well, I need you to come back over here. And he fired it up for me, and it had cobwebs on the motor, and he reached in there and hit the gas and fired it up, and it sat there and it was chopping. He said, I got a solid lift cam in there, and he is a Ford FE guy. Like, he knows so much. He was teaching me so much about Ford FE. And
you know who else?
I want you to drive this car. You need to drive this car. But the day I went back over there to drive it, it was like 95 degrees outside, and I was like, man, it's too hot. I'm going out right. He said, you need to drive this car. Somebody needs to drive it. But he's wanting to sell it for like 20 grand. Beautiful.
You know who else is really good with FEs as part of our community is Frizzell Racing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's another big Ford guy, and he knows his FEs.
Well, I was asking him about this car, and I told him I had a FMX transmission out of a 63 Galaxy that's a 393 deuce car. But I got a FMX because I run the code on it, and it took me forever to find that letter code on that transmission. And when I finally found it, it was for a 393 deuce Galaxy, a 63. Well, he said, hey, sitting over there on that bench, I have a 3 deuce 390 intake, carburetors and all sitting there. And I looked over there, and he had it with breather, carbs, the intake and all sitting there. I'm like, dude, I want that. I mean, I know it's exciting. He said, I also have a 390 and another 428 sitting on under the shelf over there. And I think he's got a set of 351 Cleveland heads. And I think it's about all the parts he has, but I'm trying to get
that intake up in a hurry.
That is my other freaking favorite engine is a 351 Cleveland. I love them things. Something says it's supposed to race Bobby at No Name. We ought to line you up against the Rat. That'd be fun. Do a little whooping on you with the engine that you want, just make you want it more. Auto Salvage says FE's where the power's at. Hell yeah, it is. John Wilburn says can't spell Frizzell without FE. This is true.
All right, so Frizzell.
I think his channel is Frizzell Racing. Well, maybe one of the mods can throw it up for me.
Yeah, I see Frizzell Racing here. And I'm not subscribed to it. But he's got a Galaxy on his.
Well, what kind of community member are you, Steven? Come on.
He's got 8,300 subscribers, and I'm not subscribed.
He did a really cool video that just blew his friggin' channel up.
All it takes is for one to hit.
It was that video, if I remember right, it was the one about putting water down the carburetor to decarbon your engine. Correct me if I'm wrong, John Wilburn. Wasn't it that one that blew his channel up? The one about cleaning out the engine with water?
Let's see, Superstock Kids. Let's see, can I find it? The video with all those views.
Renegade says he'd come to No Name if he had the car from Dennis. Well, yeah, you'd have to. That is a beautiful car. Whoever ends up buying that car is going to get a really sweet ride.
Tony, sometimes I forget you're a Mopar guy when you start talking about Ford FEs.
I know, right?
Yep, I do. But, I mean, I'm a car guy, and I've got a Chevrolet tattooed on my arm, and I've had candy cane for 35 years, but Ford's got things I like. Chevy's got things I like. Dodge has things I like. I mean, I'm a car guy.
Exactly. You know, and then Mopar is my first love and will always be my first brand of choice. But just like it says in my channel description, Ford, Chevy, Mopar, if it's badass American muscle, I love it. You know, and that's just what it boils down to. I mean, I'm not prejudiced.
I mean, I grew up diehard Chevrolet, and I was piss on Ford because that's what the guys around me were all about. And I'm
Yeah,
like, piss on Ford, but man, I love Mustangs. You know,
right,
my best
right.
friend had a 64 and a half Mustang and that 289 with glass packs, and we drove it everywhere. And I mean, we had so much fun in that car. And I was
Back
like,
in the day, for
I
many,
love these
many,
old
many
cars.
years, I had an old remember the old Calvin and Hobbes character pissing on something?
Oh yeah.
The
Yep.
decals that were freaking famous. I had one of them, Calvin, pissing on a Chevy bow tie on the back of that Dodge truck
Yep.
for many years.
Yep.
You know, but I really like Chevelles, and I really, you know, hell, my first service truck was a '65 Chevy C30 with a flatbed. I mean, I wish I still had that truck. I really do.
I am certain that I have actually owned more Fords now than I have Chevrolets for sure. I know I have.
Same here.
Matter of
Italian
fact,
tune
let's
up.
see. My '64 Chevy, and then I had a '77 Ford Courier, and then a '63 Galaxy 500, four-door with a 390 with the Ford-O-Matic two-speed.
Oh wow!
And that car on a slick road would chirp second gear for a big old '63 Galaxy.
Ah,
And then a Chevy S10, and then a bunch of stuff in between there. I bet I've had over 200 cars, but
there's Brian. Mustangs are girls' cars. He's always said that.
I think I've had 200 S10s.
really,
I wish I could find a ratty old S10 to stuff one of these 454s I've got into.
Brian, my buddy has a '74 or '75 Valiant two-door straight
Oh
six
wow,
car
that's
that
cool.
runs great. That he's wanting to sell. I think he wants, and it's not a bad car. I need to get a video of it. I think he wants like $1,200 for it or $1,500. I don't know. It's a good running car.
Renegade's owned over 60 vehicles. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. I've had
That's a
over
lot.
200.
If I sat down and counted every single one of them,
I couldn't count all the ones I've owned. I
Yeah.
mean, there's no way I can remember them.
a lot of them I just got for scrap or
Pontiacs and
trip them out for whatever's worth and scrap the rest of them.
I had
You know,
I had an '85 Omni GLH that I drove for a little while.
oh wow.
I wish
You know,
I
it's
still had that
funny. ASO says some summer girls can't handle the Fox body. I was just going to say there was a lot of girls that couldn't drive my Fox body. Of course, it had a 4-speed in it. You know, that right there eliminates 3/4 of the modern public.
My '81 Mercury Capri had a 4-speed in it. It was a 200 straight six with a 4-speed.
81 Capri. That's a kid sister to my 82 GT Mustang.
Yeah, there for a while I was picking up S10s for 200, 300 bucks.
Okay, any Mustang older than 1970.
They were all 2.8s and a couple of 4-cylinder ones. The 4.3s were hard to come by.
Yeah, my
Well,
first,
on the cheap side. You
my
know,
first
people
S10 was a 89 with a 2.5 Iron Duke in it.
Iron Duke's a good engine.
Yeah, I had one of those also in an '81 Monza. Had a 2.5 Iron Duke with a 4-speed.
I would own Brian, Dust Devil Brian says, I would own a 71 Fastback Mustang. Those were good looking
I
cars.
wouldn't own any fastback Mustang.
the
Right.
old
are just having some shit audio.
Those things are such a fastback. I call those a flatback.
Right.
71, 72.
Dust Devil, I have a 72 Mach 1, basically the same car as the 71 he's talking about.
Alex, was that your dad's car? That's a beautiful car.
Wife should drive a Duster every day. Hell yeah. And the only Chevy I want
I got to go feed my dogs and
C1 or a C2?
get ready. But I appreciate y'all letting me come in tonight, Tony. I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
man.
glad to have you. Good chatting with you.
It's been a while since I've been on, and I was trying to get caught up.
Oh, shit, I ain't been on in 2 months, so you didn't miss much.
Yeah, I've been off work for 2 months. I mean, where this knee surgery is.
That's what you were saying. Well, I'm glad you're on the mend.
Oh man, it's better. It's like it was 20 years ago almost.
Good deal.
All right, guys. Hey, Renegade, take care of yourself, man.
Yeah,
you had a heart attack, and Miller. Glad seeing you in here tonight, man. I know you've had some really, really rough stuff going on, so it's good seeing you. But Bear Rose, it's great seeing you, man.
Always, man.
Tony, I'll get in touch with you. We'll get something set up so I can start downloading some decal stuff or some stuff.
Yeah, this weekend I'll make you an upload link and I'll shoot it to you, and probably on Facebook, or I think I've got your number. I can text it to you too.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Well, I just looked to see if I had your number, and I didn't see it in my phone, but I thought me and you'd shared it before. But if you've got mine, shoot me a text.
What's happening, Mr. Wilburn?
Mr. Wilburn, what's going on?
I'm going to check right now, Steven. I'm pretty sure I do.
If not, I'll shoot it to you in Messenger. Mohawk, good seeing you, man. John, I'm just stepping out, so we'll see you around, buddy.
Hey, and I appreciate you swinging by the live yesterday, that afternoon live. That was always fun. But
oh yeah, that was great.
The panel.
Yeah, that was a great impromptu.
We'll do it again sometime, and we'll plan it.
Yeah, that'll work. Right, cool. All right, Dean. Later, man. I'm out of here. If not, Tony, just shoot it to me in Messenger or something.
I just did. I just sent you a text.
Okay. I got you. Yeah, I've got a text from you, but maybe I changed phones or something since last time. Yeah, I got your number. But I did have a text from you back in the winter, December 25th, Christmas Day, matter of fact. All right. Thanks, man.
I try to send everybody a Merry Christmas text. We still believe in it around here.
Yep.
Take care, brother. What's going on, Mr. Wilburn?
Well, I've rested up because that takes a lot out of you, when you get hit with, 1,000, 12, 1,300 questions.
Oh, 2 hours.
It's a lot.
I've actually been a horrible host tonight. I've been paying absolutely zero attention almost to the chat. We've just been having a good time. I've been off too long. I'm just having fun being on, chatting and.
Hey, something. That's a thing now, because Tony's bringing 2, and the Useful Entertainment Gang is bringing 2, and 2-car trailers. I would hope No Name Nationals helps make more demand for those things.
Well, what was that? You and I was joking back and forth in text the other day. What'd you say? Bring 8 and 28 or something?
Yeah. He says, yeah, right.
Well, I was laughing. I jumped on and registered the rat, and I registered the rat. I said, so 1 last year, 2 this year. Hell, we'll do 3 next year, and then right. You fire back. Just bring 8 and 28.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, though, you have the truck to do it. If you had like a 7, 8, or 9-car trailer and you made people a reasonable price, it would pay your trip to bring them all. Oh, sure. I'm serious.
Yeah. Well, I know it. And, I have been shopping, kind of looking
Yeah.
around for a trailer. That's freaking 7-car and 9-car trailers. They're $100,000.
Man,
They're freaking expensive.
crazy.
You know, I mean, I'll tell you what. If I could find one for $25,000, I'd buy
Yeah.
it because I could make money with the thing.
Sure.
But $100,000 for a trailer to haul cars to no-name nationals once a year is going to take a minute to pay for itself.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking, all of this stuff has an economic life, and all of us are good at figuring out how to use things way past that.
Right.
So I mean, that might be the ticket.
Yeah, hell, I've even kicked around the idea of like a 3-car wedge,
Yeah.
but hell, even that, even those are, 15, 20,000 is what they're selling for around here, which ain't terrible, but you gotta make money with it to be able to justify that, or be a multi-millionaire.
Dean says, I hope you've received from yesterday's live. Yeah, that live had a purpose, but it was fun. Well, we'll do something again sometime on a random afternoon. It'll be fun.
And it's like, even this year, my buddy's, he's got that 30-foot equipment trailer, and that's what we're gonna put the 2 cars on, and that's why we need a rollback in Sykeston.
Yeah,
to get to unload them with, because I got a buddy here in town with a rollback we'll load them with.
Yeah. Well, so I've got a few things I got to get with Possum about next week, and that is on my list. So I'm on my crunch time list right now. I was talking to one of my vendors today. And I got more next week, and this is the 2 busiest times for No Name Nationals for me are 30 days after we announce it and 30 days before the event. And then there's always like, for whatever reason, each year, there's always been like a little troll flare up sometime in the middle of the year where they have this like little tropical troll storm they do for a little while, and then it goes away. And that's one of these things that's like unpredictable, unrelated, has nothing to do with anything. But so I have 3 little spikes in the activity.
Right. So how do you like the new stance of the truck?
Sharp.
That's the split monoleafs.
Yeah.
The Calvert split monoleafs on sliders. I was talking about it earlier in the live. I don't know if you were watching or not when I got under there with the other camera. I was showing off them slider mounts a little bit.
Cool.
I'm going to do some video on that because me and Funkhauser Race Cars got to working together, and I need to send him this.
Okay.
Because he built me. I'd reached out to him from another video, another channel that I subscribed to, another fabricator channel. A guy was building an all-wheel drive NBS, like 1,800 horsepower, all-wheel drive NBS Chevy.
Mm-hmm.
And he had these slider mount brackets from Funkhauser. So I watched that video. I must have watched that video a dozen times. I said, I could make these work. And I called out to Funkhauser. He's right next door in California. I ended up on the phone with that dude for over an hour. Nice guy, great guy. I said, hey, I saw this other guy's video and your stuff, and I said, I think I can make that work on my project. He says, well, what are you building? And I told him, and next thing you know, I'm out here on my back under the truck with my phone on speaker taking measurements, and he just modified it. He says, people don't ask me for this because they don't understand that I do everything in-house. He literally does everything from the CAD work to the laser cutting to the TIG welding in-house. So he doesn't have that exorbitant retooling charges and shit, to deal with when you outsource that stuff. And hell, he made them up for me. And you know how the rear shackle mount brackets are goofy, to say the least, the bolt pattern. So he sent them to me blank. And I told him that once I got him drilled and fitted to the truck, if he was interested, I'd create him a template and send it to him,
Nice.
and he could catalog them, and he was all over it.
Cool.
So I need to send that to him, and these parts will be commercially available in the very near future.
Neat, man.
But I'm going to do a pretty in-depth video on the stuff that I got from Matt at Funkhauser, because he did hook me up. I mean, I'm not free. I mean, I spent almost $700 with him, but he that $700 should have been pretty close to $1,000. You got a channel? I said, yeah, this is just a little pissant channel, but I got a channel. I said, I will shout you out. He's all right on, man. I said, I'll hook you up. And he was going to charge me out like $50 or something, to retool, because he had to work in CAD and stuff, which I'm good with that. That's cheap, for as far as I'm concerned. He didn't do that. And he upgraded my shock mounts to kind of future proof it, took parts from another kit that he does, in case I decide to go with an anti-roll bar, which depending on how it behaves, I might.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about the only thing that's going to be lacking under that truck at this point. I mean, I'm going with the QA1 double adjustables, making them vertical. The sliders, the Caltrax, and the split monos are under it now. So that's its new stance on those 315, 6015 Mickey Thompsons.
Like it.
I could not ask for a better fit of those tires.
What did you wind up getting ET wise on that truck last year?
Best time I ran was an 851.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That was the best time I ran, was an 851.
That truck makes some power.
It does. This year, I expect to learn whether or not I'm actually going to have to cage it. And I've got a feeling I probably will. I mean, there's no reason. I don't see any reason why that truck won't get deep in the sevens.
We're gonna find out.
we're gonna find out, and if it does, it's gonna be, oh shit, well, next year it better have a cage in it.
Well, Mr. Andy Wood,
orange paper going in there.
Yeah. Well, it's getting close to that time. Mr. Andy Wood has been 689
in Casper.
Yeah, he needs to get cagified, and he's working on that. I hear, doing the interior.
Right. And I actually haven't heard a peep out of Andy in a couple of months.
He's been working on the truck. He told me he's working on the interior of it. The swap is underway.
Nice.
So it's going on.
But what's mixed up, boss? That thing's making around 750, if I remember right, isn't it?
He
actually dynoed it.
Yeah, I was there. It made 709.
709.
And it had a little more left in it, but at the end of the dyno session, it made 709.
Right.
And right at 600 pound-feet of torque.
Right.
Just about everywhere. 525 to 600 everywhere.
Yeah. And everybody knows that I've never did dyno mine, and I'm not going to sit here and say it makes this much. I will say the way it's built, the air that it moves, the RPM that it turns, it should make in the neighborhood north of 700 to 750. In a perfect world, that engine should be capable of that. So that's why, and it feels like it. So, here it is.
Oh, no.
So I'll never sit here and say, well, it makes this much power. All I can do is speculate on the way it's put together and what it should do. Maybe someday I yank it out and put it on a dyno for shits and grins. But, the airflow numbers and everything, it's capable of 750-ish.
It's a lot of money for a number on a piece of paper.
Oh, dynoing? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
at the end of the day, I can weigh the truck. I can make a pass and take the weight in the ET and get a pretty damn good
close enough
mathematical guess. I mean, there's equations that do this, that take vehicle weight, and if you cut a good tree, that you can get in the ballpark within, a dozen or so horsepower what an engine's putting out.
The real reason for the dyno isn't to get the number. The reason for the dyno is to get the tune.
Exactly.
You get that opportunity to tune, and that's why Andy does it.
And that's how you get the number.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. You get to break your cam in a controlled condition like that, and get everything sorted out, your mixture and all of that. There's a lot of value in that.
Yeah,
there is. There absolutely
is. Tuning.
Another thing too
looks at is just they want the piece of paper.
Here's another thing too. If you're breaking in cast iron rings, look at the temperatures you subject your headers to. So wouldn't you rather use your dyno headers to break your cam in a new ring in, then put that in the car without
when it's already broke. Yeah.
And wouldn't you rather have a leak on the dyno than have a leak after you cram it down in the car? There's a lot of reasons to do it.
That's why I've got a run stand. Everything gets first fired on the run stand. Because there is nothing worse, and it's always the one that's a pain in the ass to R&R that frickin' leaks from the rear main, or a damn galley plug on the back of the block, or the cam plug or something pissing oil. It's never the ones that are easy to get in and out.
4-wheel drive truck. Yep. One that you got to climb up to climb down into.
God.
Yep.
Tell me.
Yep. Yeah. John, you're absolutely right, man. That a dyno is a tool.
Yes.
Bragging right.
Wallace calculator will tell you as close as any dyno out there. Yep.
What happens when Wallace racing calculators, if your pinion angle is wrong and you mess up your 60 and you change it and the car goes faster, how does that change your horsepower?
Right. Dust Devil says you could also put it on a chassis dyno. That's the number that really matters anyway.
Yeah, ultimately the best dyno is a drag strip.
Exactly. I was just going to say. I was just going to retort with the number that matters is.
That's really it. But the dyno's got its place. I mean,
yeah, right there. Blake nailed it. Even doing a dyno tune, real world conditions, track time, still create final tunings. I mean, I'll tell you right now, we don't have a dyno up here in Prescott, but if we did, if I dyno tuned my engine at 5,500 feet of elevation, it'd be lean as hell at Sykeston. Because what's the elevation in Sykeston? 500 feet, 1,000 feet?
It's not. I don't even think it's that. It's closer to sea level, much closer than where you are.
Yeah.
Much closer than where I am.
When you're talking about 5,000 feet, even 4,000 feet of elevation difference, the tune would be way the hell off.
Yeah, all of these tools are great. They all have their place.
So much more of it comes into play. I mean, I've seen 300 horsepower Volkswagen Bugs eat 7 horsepower. When it goes to the drag strip, it's
It will change your chassis can and will eat horsepower. Absolutely.
It does, but when Andy Wood puts the Caspermatic in the truck, it's actually, if he did nothing else, it would slow it down. So then you have a power to weight calculator that says the truck makes less power. The truck doesn't make less power, but it has less available because of that transmission.
It's like I was talking about earlier. I didn't put any of it on a scale. I've just kind of been in go mode trying to get this shit done. But, just the old biceps scale.
Blake,
I'm thinking, I'm betting I shed about 80 pounds out of the rear end of that truck, swapping from the factory 5-leaf springs to the split monos.
Bad attitude, Blake. It actually should account for torque perfectly because horsepower is just a function of torque and speed. That's all it is.
Oh, absolutely.
And people make too much of the thing about it. Those are a function of one another with RPM. That's all they are.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely right. Driver also makes a difference. That too. Yeah, we're in frickin' go mode around here. So the punch list for the rat is I got to get seat belts in it. I got to get the windows handled. I got to get the wires run for the battery disconnect. The switch is in place, but I got to get them running. I got to get drive shaft loop in it. The truck, I got to finish up the rear end, which that'll be done in a day or two. I got to put the driver's seat in it and build a drive shaft loop for it.
39 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes.
Yeah. Rub it in.
It's in the 30s now.
I know. It's frickin' crunch time. I got to keep the customers at bay while I'm at it. But that's why this last week I just kind of put the phone on silent, ignore you over there. I've been underneath the truck. I've been trying my Caltrax and everything have been sitting on the floor in the shop here for 2 months. It's got to get done.
Bad attitude, Blake. When you get used to studying with Vizard, it's all in torque. Horsepower is just whatever it winds up being. Torque is, like I said, it's just a function number. You don't even need it for anything. Horsepower is a function of torque and speed. It's why the graphs always cross at 52 for that very reason. You like it, Brian. 39 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, Brian. It's in the 30s now.
It is in the 30s.
Because that's the only clock that stops.
Right.
Yeah. Arrow's time you got forever.
So I heard in your live, John, that Ryan broke his frickin' coronet, stuck the fan through the radiator or something.
I think he broke a motor mount, I'm guessing, and stuffed his fan through the radiator. I've done that.
I think he just put that radiator in that car, too. Hope he's got another one.
Mohawk, your car had some gear. That thing would fly. Your car makes a lot of power, man.
I was always shocked that my Scamp ran as fast as my truck. My truck didn't run fast. I thought what was your best ET, Mohawk? I'd be willing to bet that Scamp would have taken my truck last year. I don't know about this year, but let's see. Dust Ellis says, I'm sure Ryan has plenty of parts to fix it. I hope so. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing that coronet.
842.
Okay, so it was a little faster. Like I said, my best time was an 851. Spinning tires, all the way half track and beyond.
Renegade, you know what? If you want to sell your toolbox, why don't you get with that group, Country Mile Garage? Theo and his gang, those guys go live for hours to talk about toolboxes. I'm for real. If there's anybody that knows where the buyer is for that, it's that bunch. Country Mile Garage.
Yeah, I actually like watching that channel.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. But that crew right there, they would be the ones that would know. That's their thing.
Dr. Go, Final Countdown, no pressure.
Yeah, we need the song from Europe, Final Countdown.
I don't know if you were in here and I was talking about her looking at my studio, but boy, my watch hours have taken a hit, taking this last couple months off of doing lives. I'm down to 2,500.
So I'll mention it for this little group because it was funny. So Cabral he goes like, what am I going to do today? Right. So it's always like, bash on Rich, UTG, Wilburn, Rich, whatever. So he said, oh, I know something I haven't bashed on in a while. Let me do some misinformation about the No Name Nationals. And one of his things he said is he thinks that the 500 sub thing is about monetization.
Oh, what a moron.
I know, but it's funny because I've explained this many times. The 500 sub thing is about, it gets people to engage in the community, and you show who you are and what you're building on, and it's camaraderie,
Right.
a sense of accomplishment. It's great. The No Name 500 worked better than we ever could have hoped for. We were just finding one easy, public, trackable, and it worked wonderful, right? And I wouldn't trade the No Name 500 for anything. It's worked great, right? So anyway, but I heard that, I'm like, most of our channels at the No Name Nationals are not monetized. A few are, most aren't. The event is not monetized. It's designed to pretty much break even.
Well,
I just think that's kind of funny.
I thought the first isn't the first stage of monetization at 800 subs, or is it 5?
Something like that. Since
is
they
it
changed
5
the rules.
now? I don't know. I don't care.
It used to be that's when YouTube kind of considered you a serious creator. That's when you got your community page and
at 500, yeah. But you never. Well, it used to be you weren't monetized, period, until you were 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours, and then they did that other tier that I'm on right now, which is I still don't get no ad revenue or nothing, but I can get supers and I can have my merch store up. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but my merch, I have my store tab. And the only reason I can do that is because my website that everybody's on is a Shopify site. And I can do that for me, but I still can't. My customers, the other channels that are on my website, they still can't. They can't do it unless they own the website. But at least they get more out of it than you get from frickin' Teespring. You said it best that time, John, when you said Teespring is to T-shirts what Swift is to trucking. I never forgot. I've used that line over and over and over again.
It is what it is.
It's the absolute truth. It is the absolute truth.
So I've actually got 3 shirt makers. I've got, obviously, Schultz has made our event shirts for years, our classic No Name Nationals tees. Our staff shirts and custom stuff we have done with Tony's Hot Rod Garage's Gunslinger Graphics. See, it is his Gunslinger Graphics. And this one was made by my aunt.
Nice.
I
love that shirt. I see you wearing it in your live.
My aunt is my like ace in the hole custom shirt maker for one-off stuff like this.
Right.
I got my No Name one over here, but I'm still covered in board goo. I'm not putting it on.
Done with HTV?
What's that?
Heat transfer vinyl. Is that what that one is?
Yeah, it is. It's great. I don't wear this thing out and get it dirty and all. It's a fun shirt. I like it. It's one of those shirts that if people get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't.
They don't, yeah.
You notice it is Bakelite brown for a reason.
That vinyl actually holds up really well.
I've had this one for years. It's just a cool shirt, right? Just different.
It holds up really well. That's how I started out. Was I've still got my Graph Tech. That's how I cut all my stickers and shit.
I never even noticed it was Bakelite brown.
Yeah,
that's cool. Because those are the breaker points you want to get.
Yeah. I'll tell you something.
Right? You don't want those stupid plastic cams.
The best magazines for your AK-47 are the Bakelite, the Soviet Bakelite bags, and they're real expensive. I mean, even like pre-Biden numbers, those things were $50 a piece. They were hard to find. They're still hard to find, but they're Bakelite, and the tin ones that are stamped, those things are so hit and miss. I mean, they'll fit some, not fit others, because the receivers are stamped too, and you start stacking up tolerances. Those things may, but the Bakelite ones fit everything, and they run great.
My views are not.
Dean is correct. And I have another shirt that I want that duo to make sometime this upcoming week.
and not monetize.
I don't have anything against people that want to have a monetized channel. I have a monetized channel, and if you want to make money on your job, that's all good and fine. But the community's where it's at. I mean, that's actually what YouTube was made for. Was for community.
Exactly.
I mean, in the beginning of YouTube, which was I think November of 2005, before there was any money in YouTube and before there was any fame from YouTube. Back when fame was a TV or movies thing, before there was internet famous, YouTube was about community. The first YouTube video was a guy who posted a video of his trip to the zoo so he could share it for people to see. That's what YouTube was made for. And I want to bring that back. What's wrong with that? There are people that just forget that that's like what YouTube was actually made for.
Right.
Facebook was for pictures and YouTube was for video.
Right.
Boy, I heard that, Renegade. I'm leaning on one right now that's worth at least that. That other camera.
But the 500, like you said, it's a great way to get people started. It's an achievable goal.
Yes. That No Name 500 experience, when people go through that, that seems like it's just enough to keep them rolling and keep them engaged. And I think it's got a lot of benefit.
That drawer alone is about $4,000.
You know what, though? Like Dust Devil, his channel's a great example of No Name 500 getting somebody rolling good. Barrows started with 42 subs in the middle of the winter and said, hey, I'm going to do it, and showed everybody how it was done. Tony's Hot Rod Garage was a No Name 500 channel at one time. Twisted Mopar Garage. Look how many channels have come out of that No Name 500 experience. It's just awesome. It's great.
2X Jeff.
I was Jeff's first subscriber.
Yeah.
Were
He
you really?
registered at 0, and I was his very first subscriber.
That's too cool.
And he's over 10,000 now. And never forgot where he came from. I mean, to me, that is the best legacy of this event. Is how many people have, you have to risk your ego and show what you work on, tell who you are, and bond with this community. That's what it's all about.
Dust Devil Brian says, I don't need a monetized channel. I already have a job and I don't want another one. Right?
I don't begrudge anybody making money on YouTube. I mean, the people who do it with just garbage and to sell OnlyFans and stuff, yeah, that's garbage and tacky.
Yeah,
but I gotta tell you, people who want to just have a good quality channel and make money from it, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all.
To be able to make real full-time job kind of money, you got to put in a lot of effort. If you want to do it. It's all good.
Now, I've never wanted to do that. Well, for one reason, I probably couldn't, because that takes like a certain amount of smarts and charisma and want to do it and all that. And so I wouldn't take anything away from a person who has that rock star ability to do that. But another thing is YouTube is really bad about picking winners and losers for these arbitrary reasons. Like, these guys that have the police body camera channels. It is so easy to get demonetized for just nothing. Stuff that you can get on a FOIA, stuff that the FCC would be okay with. They follow all the rules and they still get demonetized. And it's a lot of work for those channels. So they pretty much have to be crowdfunded by their subscribers. And the thing is you could put together a really good channel and a whole lot of work. And if the YouTube gods decide, okay, we're pulling the plug on him, you're done.
You're done.
You're done. All that investment in your career of YouTube is over. And I know a few big channels telling me their revenue is cut in half because now YouTube has started rewarding shorts.
Yeah.
And it's what they did is just like all this things like, of just an example, student loan debt forgiveness, what that means is that we're going to ask everybody else to pay it. Well, there's no free money, and the shorts are the same thing. There's no free revenue for those guys. So where is it coming from? We're going to take it from the long-form content creators, and that's exactly what they've done. So in the ecosystem, nothing comes just out of nowhere. It has to come from something. And the same thing we're seeing exactly the same thing with YouTube. So that revenue pot is not just instantly increased because of shorts. No, they're taken from the long form guys and given to the shorts.
To the short guys.
And I think that's unfortunate. Ultimately, I think it's going to dumb down the overall pool of what they're rewarding on YouTube. And so, for guys who really put everything in and investing only for this to happen as soon as they've spent all that work, I hate it for them.
I'll still keep doing what I'm doing, and if they throw me a buck, they throw me a buck. Man,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because I've never been in this for the money, not one day. Any little bit of money we get gets rolled right into the no-name nationals, and whatever it is great. But I mean, I'm not, not dependent on it.
I ever get any money out of YouTube, I'll just dump it back into the hot rods.
Exactly.
And when you're not dependent on YouTube money, it also makes you cancel resistant.
Yep.
Right.
So
I'm just throwing links up to everybody's store that's on my website.
Yeah, that's cool.
If you're wondering what the hell I'm doing.
No, we can see it. I got to tell you, Tony has done the staff shirts for No Name Nationals, and we're working on some other things too, but I can vouch for everything I've gotten from him, be it a sample, be it a shirt, be it a product we purchased. It's all been great. Great quality, great product. I can completely endorse what he does there.
You never know, Dennis. You might hit it someday.
I mean, if you do take it, it doesn't. I mean, it didn't hurt anything. I mean, but
that's the way I see it.
That's what I did. I never made any drive to become monetized. They send you an email when you've hit whatever your subscriber and watch hour metrics are, and then when they do, you fill out a little thing for Google AdSense, and you give them an account that they can deposit to, and whenever you get $100 worth in there, they send it to you, and that's it. And I have a YouTube bank account. And it just builds up as time goes on. And whatever's in that account, here at No Name Nationals, I'll roll it into the event.
Well, YouTube will not last.
I just leave mine all in there. I've yet to take a draw off of it.
I didn't take a draw off mine for like 3 or 4 years. And then I finally used it last year, and that's what paid for the movie at No Name Nationals.
That was cool.
That's and I haven't used it since. So what I'll do is I'll take everything out and roll it into the event, except I leave $1.11 in there to keep the account open, because you got to have $1 in there and 11 cents because it's my favorite number. So I'll leave $1.11 in, roll the rest in. And that's just I'll probably do that every year now. Not that there's much in there.
I've got exactly $3 in mine. That was a super chat from Lars.
Yeah. Yeah, right. There's no reason not to, Renegade. I mean, whatever.
I use YouTube as a way to keep my videos on, so my phone isn't full all the time. Plus, others can see what stupid stuff I'm doing. Exactly. I don't think any of that stuff's stupid. I like all that tractor stuff. Restoring the John Deeres and the paint booth and everything. I enjoy watching those get fixed up. YouTube runs ads on everyone's videos, no matter if you're monetized or not. So you might as well get monetized when you can. That's what irritates me, is that they run the ads and I don't get the money from them.
I kind of think, how when you're using the free version of a software, it has a watermark on it?
Right.
Because you're not paying for it. Well, if they're running ads on your channel, I look at it as they're using the free version of your channel. So you shouldn't have ads.
Exactly.
Right? Isn't that fair?
There
think
is a
that's
box
fair.
you can click that says no ads.
If you're
But
monetized, you don't have
they
the option
will
if you're not.
bottom you if you do that.
If you're not monetized, can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, because I didn't know that. 'Cause I thought if
You
you were
can also
monetized,
set it to people can't clip it. It's in that section. I mean,
I've
if you
never
want,
seen one where you
I
can do
never recommend that to anybody because if you do it, they're not going to push you. They're gonna sink you to the bottom.
as a personal choice, I do not have ads that roll in the middle of my content.
Yeah.
Only on the ends. And the reason for that is no. I'll have correction. I'll have ads that roll in the middle, but I will not have banner ads because I don't want that thing to cover up content that I have
Oh,
made
yeah.
and replace
I hate
my
it.
content with their ad. Because you never know what that content will be. That could
Yeah.
be something really important. Like you could be doing something on a tabletop and they just replace your content with a box with an ad over it. And I hate that. So
I
that's why
hate
there's never any
that.
banner ads on my channel.
I hate anything that any ad when you're scrolling a website and some damn pop-up ad comes up and covers up what you're looking at. You know, that pisses me off. That's annoying.
And I have mine set to no political and no enhancement drug stuff. So right now, mine is taking a little hit on because it's an election year. So
I would happily do that. I didn't know you could.
That irritates me every time I ever have half all the ads I get on YouTube or some goddamn penis extension ads. I get so sick of seeing them.
hey, you can shut those off.
Hey, Barrows, if you don't mind, send me where those settings are because I'm glad to do that on mine.
The political one or the
any of that, just where those settings are to get rid of that stuff.
As just the viewer, you can turn that off.
Yeah, or not as a viewer for your channel.
Right. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. As a viewer, when I'm just sitting on my phone watching YouTube, half the ads that show up are some fucking penis extension ad. I'm sick of it.
That's in your AdSense.
Oh, okay.
Gives you like categories, and I shut those off. I block those and political.
Brian reminded me of something.
Well, and see, I turn off all the cookies and all the invasive shit, you know, where they. Oh, shut up, Brian. Whatever. I turn off all the cookies and crap and all the targeted ads, and you know, I don't want them looking in there, so they just throw whatever at me, you know. Yeah, I keep all that shit, all that tracking shit and everything turned off.
Yeah, ads you can't skip. Those are terrible when they're 2 minutes or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I am going to try to find it in the budget to get a VRS for the truck, though, before No Name. That would be cool. I really want to try out that 850 Edelbrock VRS.
You know, why don't you talk to Shane and see if he's got a loaner he can bring?
That'd be cool.
He might be able to do that. You never know.
Give him my number. Tell him to call me.
Yeah, I'll holler at him.
I don't mind buying the thing, but you're on your phone while you're on the toilet. They probably you must be talking about yourself there, Brian.
So I clicked on a chat, and this poor fellow was getting trolled. And this was in the chat. And I have no idea because I'm blocked over there and can't comment anyway. This was in the chat.
That's funny.
Okay.
How the fuck would he know?
Stuff you can't make up.
Right? What do you do?
Shorts are a quick way to get your channel out there. Ken Tall Garage said shorts are like memes.
Yeah.
And that's a good way of looking at it. Some of them are. Some of them are actual legit content. And I applaud the guys that figured out how to make shorts into good content. But I really lament the shorts putting such a squeeze on good long form content.
Right. Well, and a lot of them are just so stupid. I mean, there is some good shorts out there, don't get me wrong, but a lot of them are just so freaking stupid.
Yeah. Oh, and the pot ads are obnoxious.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
It's in your advanced settings under your whole channel setting.
Makes you wonder.
Advanced. Okay, I'll take a look.
Your phone list is
Disable interest-based ads. It disables all ads that. But it says in warning labels, this will seriously hurt your.
Well, at least they tell you the truth.
Yeah. So they will not push
I'm sure they just pull you out of the algorithm, period.
Yeah. It'll get out to all of your subscribers. Where it says like basic info.
Or the antifreeze.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't remember if you did it on each individual video or if it was, but it's for your whole channel, so it shuts it all off.
Twisted Mopar is 642 subs.
Twisted Dennis is at 642.
Yeah.
Dennis has done well with it. He had to keep pressing through that sophomore slump. He's done well.
I'm at 960.
You're getting close, man.
Yeah. Well, I might get it, and I start getting, once I get the truck back together and get a little truck content. I was hoping to have 1,000 by No Name, but shit, I haven't put out no videos. I'm surprised I got the 960.
Well, we can help you with that.
Yeah, that's the key to it all. Is you got to do videos.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a few people that make 1,000 subs without videos, but whoa, that's.
No, I really want the truck back together in the next week or two because I want to get some footage on it. I'd like to get it down to the local track at least once, but whether or not that happens, I don't know. But the local track is 140 miles away. Shit, there's only 2 drag strips left in Arizona. One's 100 miles south and one's that much further south.
The only guy I could
maybe I should put out a video or something, right?
Probably think of be Tim Windsor, who has no videos, but he's a full-fledged member of the entire community. He supports everybody. I mean, he really put in the work as a coordinator.
What's that, John?
Who's going to hit 1,000 first? Dust Devil Garage or Tony's Hot Rod Garage?
Ooh, we got a race here?
We might.
Oh, line them up.
What did he say he had? 968?
I remember Don and Tony had a race to 500 last year.
Yeah.
I think Dust Devil and Tony should have a race to 1,000 this year.
Come on, guys, line them up.
Yeah, I like it. Well, I'll beat him to 1,000, and then I'll beat him on the drag strip.
Hey, the 500 is like the 8th mile. You guys are going quarter mile here. Come on.
I know, right?
Line them up.
Hey, Brian, make him eat those words.
Little
You both have
friendly
got all
banter
kinds of
going
stuff
on
you got to
here.
do between now and then. There's no lack of content, even if it's just shorts.
There is no lack of content.
And John, you could even do a video of a tree going down. Got Tony's hot rod garage over here. Rust Devil garage here. Here goes the tree down. Go.
Yeah.
I have too much work to do to film crap. Yeah, I hear you, Brian, but we are YouTubers. Supposed to be. That's been my problem. I've been so effing busy. I'm just concerned with getting it done now.
Most I've been able to
But
do is
if I had any sense, I'd just set the camera up and let it eat, and then I could go back and cut pieces out of it and make videos later. But like I said, once this is all together, I am going to do a good in-depth video of the how, at least explaining what it is and how and why it works, and the big Funkhauser parts and how it all went together. I did find out something interesting this afternoon, though, and it's actually going to save me a little bit of money. Did you know that Jegs branded double adjustable shocks are QA1s? I thought that was interesting. So I'm going to give them a shot at $100 a shock less than the QA1. I'm still going to have to run the real QA1s on the front because Jegs doesn't have that one in their brand. But that's all right. Save me a couple $100.
That's a couple $100 you can put someplace else.
A couple $100 is 25% of that VRS.
It's funny how you never really save money. You just get more stuff to put more on.
Yeah. Well, that damn 850 CFM VRS is $957. The 650 and 750s are like $700. But
that's a hell of a carburetor, though.
Yeah, it is. But doesn't cousin Mike have one?
Yeah,
I thought so.
I did a video in the shop where
that's right. You did
side by side with.
His ain't the 850 though, is it?
No. No, his is 650.
Yeah. See, my engine had starved to death with that. What's he showing here? It's not focusing.
There you go, Brian. 960 even.
Yeah, you know what's weird was when I started this live tonight, I had 962. Fucking YouTube. Seriously, when I started the live, I had 962. Yeah, where you at?
Here we go.
Yeah, there's the answer right there. So 960, Brian. Been in and out of the hospital, doctor's office this year. It's been hard to get anything done, but I'm still trying. Uh-oh, what happened to John? We lost. There he is. You save money in one place.
No,
you have more
I'm trying to get my camera to refocus.
Oh.
Mine will do that too. It'll hang every now and then.
Yeah, every now and then. It's all right.
Hey, look at there. We got Mr. Cope.
John Cope is in the house. What's up, brother? Man, did you see that Bluesmobile video he did the other day?
I've seen the pictures. I have not yet seen the video. 960 here.
He needs to refresh.
904 in it.
See, that's what I was just saying. When I started the live, it was 962. and for some reason it's dropped 2 subs in the course of the last couple hours. And I'll bet you $50 they're back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord knows I know all about that. Good night. And it kept dropping me to 420.
Twisted lost a couple of games tonight. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I thoroughly enjoyed that Bluesmobile video. Not so much because it was a Bluesmobile. I mean, that was badass. You know, you can't take the Bluesmobile away from the Bluesmobile, but because it was not only an actual 74 Monaco, but I noticed something in that video that not too many people would know about that car, and that was the speedometer. And the way I know this is my dad had one. He wrecked it when I was 10 years old. And to this day, 35 years later, my heart still bleeds for that poor car. But it was the 140 mile an hour police certified speedometer that you did not find in the non-police package cars. And it's been about 37 years, if I'm being honest, since I've been inside of one of those cars and seeing he was shooting from the passenger seat of that car and seeing the dash and the seats and everything. It was a time capsule, and I remembered everything about the car. Everything I saw in that video is exactly the way I remember Dad's car. And you know, it was cool. You know, it was sentimentally cool for me.
All right, so each of you could pick your favorite Malaise era car. What would it be? When I say Malaise era, I'm talking anything in the park bench bumper era up to 80, something like that.
I would probably have to say a 74 Monaco.
Fair enough.
I'd have to say a Cordoba.
A Cordoba?
Or that, yeah. Cordobas are cool. I like them. But I would have to say the Monaco.
You remember the show Hunter with Fred Dreyer?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yep, I do. He drove a 78 Monaco, and he got pissed off when he couldn't have that car.
I love that car. I would want one with that same dark green 4-door, just like that, with a 400. That would be mine right there.
You do know that particular make and model of car in the police trim was the fastest cop car in production until the 90s.
Wow. What about 1981? Okay, then what's yours that's 1981?
81. Oh, Lord.
If there's something you want from 80, I mean, we're just making this, just having fun with it.
There's actually nothing out of the 80s that I give a shit to have.
What would yours be, Cope? Because that 71 Fury doesn't count. It's got to be later. It's got to be, like I said, park bench era bumpers and up.
If I had to pick something from 1981, it would have to be either a B van or a D series pickup.
Oh, yeah, trucks. Oh, yeah.
If I have to pick something from 81, it's going to be a 1981 Mustang.
Yeah, that Fox body. I had an 82 GT, so.
Sure. 74 and up.
I'd get on board with that.
73 is when the Mopars had the thick-looking bumpers, but whatever. Something in the mid and late 70s when the government came first and the cars came second.
Everything got nadered.
Yeah, right.
I'm still sticking with the Monaco.
Yeah.
81. I'm still stumped on that one. I can't think of nothing.
It wasn't much more better than 81.
81, I think I'm with John on the Fox body. Or, like I say, a B van or a D series Dodge pickup. But if it's got to be a car,
like the Fox.
Or I'll tell you,
I think I like the Fairmont better.
he
Just
said
because it's
connoisseur.
unexpected. Oh, sorry.
Or an Eldo.
If you had an Eldorado, you would have to wear a gold chain around your neck and ride it around downtown Chicago. And you would have to have a bumper sticker that says, "Don't look in the trunk."
He was having way too much fun with that fucking speaker and that Bluesmobile, though. That shit was funny.
Renegade, liquidate that toolbox and talk to him. That's a beautiful car. It's a well
It
done.
is.
I've seen it in person. Seriously, I'm not kidding, Renegade. You got like 30 good
And
hardcore days to do it.
also-
Liquidate that toolbox. Come to No Name Nationals. Work a deal with Dennis, and you can enter that thing in the bracket.
Maybe. Maybe.
I'm really partial to the Vegas. I love the
Same.
Vegas wagon with the split bumper.
Yeah, and a small block in it.
I really wish that Chrysler had those small cars like that they actually made. It's like the ones that were Japanese made, they're soulless to me. Like if they had made an actual Chrysler American made Dodge Colt, I would love that. But they never made a Chevy 2 size car. They never made a Vega or a Pinto size car. It's always been a bummer to me.
Ford Maverick.
I could see that. I love the Fairmont.
Yeah, Fairmonts are cool.
Fairmont.
Nelsons have a really cool Fairmont.
People who don't like Fairmonts have something wrong with. I don't know.
That is a.
Isn't
that a Fairmont that the Nelsons have?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think Calvin's bringing it too.
That's what I thought. I thought they had a Fairmont.
That thing boogies on a 26-inch tire too.
Yeah. Well, I've seen the videos of it. I'm pretty sure it was a Fairmont.
You want a good sleeper, Fairmont.
Well, not anymore, because now all the Fairmonts that are still running are fast.
Right.
Yeah, about 20 years ago. You know what? I saw one running one time. Guy had one that ran in the 9s in the quarter mile, and that thing from the outside, unless you were really looking at it, you're like, you would never have thought.
What was that YouTuber, Eric, the car guy?
Yeah.
He actually got his into the Hot Rod magazine, I think it was. That was pretty cool. But it looks from the outside just like Grandma's car. But it's quick.
I liked a ton of the smaller cars, but I'm 6'4" with a very tall torso and could not fit the smaller 70s and 80s cars. I am thoroughly going to enjoy seeing that rat haul ass down the track, though, because I'll never forget the comment that one of our favorite little trolls said about that car that couldn't go 20 miles an hour. Remember that, John?
Not specifically, but that's because there's so much stuff they say.
And I couldn't get my fat ass into it. Well, my fat ass was in it on that friggin' short that I was sharing earlier. And it ain't got a speedometer in it, but I'm sure we far exceeded 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, you gotta know more about cars than how to stack cleaning products on it and talk shit.
I know, right?
Well, like I said, Barrows, I paid for some super clean to degrease the front of my van. I sure did. And you know what? I didn't have to. I'm pretty sure I could have all the super clean I could ever spray for the rest of my life if I wanted to answer some emails.
Lord.
But, you know, and it works good. I have nothing against it. The stuff works. I've used it. I've used it for like 30 years. I was using it before anybody offered it to me for free.
Oh,
but
I know.
The fact of the matter is I am not going to be, you know, a sponsor's hoe. I'm just not.
This is how I've always bought my super clean.
Yeah. No, stuff works good. I've used it for years.
You want to keep the painted finish on it, and you don't want to hurt it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it always has been my go-to degreaser. I mean, all the way back, for 20 years or whatever.
I degreased the front end of that van. It was a mess. Oh,
Not mine, but
I can't remember the last time I used a different brand.
usually when I'm going that deep, I want paint off too. So
yeah.
Yeah, and if you ain't careful, Super Clean will wash paint off.
Oh, yeah. It'll make paint soft.
mine's easy off.
Yeah, that's everything off.
Right.
Or gasoline. But that one's a little. I don't do video on that one.
It could be dangerous.
You can decide if you wanted a Fairmont or a two-door Fox Mustang two-door. So you put the Mustang chassis in the Fairmont, right? Dr. Ghost says, I still have my 81 Cordoba I ordered when I was 20. It fit me. That's cool.
That is cool.
Everybody called it a Monte Carlo knockoff.
I can see that.
But I like the Cordoba better. It's got a better roof line. The way the back quarter panel comes on the Cordoba over through the front end, it just looks better. And I'm partial to Chevy.
Grease trap, anything you say. Shitter's full, anything the trolls say, right? I'll never forget last year when my damn septic tank backed up.
Who are you talking
I don't remember what the context of the conversation was, but me and Cope were texting about something, and it took me a minute to get back to him, and I apologized and told him what was going on. And he responded with, "Shitter's full, Clark." Made me laugh because I was not having a very good day. That was cool. Shitter's full, Clark.
Another YouTube channel that used my name without my permission to go after another big name YouTube channel that I had nothing to do with.
Right. I knew as soon as Brian said that, I knew you were going to find that do something with that.
And a guy I tried to help.
Oh, you're talking about that 220 prick.
Nope.
Now, Rose, there's a lot of those people we've tried to help in exchange. Thanks. There's a lot of those.
They're everywhere.
And boy, they just beat the hell out of you, John. That's just wrong.
And it's almost the kinder you are and the more you do for them, the nastier they are.
Yep.
Just the nature of it. It's just like we got people like that. We've got grifters and all kinds of different people floating around the fringes of this community. And you got to not let those people take away the joy of giving and the spirit of community from you as much as they try to for their own selfish vanity. You got to not let that happen. So
don't spoil 1,000 good friends. So
and real quick, while we're on this kind of topic, I want Renegade to know something. So I had a Rich 220 watch party yesterday afternoon, and I'll tell you exactly why I did it. And if you watch my watch party, I didn't say anything about Rich. I said nothing about Rich. I watched Rich beat up on Two Hacks Jeff unwarranted for an hour all afternoon. I said, enough of this. And I can't comment over there. So I just said, you know what? I'm going to start streaming his live, and I know that'll make Rich stop. And it did. In 1 minute, he stopped. You know what I did? I shut that down, and we just had social hour for 2 hours, and he never came up. So I just thought, you know what? I've heard enough of Jeff getting battered for doing nothing. Again, he's done nothing but try to help Rich, been nothing but good. He's, Jeff's a great guy, right? And so anyway, I just thought that was kind of a little countermeasure. I'd had about enough of that, and Jeff doesn't need that right now. He's got enough going on in his life. Yeah. So that was what I did and why I did it. And it's all good.
And
turned the negative into a positive. We wound up having
I'm-
guys that normally don't get to hang out and had a good time, and it was always good.
I'm sorry I missed that, but at the same time, I'm not, because it would have raised my blood pressure too.
Yeah.
These fucking people.
Jeff has always been a good community player and everything, and
Big time.
Seen him bend over backwards to help people that
Yeah.
he barely knows. I mean,
Well,
he's
he
just,
tried to help that motherfucker
Yeah.
back, in the beginning.
as did we all. But you know what? What can you do? I mean, people have to select themselves for removal from this community.
So here's a little tidbit that Mr. Cope helped point out for me inadvertently. When you delete the governor in your 727, don't forget to plug that fucking hole.
Oh yeah, yeah. You got to plug it off. Could have said
I was watching him do a video. I think he did it over the 4th of July, and I was watching the video, and a light bulb came on. Fuck. I didn't do that. So now I got to drop the fucking exhaust so I can drop the cross member, so I can drop the tail housing, so I can pull the damn gear off and put this one in it.
Yeah.
I just pulled this out of a cord, tapped it, and stuck a plug in the fucking thing.
We did that on mine, and I've learned lots of cool things from Cope.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, from what he was saying, it just fills the extension housing full of fucking oil and starves the planets in the process.
So that output shaft ball bearing that never goes bad can have even more oil.
Yeah, I suppose. Now it really won't go bad, but now I'm gonna have to fix it. Hopefully next year I'll build a 46 for it. I really would like to have the overdrive.
You're going to keep it as a street?
What's that?
You're going to keep it as a streetable?
Of course. That was always the goal, was to keep it streetable. And it's streetable now, but the overdrive would make it so much nicer. Now, I'd like to do dragon drives with it and shit. No reason why I can't. But that lockup, I mean, they did such a good job with that converter. It doesn't build heat, so I don't have a problem with heat. But, it'd be nice to be able to run a deeper gear and, right currently the way it is. I mean, I got 355s in it now, which is good, but a 411 would be better on the track, but it would suck on the street.
Put 488s in it, and the 46 RH have the best of both worlds.
Exactly.
You got a tall enough tire for that.
Exactly. And from what I understand, I was talking to Cope, next year he's going to have available for purchase an actual SFI approved big block 46 case available. No Ultra-Bell, no bullshit, just the SFI case and build it out. That I can get on board with.
Hey, Dr. Go, check it out. So the word someday means I'm not serious. When you say someday, what comes behind it means I'm just making noise. If you put that on a calendar, even if it's 2026, if you put that on a calendar, the odds of it happening go way up. So I used to know a guy that would say someday and one of these days are two things that are not on any calendar I've ever seen. And the only reason I say that is because I know people that said someday for 10 years. And so this is why I always do this, right? Because a goal has to have a deadline and it has to have an action plan. So you know what? Put it on the calendar to see Cope's shop and whatever. It could be November of 2025, but actually put it on your calendar and actually write notes of what would it take. Okay, well, if I save $10 a month in gas, and if I save this much, and that's something I put in my off time, it causes you to do things you wouldn't normally do that you want to do. Because the one thing you'll never get any more of is time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes someday never comes.
That's right. You have 8 trips a year to that area? Well, then put it on a calendar for one of them. Pick the one where it's going to work out and do it.
Yeah, you're right there.
You can go see my parking sign. I have a reserved parking place there.
For the 904 King.
That's it.
You got to leave a potato somewhere.
Right. Dougster.
It's Dr. Go. It's always a possibility. Of course, if you want to know if anybody's coming, you got to ask them. Only they know.
Yeah, Mohawk said it best right there. Dr. Go, you can come to No Name Nationals and meet all of us. Just saying.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the whole reason I wanted to do the No Name Nationals, because I knew I could never live long enough to go and see all the people I wanted to meet in person.
Lars.
Really, really and truly.
Go, Dr. Go, go, go.
I'd have to say it really is the largest meet and greet.
That's what it is.
And then we just happen to have a drag strip that everybody uses that a little bit.
Oh, we're going to have it at a drag strip because we all like cars. We all like racing. Yeah. I mean,
it really is all about the camaraderie.
I mean, every now and then I have people tell me what the event is about. Most people let me tell them, what I was thinking of, when we came up with it.
The words of Mr. Cope himself.
Look at that.
I like the rat.
No, that was the shifter in the truck. I was showing off Cope's laser engraving that he did on it last year for me. You didn't see the shifter I did in the rat, did you, John?
I did not.
Where the fuck is my drop light? Looking for the drop light, and it's actually where it belongs. How about that?
Dadgummit.
That never happens.
It's like you're in there working with my dad. He's putting the tools away as you're using them.
So here's the story behind this shifter. Okay, so this shifter was Jason's son's first welding project in middle school. So it's got sentimental value. However, the rest of it that was just a rod hooked up to the transmission is pretty unfunctional for a car like this. So off a marketplace, we found this Hearst for $100. Cut the top half off of the custom shifter and welded on that turnbuckle nut. So we get the best of both worlds. And the neutral safety switch to keep them pesky tech guys happy.
Hey, Dr. Go. Okay, if you go to Cope's, you got to get a picture with this banner as proof that you were there.
Yep.
You got to get a picture with that banner to prove you went to Cope's. And I won't tell you where it is. You got to find it.
And then when we're actually on the drag strip, we just take the sentimental shifter off and put the knob on it so it's a little more user friendly. of both worlds. I haven't opened it yet, John, but I did get the package the other day. I'm guessing that's the banner.
I have 2 of them right here in boxes.
Yeah. I was sitting here scratching my head like,
Yes.
what in the hell is that number that you just texted me, that number?
Yeah.
And I finally figured it out the other day when the damn thing showed up. It was the tracking number.
You should. I figured you, if anybody, would pick right up on that. Yes,
I've had a
Dr.
lot
Joe.
going on.
There's the banner. This is what it comes in. The dirty hippie Jeremy was afraid of opening a box that looked like this.
Oh, shit. I was actually just going to show you where I'm going to hang it, but I'm not, because it'll be seen.
These are on the website, Dr. Go.
It'll be seen in the next video I put up, so maybe somebody will have to pick it out where it's at. Actually, hell with it. I will show it where it's going to go. See if they watch the live. Right up there, right on top of that whiteboard is where that banner is going to go.
Cool. So when you do your Tom Muse whiteboard videos, it'll be up there in the background.
Tom Muse.
Hey, Renegade.
That's actually my sticker board that I haven't even had time to put stickers on.
The banners are $30 shipping included anywhere in the continental U.S. on the site, nonamenationals.com. And they're nice banners. These are the same heavy grade vinyl with good grommets and everything. I mean, they're a quality piece. These are the exact same material that our 10-foot banners for the event. And these things are legit. And the size of this banner, so I was looking at JB's garage door that he does his lives in front of, and he's got all these stickers, and he's got a panel there. I said, hey, JB, and all I did was I text, hey, JB, can you give me the measurements of that panel of your garage door? And he never even asked what I wanted them for. And so I sized these banners to that panel on his door.
What is that?
And I just sent him one. And he said, oh, that must be what you wanted the numbers for. So anyway, these are really good banners. They're outdoor grade vinyl, good stuff, made in America, and they're in the store.
Yeah, that's the kind of banner you could hang up in your shop door with bungee cords, and it would live.
Yep. You can hang it outside. If you want to go to the event, you can hang them outside on your space there or whatever. They're good stuff.
What is that, about 5 feet long, something like that?
It's 44 long, 9 high.
Okay,
that's the size of David's door.
Yeah, just shy of 4 feet. Right on. That's a good size.
They're handmade in Christiansburg, Virginia, by a guy named Kevin. They are American made.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been wanting to put a banner up in here for a long time. I'm glad to have it. I need to redo the stickers on the back of the truck. I got to get a Cope sticker on there because I'm sure there's going to be something again this year. There always is. You got to have a Cope sticker.
Well, you got to have to ask him that.
I've got enough of them around. Got to get my No Name National sticker back on it. I think I got 4 or 5 of them around still, so we're good there. Gotta have a few. I don't put all the, you got all the cool stickers, the huge engines, the comp cams, the this, the that, the other thing. But you know what? Them guys didn't give me nothing. So why the hell should I put their stickers on my truck?
Besides that, everybody's got a Summit.
I know, right? They didn't give me nothing either.
Speedway, that's common.
No Name Nationals, on the other hand, has given me a hell of a lot. I'm proud to fly its flag.
We always look into the community first, so
Exactly.
Tony does a lot of work for the No Name Nationals. Our staff shirts were all done, monograms, really good stuff. I've been super pleased with everything he's done for the event. Just good stuff and good service too. Tony takes good care of you.
And you were talking about earlier in your live, I don't know if you saw that comment there at the end when you were talking about help getting set up. Me and Jason will be there with bells on.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
We will be in town early Wednesday afternoon. So there you have it. Just holler. Speaking of that, will I be able to drop the trailer inside the track gates on Wednesday afternoon?
Yeah. Well, so I'll be there all day Wednesday setting up. I mean, there are some people who would come in August if you'd let them. But yeah, you can always unload there on Wednesday. That's totally fine. Yeah, I'll be there all day Wednesday. Wednesday is a long setup day. In fact, I even dropped by, and I know you can't come Tuesday night because sometimes I'll get Tuesday night about 10, 11 o'clock at night. And I'll actually go out if there's any reason I think I need to check something out. There's going to be a problem, right?
Yeah.
But I think we're going to be fine.
Now we're gonna leave bright and early Tuesday morning, so we'll be there early afternoon Wednesday. I got the hotel booked for Wednesday night through Saturday night.
When are you leaving?
When? Tuesday.
Yeah. Tuesday at crazy o'clock in the morning?
Yeah. We'll probably leave at 5 or 6 in the morning.
So then you're going to drive, like both of you drive so that you can get there?
We might. It's 22 hours. It's a 22-hour drive straight through. We might share driving and we might stop. We might stop. We leave 0 dark 30 Tuesday morning, drive till the sun goes down, grab a bite to eat, grab a room, crash out, leave at 0 dark 30. I mean, we'll make it to eastern Oklahoma on our first day.
Hopefully not to put a brake caliper on.
Bet your ass. Whatever it is we tow with, I'm going over that motherfucker with a fine-tooth comb before we leave. Well, you remember all the chaos and minutia that I had to put up with there at the end with that shithead backing out on that trailer.
Yeah.
It put me behind. And I didn't have the time to go over the truck. And I mean, he uses the truck every day. Who was I to think this thing was going to shit a brake caliper? It's just one of those things. But if we don't bring one of his brand new Fords, we're going to bring the M2 Freightliner. So, either way, we'll be good on that front.
Cool. Another neat thing, I love it when people have these open trailers and you can see their cool stuff going down the road.
Yep.
Oh, how cool is that going to be? That 30-foot
right there.
Yeah,
Show it off.
That 30-foot aluminum equipment trailer we're going to put the rat in the very front of it and my truck behind it because we've already done all the measuring, and my truck that pretty much from here back will hang off the back of the trailer, but that's fine as long as the wheels are secure and it's tight down. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. But how cool is that gonna look? Those two cars,
really cool,
are driving across the country.
Hey, that brings me something. Everybody who would do this, and I'll be mentioning this a little bit later, but you reminded me of it. If you guys could get a video. Set your camera up somewhere or have somebody else hold it or whatever so that you can get a video of you rolling out with your stuff, your trailers, your cars, your gear, and get me a good shot of you rolling out of wherever all loaded up. I really would love to get a clip of that from everybody who will get me that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have something I want to do with that.
one too many.
Like last year, I did the short before I left the driveway, but I can do
Yeah,
it.
that kind of stuff, like, loading up and then everything loaded up, like leaving the driveway, rolling out. That would just, I would, there's something I'd like to do with that if I can get that from everybody.
Yeah.
That's
Or as
cool.
many as I get. Yeah. Like the Bad Tree guys, putting their own little caravan together. That's freaking cool, right? I mean,
Yeah. Well, we were talking. Jason was wanting to fly his son in out of Wyoming, but he ain't going to be able to get the time off. But I was talking to Dust Devil Brian because he's local to the area, and he knows more. If you were going to fly in from this, where would you fly to? And he said, Springfield, which is kind of what I was figuring. And then we cooked up the idea that, him and Brian and us would meet up and we'd caravan down. But it turns out Bryce can't get the time off work, so we don't have to go that far east, only to double back. But
somebody was saying there is an airport there, but it's a small airport.
It's a smaller airport, and it was actually funny because the cost wasn't that much different, but he had to fly out of Denver.
Mm-hmm.
He lives near Casper, Wyoming.
Yeah.
And
there ain't nothing out there.
He couldn't fly out of he could fly from Casper to Springfield, but which is stupid because it was a jump flight from Casper to Denver, and then he got on another plane to go, but there was not a flight available that would go directly from Casper to Denver into that local airport that's like 20 minutes from the track. But he could have flown from Denver to that airport, which is stupid because he was going to go to fucking Denver anyways. But
they do that to us here in Idaho. The wife has to fly out to Medford, Oregon every once in a while from Idaho. She'll fly to Denver to catch the flight to go to Oregon. So she goes this way to go this way.
Yeah. Are you familiar with that geography I was just talking about, Casper, Wyoming area?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I figured you might be because you ain't that far away. But he can't get the time off work, so that's a bummer. It would have been a lot of fun. So we're just going to come straight through, just me and Jason. But go ahead, John.
I just want to know why everything that you send to where Barrows is falls in a black hole. If I ship him something, it takes a month to get there. Like him and Justin Hill or Landon or anyone in that area, it takes forever to get there. Anything I send.
Next will take 2 days.
And if I send something to Junkyard D, he'll have it in 3 days. If I send something to California, it'll get there a week before it gets to Barrows.
Probably one of those things where you got to send it by Raven.
He's at a shipping black hole for me for some reason. I don't know why. I literally bet Dean would get something in New Zealand before Barrows would.
Before I got it, yeah.
I had somebody buy a Unity Motorsports Garage Tunnel Ram Mafia hoodie recently in Australia.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, why in the hell? This is freaking July. Who the hell buys a hoodie in July? But I wasn't thinking down there, it's not summertime.
Oh.
I'd do that. I live on hoodies in the winter.
Yeah. But anyway, it took like 3 weeks for that son of a gun to get delivered, and expensive. Yeah. I mean, I think that hoodie sells for, I think it's $49 on the website, and it was almost $200 Australian.
Wow.
Time he paid, and it was all taxes and duties and import fees and bullshit. He really wanted the thing. Obviously, somebody in Canada not too long ago bought 3 or 4 things, and it was the same way. It was like quadrupled the price, and it was just to get it there.
I got a question for you, economists. What value does a value-added tax add?
Shit. The value that you got ripped off by a foreign government.
Think about that for a minute. Why is it called that?
I like the way they word it too, because that just confuses the absolute heck out of you.
Yeah.
And then they add the keywords in there, like value. Yeah. Whose value?
You get the value of knowing that you got ripped off by a foreign government.
That's called weasel language. That's what politicians
absolutely.
are professionals at this, but weasel language is when you intentionally call something it's not for marketing purposes.
Exactly.
So like when they say gun safety measures, that's not what that is.
No, not
very
hardly.
literally, the literal meaning of gun safety measures would be people learning safe handling, safe storage, maybe using the safety on it, those kind of things, right? That's a very literal meaning of those words. Sure. They use it for something else, and that's just one of many examples of weasel language.
Yep, absolutely.
I just don't like anything like it. I just used that as an example because it came to mind. But there's all kinds of weasel language where people are just extremely disingenuous and they lie about these things. It's always strange to me.
There's a good one.
AR-15 assault rifle. Yeah, that's stupid.
But like, there's all kinds of taxes that aren't called taxes, and I've never understood why that is either. I mean, you should call all of them taxes, but they'll call them different things to pretend like it's something else so you don't realize how much you're being taxed.
I pretty much loathe everything any government does because their interest is not for the people.
The Idaho Clean Water Distribution Fund.
Yeah.
It's a 1 cent tax on our gasoline that's added to our gasoline tax.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not called a tax. It's a mandatory donation.
So they call it that. It's weasel language. That's what it is. Weasel words.
Well, you look at all the so-called highway and road use taxes that are built into the cost of gasoline and diesel fuel, and then you drive on the roads around here. You're lucky if a chuck hole don't knock your fucking ball joints out. What are they doing with all the money? Whose pockets it going in? Because it certainly ain't going into road maintenance.
The West Virginia Turnpike opened before I was born. The West Virginia Turnpike opened in the early 70s, and they had a toll that was supposed to be temporary. And I remember when I was a kid, that toll, they had two of them. It was 25 cents at one, and it was $1 at the other. And now there's three of them, and they're $4.25 a piece. And it was supposed to be temporary, like for a few years to pay for the road. It's 50 years later, and they're still there, and now there's three of them, and they're higher than ever.
How do they get away with that? That's
because there's no term limits. That's how they get away with it.
Exactly.
That and literally, you can get rid of those people. But why? A convenience fee. There's another good one Lars has. Convenience fee.
Yeah.
Convenient
to who?
No, it's called, this is how we make money off the merchant's fee. Call it what it is.
Right? That's exactly what it is.
It is the penalty you pay for their service. It's not a convenience fee.
Yeah.
There's places don't even want cash anymore because their employees are too dumb to count it, and they steal from them.
Those convenience fees are rather inconvenient.
That's
convenient
no shit.
For who?
Convenient for the ass.
You to watch my money? Nah, I don't think so.
One of the scams going around now at these big retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, and these kind of people, you have customers who pay almost all with cards, right? And then some customers will pay with cash. And these employees that like to steal from the register, what they do is they take the cash and stick it in their pocket and then ring up some bogus credit card charges on the people who paid there with cards earlier that day. And then what happens is the people who paid with cards will just say, oh, well, this is a fraudulent charge. Somebody must have stolen my info. And they get that refunded to them, but the employee still keeps the cash.
Yeah.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
The level of thievery and theft, and it's just disgusting.
Well, I'll tell you one more disgusting than that. The biggest level of thievery and theft I've ever seen. I watched a video of a guy out in Nevada who was carrying his life savings, $186,000 in cash.
Oh my gosh!
And the Nevada Highway Patrol stopped him because he got over the white line on the side of the road. And you could tell if you watch this video, his name's Stephen Lara, and you can watch it.
I think I've seen the video, and the cops took the money.
They stole the money. It's called civil forfeiture. So what they did is they got the drug dog out of the car, which, of course, the drug dog does anything they want it to. That's a huge scam. And, of course, the drug dog alerted to because they wanted it to. He knew when he saw that money that he was going to seize it. They never could get any reason to seize it. The guy's story checked out 100%. Everywhere he said he was going, where the money came from, checked out. But they said, well, we just got to steal it because we're just going to steal it. So they set the money over here in a field and had the dog alert on it again and just took it. Well, that guy, last I heard, is actually suing the state for this. And it's good. He got his money back. He had a lawyer, civil rights attorney, take his case. It's ridiculous. It's maddening to me. Civil forfeiture is pure theft.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
The police department, that Nevada Highway Patrol gets 80% of that money when they seize it. That's why they seize it.
Sure it is. I'm pretty sure I've seen that video. If not, I've seen a very similar story because that's ringing a bell somewhere in the back of this empty head of mine.
Why do you think they do all their stops? Why do you think they do all their drug stops on the southbound traffic and not the northbound? Because they don't care about the drugs coming in. They care about the money going back.
Right.
Drugs come in, they can't really do anything with it. The money going back, they can seize and put into the coffers. To me, civil forfeiture is a disastrous scam. The drug dog is a scam. Field sobriety test. There's another scam. You lose the field sobriety test when you agree to take it. Those tests, I don't drink and drive, but I'm completely against drinking and driving. But the test is dishonest. That test, it was designed to detect impairment in people at a blood alcohol level of 0.20 or greater. And then the blood alcohol content dropped to 0.15, and then 0.10, and then 0.08 in most places, and 0.05 in some places. And yet we have the same test that the cop just, he already knows you're going to be impaired before you ever take it. It's a scam.
And if you have a CDL, it's even less.
And if you took it from me, Barrows, if you have a CDL, it's 0.000. Any detectable amount. And if you're in your personal car, they treat it like you're in a big truck.
A friend of mine got it on his bike. He was under the limit for a car for anybody else, but he had a CDL and he was on his Harley. Got pulled over and
any detectable amount, they fuck you on it.
You talk about theft. I think that's
the biggest haul trucker to my shipper.
Yeah,
shipping table at my and when I was at Fanning Wholesale.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Government overreach, government theft. Well, now you got, cackling camel toe out there saying, if she gets elected in the first 100 days, she's going to ban the AR-15. Come and get it. Come and get it, you fucking bitch.
That's non-negotiable for me.
Yep, same here. Come and fucking get it. I dare you. There, I just got demonetized before I ever got monetized. I don't care. That is one thing you will not fucking tread on, and that's my constitutional rights to any of them.
That's right.
For that matter. But the Second Amendment, you don't fuck with it. The Second Amendment was put into place so the people could defend themselves against corrupt government.
And if you want a national law, you can put it in the Constitution.
Yeah.
The Constitution's there and it's set up that way. It's brilliantly set up because it'll change with the times, but you got to put in the work to change it. If it's not in the Constitution, it's a state right.
Right.
And if you want to change it in your state, change it in your state and leave the rest of us alone.
Right. Well, she's wanting to change it on a federal level, but she's got to do it. She's got to modify the Constitution. And, you know, and it's, they misread it. It's not there just to say, oh, you can have guns or, you know, you can this or you can that. It is there to protect the people from the potential corruption of the government itself.
What we're winding up with, and we're in dangerous waters here, is that we basically have some people with an enormous amount of money who are controlling the tip top of the legislative branch and trying to make it the only branch that has any power. So they're going to pack up the court and kill the judicial branch with their own people. So they're determined to ruin the courts, right? And the executive branch is going to become a figurehead. Like, we haven't had an executive branch in 4 years because Biden has dementia.
Obviously.
So right now, the big donors with piles of money and the corrupt people at the top of the legislative branch are running this. And that is not what we are supposed to have. And if you talk about changing it, people get angry and say you're, you know, an obstructionist and say that you're, you know, trying to write, and not at all. But I'm just telling you, this is not how it was intended to work. You know,
No.
trying to stuff the Supreme Court with activist judges, that to me is tantamount to removing the judicial branch.
Oh, absolutely it is.
The number one requirement for a Supreme Court justice should be, what political party do you support? And if they answer any of them,
They're disqualified. Yeah.
They have to take that hat off to be a justice.
Exactly. You got to be able to see both sides.
There is no politics in
the judicial. Mm-hmm. No, that's disgusting.
None of your divided partisan bullshit.
We're headed for some really, really treacherous times because of this. And I know people say, oh, I don't want to hear about politics. Well, if you want to stick your head in the sand, you're not going to have anything to take your head out of it and see. So You can say it's not my job, but whose job is it? It is our job.
Yeah, well, I don't allow political ads on my YouTube channel.
To remain free, it's damn sure your job.
Because I don't want the cackling camlet running ads on mine. I cannot.
Well, you can always let her waste your money on you, but I don't want to subject my viewers to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, and that's exactly what it is. If you want to remain free, it is your job.
You know, we were talking about weasel language earlier. Here's another version of that bothers me. To discuss things like being a statesman and to discuss things like leadership, when people want to shut that up because they don't like the notion of accountability, they just say, oh, don't talk politics. Well, wait a minute. You don't have to say anything about parties. You don't have to say anything about beliefs or positions. But if you start to even say things that talk about civics or statesmanship or leadership, they'll just, oh, don't talk politics. Well, my gosh, man, what are you saying? I don't want to have any of those responsibilities as a citizen? I mean, where does that go? I think that people have that allergy to the notion to just dump everything under the umbrella of politics is foolish.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to talk to the other side. If not, they'll be stuck in their own way.
This is why we have the term spy.
Yeah.
But that's a
I
problem.
watch Bill Maher. Sometimes he's funny. But if I didn't watch him, I wouldn't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, I care about my country, and I just hate to see apathy take it away. But that is absolutely what it looks like is happening.
Yep. You know, and and the amount of idiots out there that will vote for the other side out of hatred for one man
Yeah,
is it's stupid.
because he's got a bad personality. I don't care.
You know what though?
A
But
better
people,
policy.
I'm not, you know, he may or may not be the best guy, you know, for whatever, but he did a good job, and that's what matters. He did his job.
here's what I want to know: if they can't vote for a president who gets the economy better, right? They can't vote for a president that's better with money, and they can't vote for a president who's an adulterer. These are the same people who voted for Bill Clinton and turned a blind eye to that. So if
Right.
he passed their smell test, how can they raise these objections to Trump?
I know, right?
I didn't care for any of that about Clinton either.
No.
And I do not give Trump a pass on a personal level too. I
No.
think it's immoral, and I'd really, I mean, as a person, I don't like any of that about Trump.
Right.
So, you know, if I'm making this a business decision, then that's what it is. But I call it what it is.
Right.
I don't think that I don't
Well-
think any of the picks we've had this year have met my moral compass test of
Oh,
who should be
zero.
president. Yeah, right.
No, I completely agree with that, John.
But I don't give somebody a pass and somebody not based on my policy positions. That's ridiculous. No, if a person had to pass a moral litmus test, that would eliminate an enormous number of people. Well, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Right.
That'd be great. Clean house and start over.
Yeah, you know, your shitter backs up and you got to have a plumber come out and fix it. Guy might be the biggest asshole in the world, but next time you got to take a crap.
But if that toilet goes down instead of up,
Yeah,
he
buddy.
does it. I'm calling him
Yeah, buddy.
again.
You know, I
That's where
say
we
that
are.
all the time. You know, you might not like the plumber, but, you know, he might be the biggest dickhead in the world. But if he cleared your shitter, now you can take a shit. He's your best bud.
You know something too, and I appreciate this about him because, you know, I understand if you have a car channel, you don't want your car channel turning into politics debates, religion debates, or really any of that, right? I mean, because it's a car channel. But Dave Ramsey, he's worth $500 million. He can say on his channel in a grown-up way, if somebody asks him, he can say, and has, while I don't care for what Trump necessarily has done in his personal life, his policy positions are better for our financial future.
Yep.
And I'm glad that he can say that instead of driving in circles till he runs out of gas to avoid saying that, because I think that's worse than trying to avoid it. I think giving a short, grown-up answer and moving on is exactly a great way to handle that. And Ramsey did that. And if he can do that as much money as he has on the line for fear of offending people, then I think all of us really shouldn't worry about it.
Right. Well, and at the end of the day, you know, like you said, he's worth $500 million.
Yeah.
At his stage in the game, if he never made another dime,
Yeah.
he'd be perfectly fine. And he's like us, really. He don't give a shit what you think.
You know, like in
He's
real
just going to
estate,
tell you how it is.
I know in real estate there are people who are terrified of that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not afraid of it at all. If somebody actually doesn't want to trust me to help them make a real estate investment because of how I vote, that's fine. That's their prerogative. Because what I find is, you know, that little 10% that is so worried that they can't do that, they're not going to be good clients anyway. Because I have a lot of people who would never vote for Trump. Okay, they would do the ending of Fargo themselves before they would vote for, but they'll still work with me because they say, you know what, you're honest about who you are. We don't have to worry about what you actually think. We don't have to worry about your integrity, and that's a peace of mind. They know I don't vote like they do, but they don't have to worry about me lying about this or that, and their paperwork, something being hidden because I'm afraid of offending somebody. So, you know, I think that wearing your character on your sleeve, it's got its pluses and its minuses. And I just wish more people would not be afraid to do it and be grown-ups about it. And I think we've got to be able to bring back civil disagreement with friendship and respect. And we can't do that if everybody's terrified of this.
Well, the division in
people call me a Trumpster. I'd never put my faith in one person.
Right.
Well, it was never designed that way.
No.
That's what we got away from. That's what Elon had.
Well, and Trumpster is just a made-up name by the fucking left anyways. Just because you support the better choice for the country, you know, they say you're part of a cult. They call you a Trumpster. They call you this. They call you that, you know, and then you got all the vote blue no matter who crowd that calls themselves never Trumpers, you know. Fuck you guys. You know, whatever.
I'll tell you what has me really concerned that I've never seen before in my lifetime. I have never seen one party go to the crazed lengths that they have gone to keep him from getting back in. And it makes you wonder why. I mean, I understand that there's a lot on the line here. I understand we're talking about billions with a B. But I mean, this is crazy this year. And it makes you wonder. The power struggles have just gotten crazier and crazier.
Well,
what's next? I mean, it's nutty.
It's
very little in the middle. It's either way over here or way over here.
Their end game is a communist oligarchy. Period. They want all the power, no matter what it takes to get there. You know, my wife and I just recently binge watched Game of Thrones. I don't know if either one of you guys have seen that.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of it.
Thrones. You haven't seen it, John. You have seen it, Bear Rose?
Oh, yeah.
The shit that the Democrats are pulling today reminds me so much of Cersei Lannister in that fucking show that it disgusts me. That bitch would stop at nothing for power. And that's what these damn Democrats are doing, you know, and it ended up getting her killed in the end. But sorry, I just spoiled it for you, John. If you want to watch it.
Hey, here's a spoiler alert. If you've never seen The Sopranos, just so everybody dies and it's all good. I mean,
Did they?
Right.
I seen that last episode. Did they?
Your best leaders are people who don't want the power. They want to do it for the right reason, and you can't get those people to want to run for anything because it's so corrupt. And you sign up for so much abuse and all this stuff that the best people don't want to do it.
Well, it's like that series Breaking Bad.
Right.
When I first seen that, I was like, "Oh wow, this is kind of interesting." A guy, he's a school teacher. He cares about people, but he's put in a bad situation, so he does bad things to help through this bad situation. But as you watch the series, you find out, no, he actually was wanting the power, not the money.
Well, it got to him.
He wanted the power. And it took like a really weird twist.
It did. Well, and I was just going to bring that up again without spoiling any more of that show. But since you've already seen it, what happened in the very last episode? What happened to the Targaryen queen?
Yeah. I'm not going to give away for everybody.
Well, no, I'm not saying, but I'm not saying to give it away. You know, because you've seen the show, and so you know what I'm talking about.
It was total Breaking Bad.
How she started and where it took her, you know, and it's the same shit. You know, the good intentions turned bad because she became power hungry.
Social Security. It is a great thing. It is a very good thing. It gives you pay a little in every check, and then when you
get a little less back,
it was originally set up, it's a good thing. You get
if the Social Security Administration would stop extorting money from me, I'd let them have what they've already stolen. You
You know what
It
though?
got corrupted so bad that they're just
I
hard
love
to
you,
get
Brother
some
Bear,
money.
but you will never, ever, ever convince
Okay.
me that Social Security is a good thing.
Let's just
No,
do
I'm
this.
saying when it was first set up, but as soon as
I
it
would
was
say
implemented,
I would even
Ron-
disagree with that. I'll tell you why. If you say I'm going to stack away this much in Social Security over the years and get this much out, or you can stack away this much in a nice high growth mutual fund and get this much out.
didn't get that much back. Yeah,
They don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
And so if we privatized it, what you would see is people would make 5 times the money at 1/5 the cost, and the government doesn't want to compete. They want to force you to pay into their. You know
There you
what? Government is like. Government is forcing you to buy this rip-off whole life insurance policy
Pretty much.
instead of letting you spend the money on a really good retirement plan. That's exactly what it's like.
And then as soon
You
as
know,
you get to where
what's
you
funny,
can
John?
get it,
You're taking
gonna
the words
bounce the
right
age
out of
up.
my mouth, and you sound exactly like Dave.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. The government is saying we're going to take from your Roth IRA and make you buy a whole life policy so that we get the money instead of you.
No thanks to Dave. Or thanks
well, we're
to
actually
Dave
saying the
Ramsey,
same
rather.
thing.
I actually, a couple of years ago, something Dave said on one of the shows I was listening to triggered me. And I went and I logged in. You know how you can log into the Social Security Administration, see what you've paid in every year for your working career and whatever. I took all those numbers and I ran them through a financial calculator as if they'd been invested in a frickin' index fund, just an S&P 500 index fund, not even any risk.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the same rate at the same rate across the same amount of time that I put it into Social Security. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, it's
At that point in time, which is a couple of years ago, I would be worth over $58 million. Social Security, if I retire at 67, will give me $1,280 a month.
But you're socially secure, Tony.
Yeah, take $58 million, take 10% of that. Oh, let's be conservative. Take 8% of that. So we're sure we ain't touching the principal. Okay. Take 8% of that, divide it by 12. That's a whole fucking lot more than $1,200 a month.
Yeah. And that's
It's
a fact.
more than $120,000 a month.
That's just everything the government takes over,
Social
they wind up
Security's
taking the
awesome.
biggest bite for themselves.
And where does it go?
I do get what you're saying, Kim. It you know, all good, you know, it was a good intention, I suppose, until it got corrupted.
Until it got implemented. As soon as they implemented it, it went to hell.
Well, as soon as they implemented it, they started stealing money from it.
Exactly.
It's criminal. It is.
You know,
You know what I did?
What's Dave say? It's like a negative 2 or 3% return on your
Probably, yeah. So you know that it was, and this was a while back. It was scheduled to go bankrupt when I was 67. So Tony and I will actually draw nothing from it if that winds up happening.
Right.
And Barrows
And I
will get
believe
4 years of it.
I believe that will happen.
Yeah, I don't put any stock
I'm
in
not
that.
banking on it at all.
No, it won't be around. But it's really sad. You know, I did the numbers for Dakota.
I'm starting to wonder if the country's even going to be around when we're 67 at the rate it's going.
You know, old Dakota. Dakota's timeout is 20 years old.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how he wanted to save for a 69 Charger. And I said, I get it, man. Sticking money in the sock drawer. Look, I can respect that. But I got out the financial calculator and say, hey, man, if you put this in the account every month, and I did the numbers for him on an average, just an average 10.16% return, right?
Yeah, it's a friggin' basic index fund or something.
I mean, I showed him how in 10 years, actually I got the math right here because most people just can't comprehend the math and don't realize the key to the whole thing is just starting early. But I did the math for him and I said let's see here. I said, if you have to start with zero at 20 years old, you stick $500 in the bank a month. That's $103,000 when you're 30.
Yeah.
Now, if you figure it's $120 a month, you take 120 times 500. You figure how much it's grown. Okay, well that's a nice little return. But then that same amount is 387,000 at 40. 1.169 at 50 and 3.3 million at 60. You can take that 3.3 million at 60 and draw 5% off of that. That's 150,000-60,000 a year if you never pay another dime into it.
Yeah, exactly.
And never touch the principal. Never touch
the that's about right on the money what Lars is saying here.
Yeah,
about
right.
2.2.
Yeah, that's right.
But the problem is greed. About 4 months into that and find something that is shiny they got to have.
Well, the problem is the first 10 years when they're young like that, they're going to see the market do this and freak out.
Another one of Ramsey's favorite things to say, and it's true. The only person that ever got hurt on a roller coaster is the one that jumped off before the ride was over. You heard him say that, John. If you
I don't know. It sounds like something he would say.
Yeah. You study the market. You look at 30, 10, 20, 30-year graphs. You don't go by, it dips here, so jump out. That's stupid.
You know what? So
there's a lot of people that made a lot of money in the Great Depression.
Well, shit, Dave made half his frickin' money in 2008 in the big crash, the old bummer crash.
You know what? So I have all my cheap, junky real estate, right? And when the market crashed, I had my same cheap, junky real estate. And ultimately what's going to happen is it's always going to be fashionable to have a roof over your head. That is never going to go out of style, right? So what I see is you still have rent. You still have, when one thing is down, something else is up. When prices are down, you might have an opportunity to buy more real estate and whatever. But the point is as long as you're always keeping it moving, it's going to be a good thing to do.
And the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say is, I'm going to sell my house and go back to paying rent because I'm tired of paying taxes on it.
Oh,
I've never heard anybody say that. That's crazy. That's wild.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Times. Then you're paying somebody else's taxes and their salary. Yeah, that makes
How can you come out better renting a house from somebody who pays taxes on it and subsidizing the repair?
Exactly.
I can't. That's nutty.
Oh, if my water heater goes out, then I got to fix it. Yeah, so.
Yeah, well, I've never heard anybody say that, but I've known a lot of people dumb enough that I could believe it would come out of their mouth.
Oh, I'll tell you another one. This is a good one. So I saw speaking of Ramsey, I saw a short come up from his channel here a couple days ago about leasing cars. I know. And I was amazed. I was floored by how many people in the comments defended that as some great and virtuous idea. I'm like,
I know.
That's the dumbest thing I said, you're taking the absolute biggest chunk of depreciation at the absolute worst terms and worst loss and doing just that. And then when that's over, you're going on to do it on another one. It's like, okay, I want the absolute worst part of this deal that I can get. And as soon as the deal starts to get better, I want to go on to another car so I can do that again and have nothing left at the end. That to me is the most amazing, stupid thing I've ever seen.
I get to drive a new car every year.
I get a kick out of, when he'll get a caller, that calls in whining about being in debt. How do I get out? And, what's your car payment? Well, I got 2 car payments there, X, Y, and Z. And he'll go on, the average car payment in America is $500 whatever a month. Put that in a growth stock mutual fund. You'd be worth, X millions of dollars. Hope you enjoyed your car.
So there's a lender in town I do a lot of work with. And he says it would blow your mind at the car payments he's seeing now. These car payments are over $1,000, $1,200, $1,300 a month a piece, and they'll have more than one. It's just crazy.
You know, when
do the math.
They got into a whole bunch of trouble, real estate, for giving out those very loose.
Well, they were buying votes. They were buying votes. They commanded the secondary market to buy trash so that they could buy votes from people under the guise that it was the American dream and it wasn't sustainable. But they said, well, that's going to happen long after my tenure when it crashes, and I can blame somebody else. That's what happened.
Well, yeah, and every last one of those people that bought one of those houses ended up out on their ass with no house, in a foreclosure, and the fucking politician went on his merry little way.
Yeah. And now it's easy to buy and get a loan for a new car.
Well,
they shifted that.
You're talking about the astronomical amount of a car payment.
So they switched it to that.
You do the friggin' math. I mean, you can't hardly buy a pickup truck for less than $100,000 new.
Exactly.
It's asinine. Now take that and finance it. Rates are up. I don't know what the hell the going rate on a good car, on a car loan is. It's probably 8 or 9% these days. $100,000, 10 years at 8 or 9%. Fuck me running. That's $1,200, $1,500, $1,800. What's happening, Eric?
Destroyer Eric, what's going on, man?
Pay $100,000 for something that somebody can take out in total, just like that. And not only that, it depreciates immediately once you drive it off the lot.
Yeah, that was a fun time. A couple weeks ago, I was down running some errands down Eric's way, and I ended up spending the afternoon with him. We had a good time just hanging out.
Our consumer culture is out of control. The student loans, all of this credit card debt, all of this debt that people have it's the vehicle debt, all of it's crazy.
Borrowing money to buy one of these things.
Okay, I went into my local Verizon store, and they were insisting on me financing this phone. I said, I don't want to finance them. Well, you can't have this, that, or the other. I said, well, I'll tell you what. If you're telling me that I can't have these free things, even though I've had service with you for over 20 years, how about this? Payment penalty, the entire amount of the finance, and make no payments.
Just ludicrous.
I wouldn't. I financing your phone.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
What's next? Like you finance toilet paper? Well, have fun repossessing it. I mean, what is the end of this?
I'll let you have it back after I use it. Yeah. No, you're right.
People will finance anything. They'll finance tattoos.
I believe it.
They do.
6 more payments, and this is all mine.
Hey, see that? Lars says, how about borrowing for down payment? If you guys think this is interesting, I put on my community tab a few days ago a guy that borrowed $15,000 down to try to finance a $159,000 car at the car dealer with a 440 credit score and wanted to use his watch as part of his payment.
Oh, jeez.
If that's not about the most rich 220 thing I've ever heard, I don't know what is. Obviously, he didn't leave with the car.
I would hope not. But, the sad part is there's probably dealerships and finance companies out there stupid enough that if he dug deep enough, that would let him leave with the car only to repossess the fucking thing 2 months later.
There is good money in C-paper notes. But you got to put up with a lot of crap. And you also really... Like, I could not work as a car dealer because I have morals, and trying to get somebody to borrow 50% of their income to finance a car, to me, is just not ethical.
No.
I can't do that. I would be a terrible car
salesman. Same thing with selling somebody a piece of real estate they can't afford.
Oh, well, you'd be surprised what I tell people. I tell people all the time, I'd say, I just want you to know this is what when somebody buys a house from me, I will add up the payments and tell them what that house is going to cost. I tell them this is what it'll cost if you pay it off in 15 years. This is what you can get if you invest the difference in the mortgage payment by paying it off early. And I always tell them that. And you know what? They never care. They always say 30 years, and then I want to spend the rest on other stuff and just
I want the
be
lowest
broke
down.
forever. And they always do that.
I want the lowest down payment, the lowest everything. They don't take into consideration PMI. If you put a bigger down payment down, you don't have to carry fucking PMI, which is what, about $100 on every 100,000 you finance ish.
Occasionally, I have gotten one or two people to reconsider and change their mind. That's fine. I talked myself out of a sale. But you know what? The people that I've actually told that to that did it, they wound up being great clients because 10 years down the road, I'm selling them stuff in cash. And that's
Right.
what everybody should be doing, right? But this couple, they were renting a house and their rent was dirt cheap, $400 a month. They'd been there 2 years, saved nothing. And now at $400 a month, they couldn't save anything. Yet now they're going to get a house with like a $1,700, $1,800 a month payment. FHA, nothing down, borrowed down payment, PMI, life. I'm like, you're going from a deal where you should have been stacking money to save to buy your first house to borrowing all you can, the biggest debt ratio you can possibly get over here. How is that sustainable? If you didn't have the discipline to save money when you were paying $400 a month rent, where's this $1,800 going to come from?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Check her with Aaron's in the house.
I know that they're not setting themselves up for anything good. I tell them that, but whatever. At the end of the day, if they're determined to do that, I work for them and I will sell them that house or somebody else will. But
right.
Yeah, Mohawk, that is true. The mandatory insurance without regulation, yeah.
You bet.
That was another Social Security thing. Sounded like a great idea. As soon as they did it, it all went to hell.
Well, how about frickin' Obamacare? That's taxation without representation.
It's tax.
It's the biggest fucking lie you'll ever, it's what it is. It's subsidized medical insurance. And sure, you get it for cheaper, but at the end of the year, the face value of it's taxed as fucking income.
And didn't cover anything.
And it's bullshit. It's just another way to line the politicians' pockets. Money, power, greed. That's all they give a shit about.
Ramsey wouldn't want to hire me.
Actually, if I'm being honest, I think Dave Ramsey and you or I would get along great.
Maybe. He likes modern cars too much.
True.
Get him into carburetors. Yeah.
He should have us on there, Tony. He should have us on as a guest sometime. We could fill in for him when he's on vacation.
I would do that. It'd be fun.
Oh yeah, I would too. But
and,
either one of us,
I think either one of us would give sound advice.
You know what? We wouldn't do very well because we have somebody like Rich call in and
hey, if Dave calls him stupid all the time,
I didn't say it. But you know what? In all honesty, people like that. I'm always willing to help somebody if they want to be helped like that. But most people don't.
Yep, he sure does, Lars.
I have a client right now who I think they want to stay in as much debt as they can get in. I mean, I bet they have $600,000-$700,000 worth of debt, and they're considerably younger than I am. And I'm just, why are you doing this?
Absolutely,
who are you keeping
Brian.
up with? This is not necessary.
Yeah, my dad is 74 years old and has never bought a new car.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why. Yeah.
Well, I'm 46 and I've never bought a new car, and I have no
Haven't
plans
either.
to.
Nope.
I sure as hell don't want a new car in today's world.
Nobody
Now,
makes
if
a
I
new car I want anyway.
Right.
That's besides the point.
Well, that's what I mean. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want these modern cars. However, if I could have a time machine and go back to 1971 or 1969 or somewhere back there, I would probably buy a new car and then, because cars were cool back then. You would too, John. Don't look at me like that.
Technically, it was used. It only had 1,400 miles on it, but technically, it was used.
Yeah, I don't begrudge anybody who wants to buy a new car, but I mean, if you're going to buy a new car, you should have enough money that it doesn't actually change anything if you write a check for it. Like,
Exactly.
if you shouldn't buy a brand new car until you can pay cash for it. Because if you can afford to pay cash for it, it means you can also absorb, take the hit on the depreciation and not care, right?
Right.
That just, to me, seems like it would be kind of common sense.
And they're freaking expensive. Jesus, they're expensive.
If you
Right.
want to, I mean, you know.
$12,000 for a 4-cylinder? I don't think so. No freaking
Well,
way.
how about these damn electric cars? What they're going for? No, thank you. I personally have no use for an EV. I mean, to each their own, but I have no use for the thing.
20-year-old electric cars are going to get really interesting. When we start seeing these things and they're on the road 15 and 20 years and batteries are fine one day and gone the next, and the repair cost is 20 grand and all of that, we're going to start
I don't
seeing
think we'll see them.
The
I
repair
seriously
costs are higher
We'll see
than
them.
that.
They'll be crushing and sending them.
Oh yeah, they're not going to fix them. They're going to be completely disposable. But what I'm saying is look at the money hit that people are going to take and can't afford to, and it's going to create a real mess for people on marginal incomes. So they finance the car, and now you've got an expense of that magnitude over a battery going bad. Same thing if the touch screen goes bad. Like everything goes.
Yeah, and then they'll turn around and finance the fucking repair.
What are you going to do? I mean, and also who can repair them? I mean, this electric thing, the electric thing is set the right to repair stuff way back because of all the software. So and the problems people haven't thought of with this.
And the other thing is, you said 20 years down the road, those batteries won't last 20 years.
No, they won't. That's the point.
When I had my shop, I had Priuses and what was the Honda EV or hybrid, back in the 2010 era, I had those cars coming in and they had bad batteries in them.
Yeah.
Fuck, it was $7,000 and $8,000 my cost.
Way more than that now.
To buy a battery for a fucking hybrid, let alone something that's 100% electric.
A Tesla runs on 11,000 of these.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
is that an 18650?
Looks like a AA battery.
Yeah. Well, it's actually a little bigger than a AA. This is an 18650. My vape runs on them.
Yeah.
And there's a AA. So it's not quite the diameter of a C cell, but it's a little bit longer. But either way, these, I buy these. Well, I haven't bought them in years. They do last a while, but these batteries for the vapes, they're $13 a piece for an 18650. And how many did you say was in a Tesla, John? 11,000?
It depends on the car. I think it's more like 11,000 or so, some more, some less.
Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. You're going to buy them in bulk. They're $13 a piece. You're going to buy them in bulk. Maybe you'll get them for $7,000.
Yeah, did you hear
$7,000 in fucking battery cells?
2 weeks ago, between Barstow and Baker on I-15, semi-truck carrying batteries for EVs. It was just semi-truck in the trailer.
Burst into flames.
Yeah. And it shut down I-15 both north and south, and that is one busy freeway right there.
Yes, it is.
What was it? 9 hours? They had the whole thing shut off. They had people out there running out of gas and EVs going dead.
The
And it's
car
like-
caught fire or the charging station caught fire, Lars?
Yeah.
Well, and there's the other expense. You know, you're talking about installing charging stations. You know, if I'm going to buy an electric car, I'm going to want a charging station. It's not going to take all fucking night to charge the thing. So who in the hell has the what's it going to cost to have the power company bring in an additional 200 amps worth of service to your home for a fucking charging station?
A lot.
You know, fuck that.
I just ran 100 amp to my shop. Yeah. And that cost me my 63.
Did you already have the power on site, or did you have to have another transformer set for it?
No, I had the power on site, but I had to pay for the new mast, new meter, and run power to the 100.
Okay,
to the
okay, so you actually set a second meter for it.
No, just 1 meter for both it and the house.
Oh, I got you. But
And I
you
dug the hole.
but you upgraded the amperage. Is
Yeah.
that? Yeah, I got you.
Well, the shop had none. Shop had an extension cord out there.
Well, the reason I asked, it's like this place. You know, we got it's 2.5 acres or something like that here, but we've got 400 amps coming in on the pole at the main box, and it branches to the house and branches to the shop and branches to her shop. And, you know, I could run service wherever I want out of that 1 meter, you know. And I could do that because I know how. You know, once upon a time, I did have journeyman status as an industrial electrician.
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I used to play with 35 and 40 kV.
Yeah.
That shit'll jump 35 feet to get you.
Oh yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, you had some real long hot sticks to work on that shit. Well, you had some real long hot sticks to pull the inline fuse up on the pole to shut it down, and then you worked on it. But yeah, the fucking conductors were bigger than this part gear for a 727. The wire, and that's not even talking about the insulation that's 2 inches thick.
No, thank you.
Lars doesn't even want to deal with a 9-volt battery.
The out in the wall 9
You know
volt
what?
battery.
The 9-volt
Yeah.
battery is like a flounder of a battery because it's got the positive and negative there on the same, you know?
Right. Yeah, but it doesn't have enough amperage to do anything to you unless you lick it.
You know you've done that, Lars.
Every kid's done
Of
that at
course.
least once.
I don't know. Kids today might not. They're too busy eating Tide Pods to do things.
Yeah,
like
no
stick
shit.
the thumb on the battery.
Screw that 9-volt battery. Tide Pods are better.
Right.
Well, it was always the fun thing to do, especially when you knew somebody hadn't do it. You know, hey, this is cool, man, and pretend like you did it and get them to do it.
Ah,
Do you ever take a points condenser out and then charge
yeah.
it up? And
Oh,
you
yeah.
hold it by it? Yeah, you know.
Oh yeah.
Boy, that
You
lays pretty good.
You ever had a buddy standing around and you're working in the shop and he walks by and you just grab him and then grab a plug wire off a running engine?
we would
You
do that with a GMHEI. Light people up.
That hurts a little.
No, it doesn't. That's the thing. If you grab the other person first,
Oh yeah, it gets them.
you don't feel a thing. You're just the conductor.
I never did it.
The circuit doesn't finish with you. The
I never
circuit
did it with a
finishes
spark
them.
plug, but I used to do it with electric fences all the time.
I've never done it with an electric fence, but I'm sure it probably gives you the same result because
Exactly.
it's electricity 101. You become the conductor. You don't feel it.
You feel it go through, but you don't. It doesn't.
It does. Yeah.
It's not a shot. You
It
know something's happening.
it feels funny is all. It doesn't
Hey.
hurt like
Yeah.
getting hit.
The other guy's going,
hey, Dr. Goes, you go check out. Before you check out, we can get you on a live like this sometime, maybe.
yeah,
heck
you're
yeah.
welcome.
So keep that rolling around in the back of your mind.
Yeah, heck yeah. Get your camera set up and jump in and hang out with us.
Just mute your browser.
Do I have an extra snap ring cover for a 727?
Like
probably.
table housing?
Yeah, you never got one, Brian? I probably do.
I know why he's asking that. I know exactly why he's asking.
Because he lost his. I know.
No, that's not why he's asking.
Why?
I bet you I know why. Just a second. I think
he needs one for his transmission. I know this because I talked to him on the phone. I was helping him build it on the phone a couple weeks ago.
I know, but I think if I can find it.
And he needs the cover before he puts the mount on so he can put it in the car. Cope sent me one, but it got lost in the mail. Good old fucking USPS. Ain't they great?
I had seen it. I can't find it now, of course. I was thinking that he had one that he had a plated one that he'd had laser etched for you. Like he wanted to pick a wall hanger out of it because he didn't want to put that beautiful piece under the car.
Who? Oh, Cope?
He made one for Dustdale. I'd seen it.
Well, you know what this is, right?
Yeah. For valve body, yeah.
Come on, focus, you piece of shit. You see it, John?
Oh, yeah. I see that.
What's etched into it?
That's pretty cool. No, it's his logo.
My logo.
Well, there's Busted Radio Garage Chris.
Hey, Chris. What's happening, brother? Good to see you, man. Yeah, that when I bought my shifter and when John did the engraving on my shifter, I sent him my logo, and that was the test piece, that valve body, that was for holding the harness and the cover, but he tested it out on that, so he sent that to me with the shifter when I bought the shifter. And then that cool as hell LED acrylic light that he gave me at No Name last year.
Yeah.
Those were so friggin' cool.
Yes. I've got mine. It's with the trophy over here. I really like the way this studio is set up. But part of the reason this has moved back here is because I'm moving some stuff around. And I'm thinking about having a table here so I can do tabletop stuff, and I'm going to have that in the background when I do. Busted Radio Garage is headed home from Michigan. I've never been to Michigan in my life.
So who's to say if I send you one, the fucking mail won't lose it too?
Hey, Busted Radio Chris, I'm thinking of having a live stream with folks who are planning on participating in the burnout competition at the No Name Nationals. Not this next Friday, the 16th.
John, you're breaking up.
The Friday after that, which I think is the 23rd. And if you're planning on participating in the burnout competition of the No Name National, I may have glitched there a little bit.
Yeah, you might want to say it again.
Yeah, I know. I glitched. Yeah. If you're planning on participating in the burnout competition, I'm going to be having a live stream, I think the 23rd of August. If you can jump in that one, you're welcome to, for any or all, because I'm going to have guys who are planning to participate in the burnout competition in that live stream.
That'd be cool.
Hey, Brian, if I got an extra one of those, I'm happy to send it to you. I don't know what I've got now. I got to look at my miscellaneous stuff.
You root through if you root through your shit, John, I'll root through mine. Yeah. We'll find him one.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of junk out here. I probably got one.
I've got transmission parts everywhere. I've got them in sorted in spots. I got to find it.
Aren't the 727-904 the same on that?
They are.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's just that little flat plate. And if he ain't got them, he's going to need the screws too, because the screws are them taper head.
Number 3 Phillips suckers.
Yeah, number 3 Phillips with the like a wood screw type. The tapered seat. Do you have the screws, Brian, or do you need the screws too? Because you can't just use regular screws. The fucker will leak.
No.
Actually, if you use regular screws, it'll also regular bolts. It'll also inhibit your mount sitting down properly. Because that thing lives right under the transmission mount pads.
I'd help you, but I'm light
Hey,
on Mopar.
Tony, curious.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hey, Tony, if you were to put studs in those holes for that plate, and then you were to use a little miniature lug nut with the right thread, I wonder how that would work, because it would square that plate up.
It would square the plate up, but that would work fine. The problem is it would protrude down and inhibit the transmission mount setting properly.
Yeah.
Because how the transmission mount kind of half covers it.
Yeah.
Here, hold on.
Yeah, you're right. I was just sitting there trying to think of anywhere where I can use studs on stuff like that. I like to, but that plate is finicky, and he's right. You got to have the right
you and me both. Now you can see here's the extension housing, and your mount sits here, and the cover sits here.
That's right.
So that you know what I mean. If anything that sticks past this flat part would screw you on putting the mount on.
So
how many guys can have a live in their shop and just run over in the corner and grab a fucking extension housing for a 727? We're just sitting here bullshitting about them. I'll just go get one. Let's talk about it. That's funny. Brian says, I'm just going to have everyone I know send me one. That way I know I'll get one.
Well, so you see, you run car extension housings. I run truck extension housings. So that plate's not on the bottom of mine. You know what? That's a good question, Busted Radio Garage. I will get that to Deke Denny and let you know.
You are right, John. On a truck extension housing, the plate goes on the side of it.
Yep.
But I'm sure in Brian's case, he's running a car extension housing.
Right.
This one I grabbed, I have a couple of truck ones back there too, but this one I grabbed happened to be a car one. And like I said, I'm assuming Brian's is on the bottom. Or is yours a truck housing, Brian? Is it on the side?
Busted Radio, don't you have a neutral? You got a Cope transmission in that car. You should have a neutral safety switch right there on the side of it.
Any Mopar transmission, Cope built or otherwise.
Yeah.
Be back in a sec.
Yeah, it does still, but yeah, just you need the screws. Yeah, I will look around for you. If I have one, it's coming your way. I just got to look and see what I have. I've got a big transmission tub of doom with all kinds of springs and hardware and stuff in it. And
I know Ford C6, just like a C4, it's on the shifter linkage on the transmission, big plastic box. But on a Lincoln C6, it doesn't exist. It's in the steering column.
Yeah, I figured that much, Brian. So yeah, do you or don't you have the special screws? Do you need them too?
Yeah, I'll look. If I have one, I'll have the other. I just don't know what all,
Well, like I said, I got it around too. I just got to find the right box of shit that it's all in.
You're talking to a guy that has a band strut and a sprag race. These are just miscellaneous transmission parts that are laying on my desk.
Yeah. Well, on my desk in the house is my I raced Mr. Haney and lost.
Yeah.
Band strut from 2022. Even though I didn't race Mr. Haney, he gave me one anyway.
Who has a sprag race just laying on his desk?
That I don't have because Cope got it for a core when I bought my drag sprag.
And then I got one per truck.
So you got me beat there, John. But I got a park gear sitting here.
Dimpled.
I've got about a third of a 340 sitting right there. I've got a couple of transmission parts laying here. What else do I have laying around here? A couple of carburetors right there.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a Carter.
Yeah.
WFB.
You guys have probably all seen it in my other lives in the office in the house on the shelf on the back wall behind me is a brand new, never run first generation Holley projection.
There's those 5-point harness I was talking about on your live.
Yeah, a buddy of mine actually was just cleaning out his garage and he gave me that projection. It was the throttle body and the computer, and the wire harness was gone. And I whatever, it's nostalgic, Last winter when Holley had their big sale, I got the entire fucking wire harness brand new for that first generation projection for $28. I said, shit, I may never use it, but I had to buy it because now I can say I have the complete system and it's never been run. Someday I'll fire it up on something on the run stand or something just for the fun of it, Just because, I mean, by today's standards, it's absolute garbage. But shit, back in the 90s when...
Oh, yeah.
It was cool.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jethro's calling me. I hear him in there barking, telling me it's bedtime. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, we've been
12:30. Wow.
Yeah, we've been at this for 4 hours. So
Wow.
4 hours and 22 minutes. We ain't gonna set no records. I think my record is like 7 hours and 58 minutes or something for a live. But
Hey, we're getting your watch hours up there, man. We're
gonna try. We're gonna try. Me and Blake, that attitude Blake, we're kicking around an idea that when he does sick week with his truck after it's done, I may run on my channel, and we'll get a few other channels involved. You know how StreamYard, you can all stream off the same stream, and run a 7-day coverage of sick week live. And when Blake is sleeping or not driving, the chat will remain and everybody can just hang out and chat or whatever. But we were kicking that idea around. I think it might be fun.
Yeah.
Tell you what, it would probably do well being 7-day coverage of sick week. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, why not?
I just have to manage a live stream.
Gentlemen, I got a split. It's been fun hanging out with you. We don't do it often enough, but thank you.
Always fun, man.
Good. Glad to have you.
We'll see you guys. Take care. See you,
Take
Chad.
care. Good night, John.
Yeah, we got you a few hours tonight.
Yeah, 4 hours and 22 minutes. And hell, we got 10 in here now, but most of the night it was running 20, 22 people in here. So that'll do all right.
I wanted you to come back, see?
Oh,
We missed you, man.
every week somebody in this community at least one, I get a text. Hey, are you going on tonight? You know, it's a good time. It's fun. It's fun hanging out. I've just been so god dang busy.
I
And,
hear you.
even tonight, you know,
John's lives, and I'd always look to see if you was on, but
the last 3 days I've been out here all friggin' day, you know, every day working on the truck. And got a lot done. I've just got to get my fat ass under it and figure out where I'm going to set the pinion angle. Because it's setting on the perches and it's clamped down, but I haven't welded the perches yet. You know, because you got to get it down at ride height and, you know, figure out my drive line and pinion angle and then roll it to where it's going to be. And then I'll tack it. And then I'll set up my shock mounts that I showed earlier. The one hanging under there, I'll set them up and tack them. And then I'll drag it back out from under there and weld everything up nice.
that's something I wish we would have put in the pit was floor anchors. So you could go down into the pit, run chains up to the chassis, and put it down on load. You know, put binders on it and pull the car down so you can load it and then check pinion and check all of that.
That would be cool.
For setting up chassis like that.
That would be super handy.
We've got them on the floor so we can straighten frames and chassis, but you can't get under it.
Yeah, it's tough to get under them.
And we never thought about it in the pit. Of course, anymore, the pit's just a basement. That's where we store all kinds of stuff.
Right.
Since we got the lift, we don't use the pit.
I'll tell you, this thing here has got to be about the handiest tool. I just bought it, but it's a digital angle finder.
Yeah.
But the thing is you can read it from a distance.
Oh, cool.
And it's magnetic, you know, because it's not just an LCD. It actually lights up. You can read the thing. I can get under the ass end of the truck up to the pumpkin at least. So what I'll do is I'll jack the truck up and I'll stick this sumbitch on the output shaft of the transmission, let it back down and read it. And then, you know, once I get that, then I know where I got to go from there. You know, being as I'm running Caltrax, usually on a drag setup, you want, you know, 4 to 6 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Caltrax, I'll probably run a little less because it ain't going to wrap as hard. I'm thinking I'll probably set it around 3.
You should be plenty fine there. I strive 4, but yeah.
Well, my thought process behind that is,
but I feel so.
Right. My thought process, well, with 4-link, you don't even need to run that much because 4-link never changes.
I like to keep it in that angle though. Keeps me right in line with the transmission.
Right.
Stay in that.
Oh, okay. I'm talking about offset angle. You're talking about, well, let's say the transmission is set about 4 degrees, then you're matching it. Yeah. That makes sense. What I'm saying is, you know, let's say the transmission, if I remember right, well, and that's all going to change now because the ride height changed. Obviously, it's going to, but let's just say the transmission's setting at 3 degrees down. Then I'm going to set that pinion at about 0 degrees, which is 3 degrees down from being straight. Because when that axle wraps, then it's going to be straight under load. But you know, I don't want, and they say to do more than that for drag racing applications. But the problem is I need to find the happy medium that works for both. Because if you have it set at rest at, you know, the 6 or 7 or 8 degrees that they want you to have, that thing's going to shake like a dog shit in peach seeds when you're just driving it
driving
on the
down the road.
highway
Mhm.
and tear up U-joints.
Big
I
time.
paid $1,150 for that fucking drive shaft. I don't want to tear up U-joints.
Oh, play that one big time safe.
You know, so I want to. I'm figuring I'm going to run it about 3 degrees, and if that doesn't quite work, I can always shim it. But that's what's left to get that done. I'm going to order my shocks on Monday. I've done figured I had to get it here. I had to get it where it's at. I had to get ride height so I could figure out shock length. You know, you don't want to just shoot in the dark when you're paying north of $300 a piece for friggin' shocks.
And my forelinks are soft. I rubber them. I don't poly.
Yeah.
I like that little bit of give.
There ain't any rubber in that rear end anymore. You know,
But I'm not building draggers. Mine are dailies.
the rear bushings in the spring are those billet aluminum ones that go through the sliders. The front ones, of course, are the aluminum ones from Caltrac. And you know, everything. If it's noisy, the only thing I'll do is I'll get, you know, the Caltrac Heim joints that come with the Caltracs aren't the Teflon ones. They're just the regular ones, and they may make noise. I'll just switch them out, and I'll buy the better Teflon ones, and that'll quiet it down.
They wear a bit.
What's that? The Teflon ones?
Teflon ones.
Yeah, they will wear it. It's a wear item, but they're quieter. But, you know, these ones, you know, the ones that came from Caltrac, they're the steel on steel ones, and they're fine. They're stout, and they're greasable. They got Zerks in them, so you can grease them. Well, we'll see how it does. Do I need to send you money for the big hats? Not yet, Brian. Dean picked up on that saying. He got a kick out of it. Yeah, shake like a dog shitting peach seeds. You never heard that one either?
For some reason, a Chihuahua popped into my head.
Oh! The littlest dog with the littlest asshole. That's terrible. That's fucking terrible. That's terrible.
It's good.
Dean, small things amuse small minds.
Yeah.
I did see the wing nuts you and Jed modified for the valve covers. Those are cool. Chihuahua. Poor little dog. Those things are vicious little fuckers, though.
Hell yeah, they are. The smaller the dog, the bigger the bite. That's for sure.
Bigger the attitude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry if a Chihuahua come after me wanting to bite me, he'd just be a living and breathing football. But by God, them sons of bitches got some attitude to come with them. They can.
Scott Norwood had to do it right. No wide right here. Ren vs. Stimpy. Yep, that's what was going through my head too. Ren and Stimpy. Even though I think I've only seen like maybe 1 or 2 of those episodes and not even all the way through. Oh, we lost your audio, Tony. Looks like 4.5 hours was too much on that battery. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
That's why I got two
wireless.
transmitters. Now 4.5 hours on straight on a battery. That's pretty good. The receiver is plugged right into the USB in the computer. So it don't, obviously is getting power from there, but the receiver's just like these. I hang it on the side on the tripod of the GoPro, and it's got the you plug into the GoPro. But I really like these Kamika mics. They weren't
wireless mic. Oh, that is a godsend.
They were not cheap, but I think the audio's decent with them.
Of all the things I've invested in for YouTube, a wireless mic was hands down the best thing I ever bought. Mine was a whole lot cheaper. Mine was like $60, but
right.
Oh man, godsend.
How'd you send pictures, Brian? Facebook? Why don't you get in here and share it yourself? I don't even know if I got Facebook on this computer. Yeah, I do. And where the hell did you share it, Brian? Discord? I'm not dressed. No one wants to see that.
That's all right. I want to see that either. Yeah, that's okay. If anything else, a wireless mic, I've got the lavalier here on. Your mic is always on the same spot. So, it saves so much time on editing because your volume pretty much stays the same.
Well, the one thing I like about Premiere Pro, or one of the things I like about Premiere, is it's real easy to level out your volumes with it. Oh, I get what you want me to show. I thought you were talking about your hat. You want me to show this. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
That looks good. I'll bet that sumbit's going to run pretty good.
I just love the way that bug catcher looks up on there. Oh,
right?
That's just too damn cool. And when it's in the car, it just fits that whole car.
Well, that's the only one in my messenger, Brian. Oh, yeah, this is all old shit. Are you sure you sent it to me? Yeah, here we go. Now it's showing up. All right. Fucking Facebook.
I freaking hate Facebook.
It's a pain in the fucking balls, Facebook is. There you go.
Oh.
That's in the car. Oh, you got the demons on it. Those are those road demons, ain't they? They look like thermal quads.
Looks like it. No, there's them Fords. Did you end up getting them, Brian?
That was from a while back.
Yeah.
And there's them wing nuts. Those are trick. Yeah, those street demons are pretty cool. They look like thermal quads without the phenolic center. Yeah, it looks trick. Can't make it any bigger, though.
They work like the Carters.
Honestly, I've never been in one, but it kind of looks like it would. I see the butterfly on the back of it. As a matter of fact, it looks like a thermal quad butterfly. Okay, yeah, they work like the Carters, though. Yeah, then it works like a thermal quad, too. That's cool. What do they flow, Brian? Fuck, I had to try one of them on the truck.
Probably make it a lot more streetable.
Basically an Edelbrock copy.
Or street friendly, I should say.
Yeah.
Driver friendly.
Well, the biggest problem with mine is it's a, hell, it's a great carburetor. I got it where it idles great, and I got it where it wide open throttles great. But mid range is the pitch because it's only a 2 circuit, just like any other Holley carburetor. I love the carburetor, but it ain't worth the shit on the street because I idle at about 5 inches of vacuum. As soon as I hit 1,300 RPM, I got 11 inches, 12 inches, 13 inches of vacuum. And suddenly where I've got it dialed down because of the low vacuum for idle, that son of a bitch starts pulling fuel hard and it goes pig fat. And that's where the VRS will save my ass and become streetable because it has that third circuit that's tunable.
You'd be happy with it. I'm pretty dead set positive you'd be happy with it.
Well, I do know Andy Wood took and bolted 2 of them on his tunnel ram Ford, mixed up Boss, and it was happy with it.
He did that first drive without even touching a screw.
Without even touching them, yeah. And making the horsepower he's making, I don't know what his cam profile's like, but I'm sure it's radical like mine and don't make much idle vacuum.
That one at Cousin Mike's, it just bolted right on. And then no choke, it's a race kind of carburetor. And it was about 10 degrees outside. No choke, dead cold start. That Thunderbird fired. Right on.
And that actually tells me, if we're being honest, that it's a little fat. But if we're being honest here, you know that as well as I do. But that's all right.
And that's when it first bolted it on.
Yeah, but his car ain't stupid radical either, is it?
Not at all.
I didn't think so. It's basically a stock engine, I thought.
Completely. It's just a 429 stock Thunderbird is all it is.
Tell Zucker it's wrong to fucker. Fuck Zuckerberg. I do like that they look like thermal quads, so yeah, that's cool. 2 VRS carbs for next year. Yeah, well, I'm hoping to find it in the budget to get the VRS this year, but if
They
not,
are spendy, but
well,
with
that
everything that's in them,
like I
they're
said,
cheaper to haul.
the damn 850 version of it's almost $1,000.
Look at the
$200.
hauling comparison, though. You know, to compare apple to
Right.
apple.
You know, it's just finding that extra $1,000 in the fucking
Exactly.
budget.
Sometimes cheaper is still spendy.
Well, back in 2016 when I built that engine, when I bought that Demon, you know, I paid $900 for it. And I'm sure I could probably sell the Demon for pretty close to that. But it's probably not going to sell before No Name Nationals unless somebody in here wants it. But and I might not sell it at all. I'll build something else and put it on it.
And I'd have to buy two. Ow.
Well, he don't need 850s though.
Oh, no, not 850s. No.
Yeah, the 650s and 750s are
What the hell would I do with two 850s?
Nothing quite like bolting on a brand new car. That's true. That Demon was brand new when I put it on. The only thing I've done to that Demon that, well, and you can undo it, but you know, you got to buy new throttle plates for it. You know, I had to drill the blades. It's got that idle ease adjustment in it, but it still wouldn't move enough air to make that big fucking engine happy. So I had to drill 1/8 inch, 125 thou holes in all 4 blades. And then it decided it wanted to idle and be happy. They're about $100 more than the Brawlers. And I know you ain't going to bolt on a Brawler and just run. Yeah, I do too. There ain't really a Holly out there you're going to just bolt on and run. You know, unless somebody like AED or somebody builds it. Well, shit, it's going on midnight here, so
Yeah.
We are sitting at
well over that here.
4 hours and 47 minutes. Yeah, we'll run till 5 hours. We'll run for 13 more minutes, then we'll shut down. What time is it there? You're just an hour ahead of me, ain't you?
Yeah, it's coming up on 1.
Yeah. Well, I got my buddy Jason's coming over in the morning. We're going to work on the rat in my truck some more. So,
there's Byron. What's going on, man?
Barrows. There was something I had to come in here because you might be one of the only people that could help me find one of these.
Uh-oh.
Hold on 1 second.
$4:50 p.m. on Saturday at Peckerwood's place. Other side of the world.
Give me a mission. I'll do my best to find it.
Dean says the night is young, Peckerwood. He's hunting for something.
Found it. All right. Present. Well, it's been a while since I did this.
Oh, shit.
Don't show me tips on how to share screen. Motherfucker, I've been doing this. All right. Can you bring that up, Tony? Yeah, I'm looking for one of these. The Edelbrock Air Scoop.
But it's a full scoop with a
Yeah, hold on just a second.
fin in the middle. Dual. Oh.
They didn't make well. They're hard to find because they didn't hardly sell them because they're ugly as shit.
You're not thinking
why
about swapping out the bug
Why don't you
catcher,
buy
are
that
you?
one, Brian?
It was $350 for it.
What do you think the next guy's going to want for it?
Barrows ain't gonna want $350 for one.
You want to see some? You want to talk about some shit now?
No, I'm actually thinking about swapping this out for the bug catcher. I am.
Oh,
Because
man.
it matches my valve covers is the reason.
Okay, you guys see this?
Hold on. Yeah.
Fan shroud?
Yeah. Got any idea what it's for?
Is it for a Dodge truck?
It is. For a very specific Dodge truck. 91 to 93 intercooled Cummins.
Oh.
It's been out of production since the early 2000s. Obviously, as you can see, it's used. I'll give you
That's
one
another
guess.
thing I'm asking everybody.
I'll give you
everybody I
one
can
guess
for.
I give you one guess what I had to pay for it, and then I'll tell you.
$100. $50.
$337 shipped.
Good Lord. Should have just bought the rest of the truck.
I'd have run without a damn fan shroud. I don't ever use fan shroud. Well, I guess I do use fan shroud now because I got that electric fan.
Well, you got to understand, it's not my truck. It's a customer's truck.
Yeah.
We live in Arizona where it's 115 fucking degrees all the time. I just did $3,000 worth of top end work to the engine because he keeps overheating it, and he blew the head gasket and warped the fucking head 10 thousandths on it. Fan shrouds are necessary when you want to keep an engine efficiently cool. That truck has a 4,000-pound cab over camper that's on it 100% of the time.
I do want one of those campers that slides into the bed of a truck.
Yeah. So, I put some very expensive Spall electric fans on it, and it helped a lot, but it didn't help enough. And I told him, I said, we got to get rid of this fucking aftermarket radiator. Got to get rid of these fucking aftermarket shrouds. These fucking aftermarket fans. You need to put a stock copper and brass radiator back in the son of a bitch with the fan clutch and the clutch fan that moves 10,000 plus CFM, and we got to find a fan shroud for it.
See, I've always heard copper and brass was actually better than aluminum. It
is.
It is than aluminum. But now everybody's got to have an aluminum radiator now. Well, I got one. But
it 100% is. I'm going to tell you, the only reason that truck right there has an aluminum radiator in it is because it's half the weight.
You know why mine has an aluminum radiator in it?
Because you got it for free. I know.
It's fucking funny.
I know the story behind yours.
This Barrows, you know the story behind mine? It's pretty cool.
What's that? Go ahead.
That company, Alloy Works, contacted Jed about wanting to review a radiator, and he's got all his radiators for his stuff. And so he got a hold of me. He's like, "Let's spec out a radiator for your Duster. These people are going to give me one for free." So he did that, and he hooked it up to that 440 that's on a run stand, and did a video testing it out. And that thing, That thing kept that 440 cool. Now, granted, it wasn't inside a engine bay, but still, it kept it cool. He tried to overheat it.
Yeah, my aluminum AFCO radiator that's in the truck has absolutely zero problems keeping it cool. But honestly,
mine don't have any problems because mine's a race car.
Yeah, the only reason that it's got an aluminum radiator in it is weight. It's lighter. And if it didn't stay cool, I would fuck the weight and go back to copper and brass. But it cools just fine. But it's also not a diesel fucking lugging around a goddamn cab over camper all the time.
Mine are for cost. I admit it.
Yeah, and they are. It's debatable. The jury's still out. It was very difficult to find a copper and brass radiator for that 93 intercooled Cummins.
Yeah.
I finally find one from an outfit called Radiator Express online. Ordered the son of a bitch. It's $508. This was on Tuesday, and it showed up today. I opened the box, and in there is a fucking 2-row aluminum radiator. Now, you try to call these fuckers, and you get a recording that says, if you need customer service, you need to text this number, blah, blah, blah. So I sent them a not necessarily rude, but very assertive text because I Googled the fucking part number of the box for this radiator that showed up. And immediately the fucking exact thing pops up on Amazon for $270. Like,
well, yeah, that was the thing. That radiator I got from Jet. It's a 4-core aluminum radiator with electric fan and shroud on it, and they want like $360 for it. I'm like, shit, I would have bought that,
Right.
The last one I gave 175 for the 58.
Well, that truck
radiator, and then it's another $100 from Speedway for their fan.
I'm just hoping once my channel gets bigger that Alloy Works will contact me, and then I'll find somebody else that's building a car that needs a radiator. And I'll be like, hey, you need a radiator? Let's spec one out.
I will warn you about the fan. That radiator that's in that Dodge truck now, that Cummins truck, is an Alloy Works 4-row radiator. And although the radiator's decent, I like the radiator. The only reason I'm going to change it is, one, he put fucking Aluma seal in the thing, hoping it would fix his head gasket, and all it did was plugged his fucking radiator up.
Yeah.
And two, those aluminum radiators, unlike a copper and brass, you can't just open them up and rot them out.
Nope.
So it's junk. And three, it's too thick. You can't put the factory clutch fan will hit it.
Oh yeah, a factory fan probably would have hit mine too.
But that's not where I was going. Anyway, it's an Alloy Works radiator, and he bought the kit. It came with a radiator, the shroud, and 2 fans. I'm here to tell you, those 2 fans were the fucking sorriest pieces of Chinese fucking shit I ever seen in my life. I could blow a fart that would move more air than those goddamn things, and I wouldn't even have to eat Taco Bell to do it.
See, this one's just got the 1 fan on it, and it moves some air.
Same with the ones I get from Speedway. If you put them on the floor and hook them to a battery, they'll flip right up.
Yeah.
They'll
See,
bounce
that's
off the
good. That what you're saying is good, Brian, because these fans that I took off of that fucker when I sold him the Spall fans that I'm now going to buy back from him, because I'll use them on something else. It took effort to spin them, and I'm not talking about the magnets in the motor. These fucking things had drag in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were absolute garbage. So just a warning. That's my experience. I like their radiators. I don't like their fucking fans. So maybe you got a good one. I hope you did. Just saying. But I do like
I
their
don't know how
radiator.
much I like the two small fans. I would rather go with one big one.
One big. Yeah, I always go with
Every all the factory uses were one big fan on all the
unless it's a short, wide cross flow,
Yeah.
like the Jeep Cherokees.
Yeah, and then you put the two fans that cover that actually get 99% of the actual core.
Well, that's
area.
like I've got a set off of a Sprinter van that's two bigger fans. That son of a bitch will do like you said. It'll almost float when you hook it up to batteries with the shroud and all.
Well, those
Or
11-inch
whatever.
ball fans that I put on the diesel, they do that. They do hover. If you set them on the ground and turn them backwards, you got to turn them on backwards so they blow instead of suck. That fucking thing will hover.
Well, that might be your problem with the fan where on that alloy works, because I had a fan that I was going to put on that car out of a Dodge Caravan, and when I went to blow it to turn it into a pusher instead of a puller, it didn't move as much air.
No. That's not what's going on the truck. I'm talking about the fans that I put on the truck to show the customer the difference. I set them on the floor and intentionally hooked them up backwards, setting on the floor as a pusher to make them lift themselves up off the floor. No, trust me, I know how to install a fucking fan.
No, I'm just saying some of them don't. Some of them can't be pushers and pullers, and they might have put the wrong fans on that alloy.
No blade profile will work efficiently in both directions. It's one or the other.
That's why I just wondered they might have put the wrong ones on that alloy works.
No, it wasn't the blade profile. It was the motors. The bearings in them were fucking garbage. They were.
Yeah. This one I got seems to move a lot of air.
You probably got it. Yours came from Upper China.
He got 3 bowls of rice that day instead of just
he got a good one. And you know how it is. You know how it is with that stuff. It's a crapshoot. Some of it is good. Some of it's fine. And that much more of it's shit. And these ones that I got to deal with was shit. And when I deal with a piece of shit from a company, I'm done with that company, at least for that product. I would buy their radiator again, though. I do like that radiator. It's actually a shame that he fucked it up with it by putting that stupid Lumaseal in it, because he could have sold it, because it physically ain't going to fit for what we want to do and put it back to the stock fan. But he could have sold it.
I know William was the first one of our little group that got that deal through Alloy Works, and he got a radiator without a fan on it for his Charger.
Yeah.
If I wasn't running the electric water pump, I would have got one without a fan on it, because I still think that the mechanical fan is going to be better than any electric fan. That's just the way I feel about it. If I had a car that was like a daily driver or something I was going to take on trips, there's no way I'd put an electric fan on that.
Oh, I always do.
Oh yeah, as long as you have a quality fan.
Thermal switch, and I also run a bypass switch.
Yep.
In the cab, and if I see the temperature coming up, I can bypass it and keep that fan on.
Kick that fan on. That's exactly how I did with the fans in the truck. And that truck
always through a relay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I got to do. I want to set up a switch. I'd like to. I'm still got to figure out how I'm going to wire this. But I'm thinking I just want to do a switch that turns on the water pump and the fan at the same time, all on one switch. Run that through a relay.
I've never had to work with because electric water pumps for a driver. A race cars, no problem at all. But
That's what I like about that setup is once I get back to the pits, if I just flip that on, it's going to circulate the water and cool it, and I don't have to worry about, I can cool down faster between rounds.
Sure, you shut the engine off and you maintain coolant and airflow, and it'll cool down. As long as you don't kill your battery.
Yeah, I'll bring a battery charger this year. I won't forget my battery charger this year.
Did you move your fuel cell so you won't run out when you got 5 gallons?
I'm gonna fix that. That's on my list.
We're forever gonna tease you about that.
Thing is, though, here's the other thing too: is one of the floats when Jed got those carburetors, he did a video on it. Started a video while I was there, and you'll see it. There's no telling when, but you'll see it on Jed's channel. One of those floats had a hole in it.
Really?
He didn't know it. And he said the only way, he said if you just let them sit, you would have had to submerge them in water to find the hole because it was right on the seal. And so that son of a bitch was dumping gas the whole time anyway. So the carburetor, when that thing was running, it was just dumping past the needle and seat.
Same thing happened to me on that live when I first fired that Mercury. I rebuilt that carburetor and everything. Float sunk. So I
just didn't notice it. Then when I drained the oil, out of that motor, it had a lot of gas on it. Didn't have no glitter in it, so I'm happy about that. But it sure had a lot of gas in it.
Hey, you made diesel.
Yeah.
Haven't been paying attention to my chat again. I got a new guy in here, Mr. Dick's Productions. He was talking about
what's going on?
Mr. Dick.
Good to see you, man. He's been in here talking. Dean and Aaron been keeping him company. Right on.
You're in good company.
They are.
Oh, Dean, I don't know. Sometimes Dean can.
Dean's fucking funny.
I know. I fucking love Dean. Oh, Mr. Dick's stuck in there with the people on the other side of the country.
Yeah.
World, not country, world.
I'm going to have to go check out his channel now. Mr. Dick's Productions.
But yeah, I just got those carburetors because I know those work.
Right.
Jed's brother took them off of hookers and blow, so I know they work. And
they look good.
I want reliability to go down the track this year. I'm not.
Yeah, you just need to run good enough so I can kick your ass.
Yeah, whatever. You'll be spinning the whole way. It don't matter.
I don't think so.
Bug catcher. That's just
not this year.
Oh, you'll still
spin.
Huh?
Pops, man.
Yeah, I don't know. My buddy's really doesn't. My other buddy really doesn't want me to change the scoop either. So.
And when it's on the car, it just fits.
You're still running drag radios, ain't you, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, get you some real slicks. You ain't gonna hook up.
Do your homework.
Real slicks. Real slicks.
It's a whole different setup, dude.
You're gonna spin just like the old setup. I'll be able to beat you on foot.
Okay.
You ain't gonna go nowhere off the line.
Drag radials and street tires are two very, very different animals.
Yeah, but unless the track is prepped for drag radials, they are not as good as slick.
That's debatable. It depends on if you put a drag radial on a suspension that's set up for a slick car and you got squat, it won't work for shit. Just like if you put a slick on a car set up to separate for a radial setup, that slick ain't going to hook for shit. It's all in the suspension setup. I've spent thousands of dollars in fucking suspension components to make this thing work, and it will.
You don't know yet.
What's
I
that?
don't know. I just spent thousands of dollars to make my car run. I don't know if it's going to run yet. I haven't started it
I've
yet.
talked to some pretty top shelf suspension guys that are in the know. I'm pretty sure it's going to work. I didn't just willy nilly throw a bunch of money at it. I did a bunch of homework.
Gonna hook up like a chihuahua chomping down peach pits.
Chomping them down now. No, I'm hoping it'll hook on wet grass, but I know you're just talking shit, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Two different animals. I don't have the suspension travel to set it up for squat anyway. And then I set it up for a slick, and then I got to change everything around when I put a street tire on it to drive it on the street. See,
Now I've heard even with slicks that they don't want squat. You want separation.
There's two schools of thought there. The more
I don't
modern
want to squat anyway. I don't like the way it doesn't seem to. It's not as violent to me.
The more modern school of thought is yes, separation is better, but it all has to do with your instant center and the way your suspension is set up. If your instant center is too high, you need squat. On a slick, you'll never get it to fucking work on a drag radial.
Well, that's like you look at the way a car with just super stock springs launches. It don't squat. Right. That ass end raises up with the front end.
Yep. It's because the super stock spring is stiffer. But see, there's no shocks on it right now.
See, I can't do that with mine.
What's that?
I can't do that with mine.
Without shocks?
We had three guys, all of us 200 plus pounds. One of them was close to 300 pounds. All fucking hang off my trunk with the trunk open, and that fucking suspension did not move. It might have moved down maybe a half inch.
Then you're going to have traction problems.
No, I'm not. I ain't got enough power to have traction problems. You see the tires on that car?
True. Put some real power in it and you'll have traction problems. That suspension has to be able to work. And Stephen Peckerwood saying that it's fucking too hard. And see, that's how the truck was with the other springs and the other setup and the fucking slapper bars and shit. It was too fucking stiff. And that's why the son of a bitch wouldn't hook. And just for shits and grins, I'm bringing them fucking tires that were on it last year, and I am going to make a pass on them just to see the difference. I want to see the difference in what the suspension work did, even on a fucking street tire. And there will be a difference.
I'm going ladder bar next year anyway.
I'm certain it'll still spin them and it'll still have traction issue if I launch hard. But I do see it making a difference. Those tires that are on those drag radials that are on the truck now, even I did take it out to Mexico before I switched up the suspension, and it made a big difference. I was able to launch on the brake as long as I stayed under $2,000. I couldn't do that with the other tires.
Oh no, I'm not saying a drag radial is the same as a hard tire.
So they made a big fucking difference. And now going to, getting all the suspension done, putting it on sliders, putting the Caltrax on it, going to the split monoleaf. And shit, I didn't put any of it on a scale. But I'm here to tell you, going to that fucking split monoleaf spring from those factory springs, I'll bet I dropped 80 fucking pounds out of the ass end of that truck. Time I took the slapper bars off of it, that's another 50 pounds. Those fucking things are heavy.
But no, I'm going with thinking about staying leaf spring and buying the slider kit and then doing ladder bars. Thinking about it. And if that don't work, then I'll just convert it over to coilovers, but I'm going to try that first.
Honestly, if it was me, I would go with the Caltrax springs and the Caltrax and put them on sliders. It'll cost you a whole lot less, and it'll work every bit as good, if not better.
It won't cost me less. I've already got my ladder bars. I got a deal. I get deals on shit.
You got a deal.
I have a complete ladder bar setup, and it came with coilovers and the brackets for coilovers. I paid $350 for it. I sold the coilovers and brackets for coilovers for $150. So, and then the slider kit's like, I think $200. So I'll be in it pretty cheap. I have a mental problem with even with the super stock springs and with anything that those 4 little bolts on the front of the leaf spring. I don't trust those to launch a fucking car, even though they do it all the time. I understand they do it all the time, but I'd just rather have ladder bar in there.
And if anything else, it takes it out
Plus
of
the
your mind.
ladder bar, where it's pulling up on the car is farther up, whatever that's called. It's pushing up on the car farther forward.
Caltrax, I mean, they went all the way up to your transmission cross member. The old school ones.
Oh, the old school ladder bars?
No, Caltrax. The old school Caltrax system went all the way up to your about your transmission cross member.
Yeah, now they just work off of the.
Yeah, they're like
they're basically just making. I'm sitting here doing shit with my hands, and you guys can't see it. They're basically just making the front of that leaf spring solid.
Mm-hmm.
But then you could also put preload in them and shit.
Yeah, no, so they don't really make.
They're not just like a slapper bar, because that's what a slapper bar did.
No, they don't make the front of the leaf spring solid. They stop the axle from winding up
by making the front of the leaf spring solid.
No, because the leaf spring can still operate up and down.
From what I understand, when you set them up to race, it's basically the front of the leaf spring is solid. And whenever you got to drive them, you got to turn them out to where it's got a little bit of travel.
Not necessarily. And I can tell by looking at the setup under there that the front of that spring will still be a spring. The Caltrac actually just uses the front couple inches of the spring on the pivot arm for your rod to come underneath to the bottom of the spring perch and stop that axle from twisting, but it doesn't inhibit the front of the spring from working like a traditional slapper bar can. I plan on making
my ladder bars.
I plan on making some pretty in-depth videos on this system once it's all put together.
And it gives your rear end the ability to grow and shrink as it comes up and down.
Right.
Whereas ladder bars, you gotta be careful, because when your rear end goes up and down, you actually have variable wheelbase.
Right. Yeah, that's what the sliders are for.
Yeah.
Basically, once you do the ladder bars and the sliders, the springs are only doing the up and down. They're not controlling the launch of the car. You know
Well,
what I
when
mean?
you're saying sliders, are you talking about the isolators for the ladder bars or the sliders that replace the shackle?
The sliders that replace the shackle. No,
Yeah.
here, I'll show you. Let me. I got them on my Jegs wish list. This is a whole slider housing. It bolts to the housing of the rear end. Let's see. There we go. So it's not here. It's called a floating.
Yeah, the
housing
float.
unit.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about the floater. You have to have that when you're using a leaf spring with a ladder bar.
Yeah, because the leaf spring won't be doing it the leaf spring thing anymore if you don't. And it gets real dangerous.
Yeah, no, that's your floater kit. What I'm talking about is the slider that goes in place of the shackle.
Yeah, I'm not going to be using those. I might if I have to, but you got to understand, my car's got to be set up in the ass too. My car is different from everybody else's. I'm at a disadvantage because my car has to set up in the ass. Because I have 3 inches of tire sticking outside of my wheel well, and I don't want to cut it bigger.
Well, I don't blame you for that.
That, and I like the stance of my car, so.
Got that 70s.
It's not stink
cool
bug.
look. Yeah.
It's not stink
Yeah,
bug.
you're gonna say stink bug.
No, that's like using
No,
the
no,
N
I
word
wouldn't
to
say
street
that.
freak people.
Stink bug.
But yeah, that's the kit I'm ordering, and I'm getting it quite a bit cheaper than that. That's why it's good to have a Rob.
Yes, it is. I was just talking to him this afternoon.
Oh, I felt like an asshole.
You
I had to
are an
order these little
asshole.
fittings for my carburetor, the fuel line fittings to put the dash 6 on those new carburetors.
Lots of
Yeah.
Fittings cost $8. I'm like, oh, well, I'm not going to go to Rob for that, you know, to save a buck and have him go through all that shit. Shipping was $14 fucking for an $8 part that don't weigh. I bet these things don't weigh an ounce. I'm like, there's no way.
No, you
So
should have gone to Rob.
I fucking freaked out in Discord, and he fucking sent me a thing for it, and I'm like, because you know, you get free shipping through Rob.
Right.
But man, it just fucking pissed me off. They're going to charge me $14 shipping on an $8 part that don't weigh an ounce.
Yeah. Now Rob has saved me a fuck ton of money this year.
Oh yeah, me too.
He's fixing to save me some more on Monday. I was talking to
You
him.
might want to talk to Shane. Shane might be able to get you a deal on those VRSs too.
I don't have Shane's phone number, and I've talked to you about it, and I've talked to John Wilburn about it, and everybody says I'll reach out to Shane, but I never hear anything from Shane. So
well, I'll give you Shane's. What I'll do tomorrow, I will text Shane and ask if I can give you his phone
Wilburn
number,
tonight said he'd reach out to Shane too. You know, I frankly don't care. I'll buy the fucking carburetor, but
yeah,
you know,
Shane's just kind of hard to get. He's kind of hard to get in touch with sometimes.
I'm not that fucking, yeah, sure. Would I like to get a good deal on a carburetor? Fuck yeah, I would, but I'm not that goddamn guy that's, and you know exactly who I'm talking about, Brian.
Yeah.
I'll take a deal if somebody wants to give me one, but I ain't gonna beg for the motherfucker.
Yeah. You know, you're not looking for a welfare hot rod.
I work my fucking balls off for every goddamn thing I have, and you know, I appreciate it. I appreciate the fuck out of Rob, the shit he's done for all of us in that Discord chat.
Well, you saw me how I am about asking Coke for something.
Right. Yeah, I have absolutely no qualms about paying.
That's why I'm asking you, because I didn't even really ask Cope. I just asked him if he had them, and I asked him how much he wanted, and he said, "Oh, I'll just send it out to you." And then it got lost in the mail, so I don't want to ask him again.
Well, he might have forgot to send it.
No, he told me he sent it. It's just it'll probably show up in a couple of months.
It'll show up.
Whenever I get back from No Name
It'll
Nationals,
show up
probably be in
after
the mailbox.
fucking No Name.
Yeah.
With a bunch of tire treads over it.
Right.
Because I wouldn't put it past fucking Cope. He probably did fucking throw it into his laser machine and put my fucking name on it and shit. And I think it's cool as hell.
All right, you see that, Brian?
Yeah. The problem is, if I did that, I would probably have to put like an extra piece of 1-inch square tubing underneath that to raise the car up high enough, which I could probably do. And then I heard that those monoliths, you can get them actually arched up higher.
You can.
I just got to know how much, and I don't have the money to waste on that right now. But when I get serious, I'll get serious. I'm not going to put cow tracks on it though. It's going to be a ladder bar car, because I for one love the way ladder bars and slick launch.
I just wanted to show you the sliders that I was talking about.
They look cool on the side too, so.
Look cool.
What I really need to do when I get fucking serious.
Well, that's a whole custom setup. I was telling the story earlier, Kim.
Get in touch with what's his name? That guy on YouTube. Have you seen? I can't remember his fucking name at all.
Dean,
but he does all the 4-link and suspension videos.
Oh.
What is that guy?
Oh, Kevin Wilson.
Yes.
I watch him all the time. He's a good dude. That guy's a good dude too.
Well, that's the thing. He was doing lives for a while, and then he even started a thing where you basically
see that comment that Dean made. Do anything for a creamy beaver. You know, that's what he calls that car, his wife's car, the creamy beaver.
That's what his wife called that car.
Really?
Yes, his wife named that car. He didn't name that car.
Yeah, I know.
They're a special couple, them two.
Nah, they're good people.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm not saying anything bad at all. I think it's fucking awesome. You do realize if you look at his shirts is a woman in a bra, and that's his shirt.
Yeah.
That's his wife.
Yeah, Dean. Kevin Bloody Wilson. That motherfucker's funny, but that's not the same Kevin Wilson we're talking about.
No, but he was doing if you what is that? Where you become a member.
Yeah.
It's like $3, and he was doing lives just for members.
Yep.
But he had something happen, I guess. Like right when I fucking joined, he had something happen in his life, and he hadn't been doing lives. He didn't put out videos for a while.
He had some pretty major health problems, but he's back. He's been back for about 6 or 7 months now. But yeah,
he hadn't been doing his member lives because I've been watching for him, and he hasn't. I want to get in touch with him. I want to tell him about No Name. Fuck, he could come out to fucking No Name.
Send him an email.
He'd probably do it.
All of his videos tell you how to contact him.
No, I'll just wait. I mean, he's getting my $3 a month. I'm not going to quit doing it. He'll do a live sooner or later.
Dust Devil, I have not changed my inappropriate behavior.
Good. I'm glad you have it, Dean.
Yeah, but Kevin Bloody Wilson, that son of a bitch, is funny. I love that one song that he does. You can't say cunt in Canada.
But no, I'd like Kevin to bring his car out to fucking No Name. I bet
man.
you willing to do it. I know there's cool people out there with bigger channels that just they don't know about this yet. You know what I mean? And once they hear about it, they'll actually realize that this fucking event is something fucking special.
All they got to do is come one time.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'd fucking invite him out just to come hang out. Don't bring your car, just come and see. And then you'll want to come next year. Hell, I paid for his damn ticket. Get your ass out here. I got you a weekend ticket.
I'll give you a ride from the airport if you need it.
Yep.
Just
I
hang
know
out.
if you come out once, you won't think of much else but coming out here next year. Well, the guy from Lucor Automotive, what's his name? The guy who wears the
Austin.
Yeah, that's not a small channel. Lucor Automotive's not a small channel.
Way more exposure.
But I think it's more along the lines of when the channel gets a certain size, they expect to be treated different. And
I'm sure they get bombarded with,
oh yeah, come to my
Bullshit.
event, all this, and they expect special treatment and stuff like that. And they ain't gonna get it at No Name. Everybody gets treated the same at fucking No Name.
Yeah, if you think you're an elite and you need special treatment, you're at the wrong damn place.
Well, it's like I don't ever expect to see Derek come out there from Vice Grip. Everywhere he goes, he's making money. You know.
Well, not only that, you send him an email, he'll never see it.
Yeah.
He's got, secretaries and agents and managers that are all handling all that. He'll never see it himself.
The one I'd like to see come out, just because I like him, is the old man from Old Man's Garage.
Yeah, that would be cool.
His kid with the street racing channel. I'd like to see all them come out.
I haven't
do it.
I haven't been to Duct Tape ever yet, but I've heard that from people that have that Derek will actually talk to you and hang out with you.
Oh yeah, he'll try to buy your car too.
Right. Well, he better have some pretty deep fucking pockets if he wants to buy this one.
I've talked to Pete about it. DIY Auto. He's a good sized channel.
I like Pete. I like Pete a lot. He's a no bullshit kind of guy.
Exactly. One of those kind of guys that's got zero filter.
Right? That's what I like about him. Lars. No name.
He's another tall guy.
Cocaine in the 80s.
I swear he's 7 foot tall.
Is he? He looks like a tall some bitch.
When he answered the door, I thought, holy shit.
Well, part of the problem is too, these guys, some of these guys are so far away. You know, if somebody's out in like California.
Isn't Pete in Moab?
Yeah, Moab. For the time being, he's in Moab.
Is he wanting to get the hell out of there?
Oh, yeah.
Shit, all he ever wanted was to go there, and then he got there and found out it sucked.
Just like when I moved to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. That is a one cool place to visit.
Right.
Tourist
I
town.
think all you crazy son of bitches need to move to Missouri.
Jackson's Hole.
At last I heard he's looking at places in Grand Junction.
Colorado.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna like that any better.
Colorado wouldn't be that far for No Name, would it? It'd
Probably.
be a day trip at least. It'd take a full day to get there, but I think you could do it.
Fuck, I'd go to
Probably
Colorado.
18.
But there ain't not, well,
You'd have to fucking drive through Kansas, though. And goddamn, driving all the way through Kansas sucks.
I wouldn't.
Farthest I've gone is halfway, and halfway is a long enough trip.
I wouldn't. I'll tell you what's a state that sucks to drive through is fucking Texas.
Wyoming.
That's a long bitch.
Fuck
But-
Wyoming. And
Wyoming.
yes, Texas sucks too. I hate. We were driving back. Okay, when we were on the road for the newspapers, we spent the summer up in Wisconsin. Then we spent 9 or 6 months in Florida, in St. Pete, Florida. Then we went up to Wisconsin in the summer. Then we went to Arizona, which is why I won't go back to fucking Phoenix. I was in Phoenix in July, and that is not fun at all.
Fuck Phoenix.
Then we went to California, and we were driving back for Thanksgiving. But we ain't seen snow in a year, you know. So we're driving through Wyoming, and so there's snow on the ground. We're like, wow, look at the snow. We ain't seen snow in a year. Then when the sun went
Rubbing
down,
off on me, Barrow.
it blew a foot of snow across the fucking highway. And I'm just like, no, fuck Wyoming. That ain't right. They ain't supposed to blow enough snow across the highway to cause a goddamn accident.
It'll blow you off the road.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad.
South Dakota too.
I don't know if we went through South Dakota or not. I can't remember. All I know is Wyoming sucked.
God damn. And there ain't nothing out there.
Well, it's like driving. It's like driving from going on Highway 10 through Texas. There ain't shit. There ain't shit, and the gas stations are about 300 miles apart.
Yep.
Because the truck we were in would get about 300 miles to a tank, and we had to stop at every gas station.
And there's no shopping for gas. It's like a gas station.
Yeah,
they
gas
bend
station
you-
in the middle of the
bend you
desert.
over, They bend you over, they fuck you dry, and you take it like a Vegas whore.
Yeah.
We didn't have to pay for it. It was all on the company, so we didn't care about that. But you know, you got a gas station in the middle of nowhere. There are no houses around it. I went in, I was like, where do you live? Like, I don't see any place to live around here. Do you just live at this gas station?
In the basement. Oh. I remember coming across South Dakota, seeing semi trucks blowed off the side of the road.
Yeah, fuck that.
That wind comes direct sideways at you at like 100 miles an hour. And the roads are slick as snot.
And then they sent us to Davenport, Iowa in January. That's not fun. It probably don't get as cold there as it gets where you're at, Bear Rose, but damn, it was cold. And like I said, we just did a whole year without seeing snow, and then they send us there in January.
Well, and they got humidity too, so 10 degrees above is probably feels like, you know, the same as 20 below here.
Well, that was the whole thing whenever John first started this no name thing. They were talking about doing it in August. And I had to tell John, I was like, dude, you do not want to do this race in southern Missouri in August.
Well, wasn't the original date in August?
No, it was
Yeah.
October. It was a week later than the last couple have been.
No. The original date was a week before.
Oh,
what
you're
we're
talking
doing
the
now.
planning, not when it actually happened.
No,
Yeah,
no. The first one actually happened a week later than what we're doing now.
Right.
But no, I had to tell John, I was like, you do not want to be in southern Missouri because they're by the river in fucking August. I don't give a fuck where these people. Well, most of these people are coming from like where he's at. There ain't no humidity up there.
Ain't no
Southern
humidity
Missouri
where?
and around St. Louis, we get humidity out here.
Ain't no humidity where, Brian?
Where John's at.
In Virginia?
Not like here. John don't even get hot out there.
John likes the fucking heat.
Yeah, but imagine Bear Rose in fucking 90-degree weather with 80%, 89% humidity. He'd fucking melt.
When
Yeah,
the humidity,
I live in Arizona and I don't like the fucking heat.
Well, that's like everybody told me about Phoenix. Oh, it's a dry heat. No, fuck that.
No, it
125
ain't.
is 125.
Not in fucking July during the monsoon. It's fucking 50 and 60% fucking humidity all the time.
Well, I know where we were at. There was these fucking big swarm of fucking locusts or some kind of bugs would just coat the fucking outside of the fucking hotel.
Yep.
And then off in the distance, there's some wildfires. So I'm like, wow, locusts and the sky's on fire. I'm in hell.
yeah, this is hell.
Like, that's exactly how they describe hell.
I'm in hell. Yeah. Kind of is sometimes.
Well, like now where you're at up in the high desert, like at night it'll get cold. It'll cool off, right?
It's,
Yeah.
It's about 70 right now ish. I got this. I still got the fucking cooler going out here. It is 68 degrees in the shop right now, but I got the cooler going.
See, well, that's another thing around here. That swamp cooler
outside.
you got. That swamp cooler you got might as well just be a fan.
Yeah,
and you're actually making it worse because you're
they
adding
make
the
it
humidity.
worse. Well, and in the afternoon it gets like that here too, because and the thunderheads roll in and that fucking humidity shows up. It's fucking 90, 95, 100 degrees, 50 or 60% humidity, and that swamp cooler is useless as tits on a fucking bull.
Fuck, it's supposed to be like 78 is supposed to be the high tomorrow here.
Nice.
I am so fucking happy. I'm going to get so much done if I don't sleep all day.
You'll sleep all day. I know I got to do a bunch of shit tomorrow too, so I think I'm going to shut this sumbitch down. I was going to shut it down 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, then I came in. See? Remember, you know how that happens.
I fell asleep about an hour ago.
It's all good. My watch hours have gone straight to shit, so since I haven't been doing lives, so that's good. Fuck, we still got 12 in here.
I'm thinking about when I get to the shop tomorrow, just firing up a live and just letting it run all day.
Let it eat, get some watch hours.
That ain't even that. It's just give me something to do, you know. People jump in, I'll stop by and say hi. I need to get one of those microphones like you guys got.
They're sweet.
Really like to have that.
I started out with a battery operated one, took 2 AAAs. I actually liked it. That one was handy because if it ever died, I just tossed 2 more in there and it was off and running again. Didn't have to wait for it to charge.
Has anybody found a wireless webcam yet? I can't find one like one that runs off of Bluetooth. I would love to find a Bluetooth
Well,
webcam.
you won't find a webcam that'll run off of Bluetooth because Bluetooth doesn't support enough bandwidth to carry the video.
Well, what about like one that goes to USB, like your microphone?
That wouldn't be.
They need to make a goddamn wireless webcam so I can carry it around the shop and point it at what I want to look at. You know, what I want everybody to see.
It could be done via Wi-Fi, but you'd have to have a pretty darn good router. But you'll never find a Bluetooth one. Bluetooth won't support the bandwidth required to carry the video.
Well, in my GoPro, you can go on, like if I just go on, I can go on live on my GoPro.
Right,
just
and when the
straight
when the GoPro does that, it's on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but it won't go through StreamYard. I can't put a StreamYard address.
I've only
and have
ever
it go
once
through that.
got my GoPro to that function to actually fucking work as a goddamn webcam. Their GoPro software kind of sucks in that respect. But that's
Like,
how that works. That
They
works
make
over
they make
Wi-Fi.
a wireless camera system.
Sure they do.
It's fucking expensive though.
It's why that it takes heavy duty hardware to
But you get like 4 or 5 cameras with it. I'm like, man, it would be so cool for setting up at No Name.
yeah, you're talking about like a security system.
Security.
No. This is for content creation. I have to look it up again, but I'll send it to you.
You were also talking about buying a fucking Starlink and bringing it to No Name.
Yeah, I'm really thinking about just going off of Starlink because
I would.
this fucking 5G shit I got's pissing me off.
Well, I gotta go in and lay down. Like I said, I fell asleep about an hour ago.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
It's time.
Great hearing you from you,
Definitely
man.
time. It's 1:45 here.
Yeah, Tony, you know you're gonna shut it off. We're gonna talk for another hour.
Just keep going.
You might as well leave it on. All right, we'll see
We'll
you
keep y'all
later.
later, man. Great seeing y'all in the chat. Tony,
Yeah.
awesome
Yeah,
you're back, man.
This is a good live. I'll have to keep them going again.
We'll catch you all on the next one.
Take care, brother. So, how much you got left to do on the Duster, Brian?
It's just hooking everything up and getting it running. It's really not that much.
And you need that fucking cover before you get it running. Hell, you need the cover. You don't even have the cross member in it. You can't.
Nope, not yet.
You can't because you can't put the tranny mount on because you ain't got the fucking. You got the fucking cover.
It's always the one little fucking thing. I think Dennis said he might have one laying around. I'll get a hold of him tomorrow and find out for sure. It ain't like there ain't things I could be doing while I'm waiting.
I'll find you one, Brian. But fuck, then I got one right here on this core. But you're gonna have to wait for the son of a bitch to show up.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably not gonna get it running this weekend. It might be next weekend before I get it running.
You never did answer my question. Do you need the fucking screws too?
Yeah, I need the screws too. I got some gasket material. I can make a gasket.
Oh, I've probably got one of them too.
I'm sure Cope sent me all the stuff, but it just never fucking showed up. Fuck, I still got to send my damn valve body in for the core. Thinking about just driving up there and seeing him in the next couple weeks or so. Maybe at the end of the month. I just drive up there and hang out with him for a day. Bring that valve body in.
Now, when the day comes that I build that transmission, I'll be looking all over for this fucking thing. Oh, yeah. I gave that son of a bitch to Brian. Yeah.
The bad thing is, actually, don't. Well, you ain't gonna send it off right now. I've got a giant wooden crate full of transmission parts, and I'm taking transmission apart. And I bet that little son bitch is at the bottom of that giant wooden crate. Yeah, that's what I need. Yep.
Well,
Now,
we'll
would
see
that
if-
be on the short tail shaft too?
should be.
You know, the one that's got the bolt-in yoke that came out of the motorhomes.
Well, they still had a support bearing in them, so yeah.
Yeah, so I should have 3 of them laying around somewhere. Let me dig through. I'm gonna dig through that crate tomorrow and see what I can find.
Well, I won't. It ain't gonna go anywhere till Monday anyway. So
Yeah,
let
it
me
wouldn't
know.
be Monday anyway, so
What's that?
it wouldn't be Monday before you can ship it out anyway. So
Yeah. Let me know. It's here if you need it. Sitting right here. I'll leave it sitting right there till I hear from you.
well, at least you got my address now.
I know, right? You know what's funny is I had it. I didn't realize I had it because I sent you something else.
Oh, you
at
sent
some
me a
point.
shirt. I got a shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a shirt. I already had the fucking thing and I didn't realize I fucking had it.
Maybe one day I'll win another coffee cup.
Yeah.
I drank coffee out of that thing just yesterday.
Yeah, but I ain't ordered them hats yet because I'm waiting for John to decide how many fucking no-name hats he wants.
Mm.
Time
I might need to just order 2 of them other ones too.
Which ones?
Just like the one you sent me, because my mom and dad both want one.
Oh, that's fine. I've already got some more of those hats. Those Richardson ones that I sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wish those fit. I really like that hat a lot.
That's a nice hat, huh?
I just got my head's too fucking big.
Now we just did these for Travis.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know, I'm gonna do something stupid. I gotta spend. See, I can't do the snapback.
Right, but that's what Travis wanted. This one here is a blem. That's why I'm wearing it. If she got it in the machine wrong, see how it's not centered. That's why I'm wearing it. But the ones that Travis is actually getting, I'm printing on the bill NNN24. But he's gonna he ordered 20 of them. He's gonna have it no name for sale. So
I'm thinking about, should I get this media mod for my GoPro?
I have one for mine, and I really like it because honestly, the reason I got the media mod for mine is because you can't hook an external microphone up to the fucking GoPro without it. The microphone in the GoPro itself ain't bad. The one that's built into the media mod is even better. Well, here's my GoPro with the media mod on it. You know, it's got the windscreen and shit. But in the back here, see, when I use these mics, like the one I'm using right now,
You can hook that into the GoPro.
right? You plug it
see,
in.
That's nice.
The media mod gives you these 3 ports here. You got a charging port, you got a micro HDMI out port, and you know, of course, here's your charging port. Fuck, where's the camera? Damn it.
Oh, so it's actually got it. So I don't. Well, you take the door off, don't you?
You take the battery door off of the camera, yeah. But see, this bottom one you can plug in. You plug into the microphone, and of course, I can't show you the receiver because it's plugged into the computer. It's what's providing the audio for the live. But the other end plugs into the receiver for my wireless mic, and it's got the Here, I'll show you. The receiver looks just like this. This is an actual microphone, but it fits on the side like that. See?
Oh, okay.
Because it's got, I forget what they call that, but it's got one on top and it's got one here on the side, and that's where I always put that. And then you plug, you just plug it up like that, and then your wireless mic connects that way. I don't know if it's out here or in the
Well,
fucking
you could
house.
get one of those really good Rode microphones too, can't you? And hook into that.
Well, that's what these are. These aren't Rode, but they're they're Kamika's, and in my opinion, they're just as good as the Rode, and they're about $100 cheaper.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you've heard the audio in my videos. They're always there. That's these microphones. These mics were not cheap, but they are cheaper than Rode.
I want to come up with something cool, something that works good, because how many people are in here right now?
Here's the actual whole setup. It's the case, and it's got where you put your mics. Here's the one. This is the one that died earlier after 4.5 hours. And then, of course, the one I'm using now, and then the receiver comes with the cables and everything. It comes with a couple of dead cats. Where's my fucking dead cat? Okay. Because, see, you've got the lav mic, but this part, the mic also has, this is a mic also. So you can use it.
And it picks up off of both of them?
Either or. It doesn't pick up off of both. If you have the lav mic plugged in, it disables the mic in the unit. But it also comes, you got the dead cat that goes on there for if you're out in the fucking wind.
Yeah.
It comes with two of them. It was 200. I want to say it was I think it was $259 I paid for this setup. I mean, yes, so yeah, it was not cheap, but I can lay this motherfucker on the floor 6 inches away from that goddamn header on that rat rod, and you'll hear what an FE sounds like, not a dog fart. Instead of blowing out the fucking mics, they actually handle loud noise as well. And that's why I bought them. I'm a fucking hot rod YouTube channel. I listen to loud engines, and I'll tell you, that's the first thing that will make me turn a fucking video off. I click on a cool fucking car video, and all I hear is a fucking fart. I'm not even gonna watch the rest of the video.
Well, that's like when I did my last live.
And I was never gonna be that guy. So right out of the fucking gate. You know what I mean.
Whenever I did my last live and Jed fired up his engine.
What's that?
When I did my last live and Jed fired up his engine, the noise canceling on his phone, you couldn't even hear the engine.
It was horrible. Yeah. I was in there. But
how
yeah,
many people are in here, Tony?
11.
Oh, okay.
You take the battery off you take the battery door off of the side of the GoPro.
Yeah.
And there's the media mod. And see if you look in there, see how it's got I don't know if you can see. You see the little port in there?
Yeah. So the microphone on the media mod's directional, right? It only goes through the front.
No. Wrong. The microphone on the media mod, it has a front, a rear, or both can operate at the same time.
Oh, see, everybody told me it only went off of one or the other.
Nope. It's one, the other, or both. The setting when you put the GoPro in the media mod, the GoPro knows it's in the media mod, and it unlocks more settings. When you go into your settings in your GoPro, when it's in the media mod, it knows it's in the media mod, and then you get more settings to go with the media mod. And then you can select whether you want the front mic, the back mic, or both mics, or an external mic.
Okay.
Like if I'm using my external lav mics, I choose external mic, and then it disables the mic in the media mod and runs off of those. Or I can
Which
set
one
it
is
for
that?
the
Which
front.
GoPro is that?
The 9.
Oh, okay. I got the 10.
Yeah.
Jed bought the 11 and he didn't like the 11. I like the
Yeah.
10. That's all I use.
The 10 is the same, basically the same camera as the 9. Yeah, it's.
But I'm going to Holly Mo party, and I've got
Jed didn't like the GoPro because his computer didn't like the file format. I remember that. He was all fucking sorts of pissed off.
Yeah, well, that was the 11. Has a
Well,
different
that's all
file
of them.
format.
That's all of them. That's all of
I
them.
never had a problem with mine at all.
No, because you have the codec in your computer. I tried to help Jed. I tried to send him the file so it would work, and he was already too far gone. He was, fuck this thing, I'm sending it back. I don't want, if I got to do this and that to make it work, fuck that. He was mad at that son of a bitch. But it wasn't the camera's fault. It was his fucking computer's fault. He just had one little file needed to be installed to make it work. But he was just seeing red, you know, it pissed him off. And I get it. I've fucking gotten like that before over shit. That fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Get out of my life. I get it. But yeah, I did. I reached out to him. I wrote him a big old fucking note and shit. And hey, I can help you make this thing work. It really is easy. And he didn't want any part of it. He was done.
But yeah, I want to come up with something a little bit better than what I got because I'm going to Mo Party this year, and I have a media pass, so I'm going to get to go into like behind the scenes shit. So I got a media.
You have a nice handle or a stick, an extendable stick for the GoPro.
I don't have one right. I'm not using one right now, but I got one.
This is the one that I have. It's an actual GoPro one. I think they're like $40. But
does the bottom turn? Okay, yeah, I got that one. See, I didn't like that one.
It goes
the one
like
I got. The bottom
you can bend it, shape it, and you can turn it into a fucking miniature tripod.
Oh, okay. I had that one.
You didn't like it?
No, I like I got one that extends out, but it's got a thing you unscrew on the bottom and you can put it, and it has a tripod. I need to start using it again.
Now I've got a regular tripod for that, but yeah. And the other thing I've got that I really like is this
That's
motherfucker.
one you need to go to one year is Mo Party.
This motherfucker right here, Brian. It's a magnetic base. You can turn it this way.
Footage.
What's that?
I need that for in-car footage.
Fuck, I'd use this fucker for out-car footage. Look at this.
I was thinking about getting one of the
side of the truck, Brian. Watch. Did you see that fucker grab that steel?
Who was that? They had a camera. They had a really neat. Oh, fucking NSB.
That son of a bitch sticks.
NSB. I think they spend more money on cameras and shit.
I know,
anybody
right?
I know. But he had a couple really nice cameras there at No Name.
But that fucking magnet mount, I got that sumbitch off Amazon. It was like $12.
I love Amazon. Actually, I hate Amazon. To make
See that son of a bitch grab hold of the side of that truck bed?
Oh, before you go, I got to show you this. I sent fucking Wilburn a text, okay? I sent him a text earlier this week, and I said, "Are helmet covers allowed?" He's like, "What kind of helmet cover?" And I sent him this.
Helmet cover.
share that. I put it up there.
Ah,
The response I got back was LOL sure. So I'm like, fuck, now I gotta spend $40, but I'm having that motherfucker for no name.
fucking that shit's funny. What is that? The Cookie Monster?
I don't know what the fuck it is. But
That
it's funny
shit's
as
funny.
shit.
It is funny as shit.
They sell a
that's
whole bunch
something
of them.
We just got here for the shop as a new fuck. I picked up a plasma cutter. That's kind of nice to have.
I've seen a lot of videos on these guys. These guys buy like the cheapest plasma cutter on Amazon, and they start talking like it's going to be a piece of shit, and then it actually works out good for them.
This one, the one I got is the brand new Cut 55 from Art Captain. So yeah, it's a Chinese fucker. 55 amps, but that son of a bitch, it works well.
What'd you end up paying for it?
$289.
See, that's worth it to me.
Yeah, it was less than $300 fucking dollars.
But now, can you get consumables for it though?
Yes.
Okay, that was the only thing I worried about with the cheap ones. Was they got some kind of different kind of fucking consumables that I'm gonna have to fucking have to wait.
I haven't gone to the welding shop to see if I can buy them at the welding shop, but they got them on fucking Amazon. So
yeah.
I
was thinking about getting one of them.
I'm not gonna say that you can't get them. Matter of fact, I got to go to the welding shop here in the next couple of days. I need to get some more argon. I might take, because it came with a couple extras. I might just take them with me to say, hey, can you guys get these? Or do you guys have these? Just to find out. But I don't really care because I can get them off the fucking website. And it's just a standard style plasma torch anyway. If the fucking thing, if you can't get consumables for it down the road, just buy a fucking Miller or a Lincoln fucking cutting torch, plasma cutting torch for it.
Yeah.
The machine, it came with a regulator and a hose to hook it up and the dryer and a whole fucking shooting match for $289.
Well, it's just, goddamn. I just wish they didn't make it so easy.
They what?
Well, because like I'd like to have like a Miller plasma cutter or a good name one, but I can't fucking afford that shit. I don't want to buy Chinese shit, but it's all I can fucking afford.
See?
Now if I was to do shit for a living, yeah, I'd buy a Miller.
Well, yeah.
But it's like,
see, here's
have you got to use it much?
I've used it a couple times, just more or less fucking with it, trying it out and shit. But yeah, here's this is the torch.
Fuck, you ought to do
like any other fucking plasma torch. What's that?
Do a fucking review video on it.
I might.
That's one of those things people look up that shit.
Well,
it's one of those evergreen videos.
Art Captain is another one of those fucking like super clean in them. They're kind of whores. So I'm thinking I might do a review video and try to get them to come off a fucking MIG welder or something. I've got a nice TIG welder and I've got a nice MIG welder. I've got a 140 amp Hobart MIG welder, but I'd like to. It's a 110 unit, 140 amp. I'd like to have a 220. I'd like to have a bigger MIG welder floating around for some of the bigger shit, because I still ain't that great with TIG. I'm still learning, and it's a fucking process. But with my TIG welder, and I've got an old buzz box too. You can fucking weld anything with that son of a bitch. But my TIG welder is a 225 amp, so I can do TIG or stick with it.
Have you seen that fucking I wouldn't get one for anything serious, but it's that fucking handheld stick welder. You can pick up for like, you can catch them on sale for like $50, but I've watched videos on them, and guys are like, this thing actually ain't that bad.
I've
they're like,
seen
it's
them,
not a professional welder.
I've always kind of wondered if they were worth a fuck.
I'd want to get one and give it and give it to somebody like Jed's dad, who's really good fucking stick welder, and see what they could do with it. But I mean, fuck, if you pick it up cheap enough, or they gonna, you pick one. If you can pick one up for $50 off of Temu on sale, fuck, I'll do it.
Temu. That's one thing I haven't stooped to shopping on yet.
Oh, my mom just found Temu, and oh my God, we're starting to get Temu packages. I swear to fucking God, if my mom just didn't buy something off of Amazon for a week, Jeff Bezos would call and ask if she was okay.
But see, there's that plasma cutter, and it says right there, it says pre-order, blah, blah, blah. It'll be delivered on or before 8:30.
Yeah.
It said that when I bought it too. I mean, the days were a little different because I bought it a couple weeks ago. The days were a little different, but it said it was going to take like a month or whatever to get it because it was a pre-order. Fucking thing was here in 3 days.
That's just a bad thing about Amazon. Shit, I've ordered shit and it got there later that night.
Right?
It's like, Jesus, you make it so easy.
But this fucking thing, it comes with a little adapter so you can use it on 110 or 220.
Oh, well, that's nice. I only got 110 in my shop.
They have a cheaper one that you should get then that's 110 only, because when you run this one on 110, it caps you out at 35 amps. And I will tell you, when you turn it all the way up, on the 110 at 35 amps, it'll pop a 20 amp breaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I sat there and tripped the fucking breaker 2 or 3 times, but you turn it down to like 29 or 30 amps, it'll fucking run all day. But if you don't have access to 220, this 55 amper is a waste of money for you.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, because you can't, if you don't have 220, you can't use more than 35 amps. So instead, you go and buy the fucking this one. They've got TT4T. See, this one's a 45 amp, and it's only $169.
It probably cut anything I'd be dealing with.
Yeah, that's only $169, and see, it works on 110 or 222. So I'm sure it probably is going to cut off at 30 or 35 amps too on the 110 side. But fuck, if you can't utilize the whole thing, you might as well buy the cheaper one, right?
Yeah, you're right.
This one, this Cut 55 does have a couple other nice features that are new to the Arc Captain lineup, like the pilot arc and everything. But this one here is 4T, so it should have a pilot arc, being a 4T. Trigger mode providing flexibility. Priorities user safety. I think I'd grab that one up if I was you, because it's half the money. And if you don't have 220, you can't use the full potential of the more expensive one.
Fuck, they got a way to contact their company?
I'm sure there is. They got a whole fucking.
I almost bet if you'd have contacted the company, said, "Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. I'm going to try one of your plasma cutters. I'll do a review on it." They'd probably fucking send you one.
Yeah, well, I might fucking call him. I might contact him and say, I just bought one of your plasma cutters and I love the goddamn thing. I've got a YouTube channel. Hey, you wanna do a little horse trading here for a MIG welder?
I
I've heard-
haven't gotten contacted by Super Clean yet. I'm pretty pissed off.
When
I
I was
know I
hanging
made it.
when I was hanging out down at Eric's, he was telling me what a bunch of whores they are. He's got the personal number to one of the fucking big wigs over there. He's all, whenever you need some Super Clean, just holler at me. I'll give you her number.
I just want the free shit, you know. Yeah, okay. Here, look, Super Clean.
Exactly. But see,
I'll
look at
make
this.
one video.
See, here's a 200 amp fucking MIG welder, multi-process MIG welder. The fucking thing's $400.
Fucking Jed got fucking contacted by one of these Chinese electric bike companies.
Oh, did he?
And he's like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna have that thing. I'll ride that around at no name.
That's funny.
They're gonna send him a free electric bike. He's like, fuck yeah, I'll ride that around at no name.
Take it down the fucking track.
Oh, that would be shit. That would be a good fucking video.
Oh yeah, see, look at this,
I'm just like, fucking,
$3.99, and
if
then
my YouTube channel will get me free shit, I'll use it. I don't give a fuck.
50 off automatically at fucking checkout. So yeah, $349 for that fucking 300 amp MIG or 200 amp MIG welder. But I don't know, I'm pretty
Now
picky.
is that just like flux core, or can you run gas through that?
Well, I don't want it if it can't run gas.
Yeah.
I hate fucking flux core.
That's what you got to watch out for.
If I want to run fucking flux core, I'll just stick weld.
That is one thing I gotta do. I gotta go get my fucking bottle filled.
Yeah, fuck. I bought my Hobart Handler 140 back in goddamn 99 or 2000. Bought it brand new. Fuck, it was $700 back then. But that welder, that's been a good welder. I beat the fuck out of that thing, and it welds so nice.
Well, that's another thing you could look at too, is through Rob, because Jegs gets a lot of this Chinese shit that's just branded through Jegs.
Right.
But if it's got a Jegs brand on it, Rob can usually get you a really good deal on that shit.
Well, I know that's what I was talking to Rob about in Discord tonight, or later this afternoon, early evening, whatever you want to fucking call it. I just come to find out, and I confirmed it with Rob, the fucking Jegs brand coilover double adjustable shocks are fucking QA1 Proma Stars, which is what I was going to get for the back of the truck and just not run the fucking coilover on it, because the DD701 is double adjustable in the length and stroke that I need for the truck. They're $319 fucking dollars a piece. The fucking Jegs one with my account that Rob set up for me is the Jegs ones are $220, but he even told me when he set up that account, don't fucking just order it. Let me know, because he'll beat the price down even more, and he always does.
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, the ones I need for the front of the truck, the TD 502s, I think they're the double adjustable that go in the factory location inside the spring. I didn't see a Jegs brand, but he said sometimes those are hidden, so he'll look. If not, he'll get me a hookup on the real one.
He's found me shit that I couldn't find on the website.
Right. So he's gonna look. I said, either way, I said this shit needs to get ordered on fucking Monday. So let me know, bro. I'll take care of you, brother. He always does. Rob's awesome.
I just wish that they would do do a YouTuber thing where we didn't have to bug Rob and we just got those prices. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because then I'd advertise it. Well, I've fucking done a lot of fucking. I've shouted out Jegs a lot on my channel. I mean, I don't have a big channel, but I got a little bit of reach, a little bit.
Well, I don't think what Rob's doing has that much to do with YouTube. I
No,
kind of.
but if they did it for YouTubers and had a program, I'm really wondering.
Yeah, that machine does do gas MIG, gas
Okay.
and or flux core. I'm sitting here looking at it still. Yeah,
I've looked into, or I've started to look into since I got that media pass. I need to talk to somebody about that. But Holly's got a program where you can get deals through them for content creators. But they've
right.
got
Well,
like different levels. Like Derek, all he's got to do is call up Holly, say I need this, and they send it to him. They don't he
right.
just gets it.
Well, Two Hacks Jeff had something going on with Holly. I don't know if he did it again, but I know last year he had done a bunch.
I
of
think
shit
that's
with
the
Holly.
same thing, and I think just about anybody
He wasn't
can
getting
get
shit
it.
for free, but he was getting it at
You get a
deep
pretty good
fucking
discount.
discounts.
From what Jed was telling me, is it's about the same discount that you can get from Rob.
Right. I think Jeff was doing a little better than that, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know. I kind of want to stay away from Holly though. Getting to
Why
where
is
I want to, because all their shit's all 90% of their shit is getting made over in fucking China.
Yeah.
And I need to talk to Shane about Edelbrock just to make sure. From what
Well,
I
I know
understood, though, Edelbrock Foundry is in the United States.
Well, I know for a fact those VRSs are made here because Andy Wood did that video and recorded a guy building one.
Yeah, but where are the parts made? See, that's what you got to watch out for.
Who knows?
A lot of that, like a lot of the Holly shit, it's assembled here, but
yeah, I'm so sick of fucking China shit. But hell, you can't fucking avoid it.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
try to avoid it as much as you can. That's why I'm wanting to find out how much stuff is.
It's like the bullshit that I went through with the alternator on the fucking truck. You know, I spent good money on a fucking Power Master because they're supposed to be made in fucking Minnesota or wherever they make the goddamn things, you know, here in the States. First one arrives fucking dead right out of the goddamn box. Didn't fucking work. You know, so I fucking get another one. You know, I RMA'd the thing, got another one. It worked for about 20 minutes, and then it started sending fucking 19 volts through my fucking charging system, melted its own guts out. Lucky it didn't fry my fucking MSD. That would have pissed me off. $1,000 worth of fucking ignition. So I sent the fucker back, said, fuck y'all, give me my money back. And I bought the goddamn cheapest fucking Proform Chinese motherfucker off of fucking Amazon. I says, well, at least the fucker admits it's Chinese. And
is the Proform the Chinese one? Because isn't Proform the one that's actually licensed through Mopar?
I don't think so, but I do know. I know the alternator that I fucking bought off Amazon, the Proform alternator. I know was made in fucking China. It said so right on the plain white fucking box. It was barely flimsy enough to hold the alternator inside of itself, and the white sticker that said "Made in China" on it. Now, I know for sure it was made in China, but either way, at least the fucking thing admits it's made in fucking China. And it was half the money, and it continues to work, you know, and it does. It boils my fucking blood. I hate that Chinese motherfucker. It's like the AC compressor that's on the fucking truck. You know, I specifically ordered that goddamn AC compressor off Amazon. The picture showed a fucking sanding picture. And I get some goddamn off-brand Chinese motherfucker shows up in the fucking mail. I'm like, come on, really? And I didn't have any choice last year because I had to put it on, even though it ain't hooked up. I had to put it on because I had to be able to run the fucking belt.
There's the alternator I got, and that's the Pro Form, but it's
Yeah.
licensed through Mopar, so I don't know.
Well, it kind of has to be because it's a Chrysler alternator. You know, I remember all the shit you gave me. Mine is a fucking GM alternator.
Oh God. Well, I can't really say much because I got a deal on mine. Jed knew somebody that had one, and he bought it, and then he sold it to me. He made a little money off of it, but I still got it cheaper than $206. But then again, I probably didn't get it much cheaper than Rob could get that for.
Right. Yeah, but you know what? An alternator's a fucking alternator. It does what it's got to do. I don't give a shit that it's a GM design. It's not a fucking GM alternator anymore. It's a fucking Chinese Proform fucking alternator. It's a fucking Power
Yeah, but
Master
at least mine looks like a Mopar alternator.
No, it doesn't. The pulley ain't right. The color ain't right. I mean,
Well, no, it's a chrome alternator.
It's shaped like it.
Shaped like it's all that matters. It says Mopar real big on it too.
I get what you're saying, and you look at the price tag on the motherfucker.
Yeah, you could probably get that through Rob for 150.
Yeah, but see, what's that output? 110 amp.
Yeah.
See, that ain't enough. That ain't enough for my application.
What the fuck are you running? A fucking stereo system with subs and amps and shit?
No. When I get the other fucking front end set up on the engine so I can put my fucking fan shroud that's built for that truck, for that radiator in it, it's got two fucking 4,000 CFM fans on it that draw 32 amps a fucking piece. I mean, that's 64 amps just in fucking fans. Then the air conditioning. Then the ignition system. Yeah, that's not enough. You don't want to run an alternator to its maximum capacity. That's why I need a 150 amp alternator.
That one will be fine for me.
It will be fine for you. For your car, it's a completely different application. You got to remember, my truck is supposed to
but that's like whenever like I said, when I run when I do the satellite, I'm going to run a mechanical fuel pump, mechanical fan. I'm not going to run any electronic shit to fucking brake on it when I'm driving down the road. But that's just because I want to be able to take mine on long ass trips and shit, and it'll have air on it, it'll have AC on it. But I'm also not wanting it to be fast. I don't give a shit how fast it is. It's not like it's not going to be a drag car. It's going to be a driver,
right.
With
See, that's the thing with the truck. It's it's drag and drive, and
I should just throw a 318 back in the son of a bitch, but I want a big block, so.
I actually plan on eventually doing drag and drive events with the truck.
Now, my satellite will probably never see a track. I'm going to try not to anyway.
Ah, hell, it's fun once in a while.
Yeah, but then I want to make it faster.
Yeah, that's the way the cookie fucking crumbles.
I mean, I already got a race car. I need a driver. I really need a fucking van for a tow vehicle, so I got some place to sleep.
But see, that's the thing with the truck. Next year when Coke comes out with that fucking big block SFI approved 46 RE case, I'm probably going to drop the 727 out of it and build an overdrive. I'd
probably do that in a tow vehicle too, though. Like if I had a van, I'd like to have a van with a big block in it.
But see, it would be nice to be able to run. That truck's got 355s in it, which is great for the street.
So what is he just got a company going to cash that for him?
I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him a bunch about it. He made a post on Facebook, and I talked to him a little bit about it after that once, and he was saying next year. And I want to say he was saying it was only going to be like $1,500 or something, which fuck, that ain't bad.
No.
No fucking cutting the bell housing off and putting a fucking ultra bell on it or any of that bullshit. An actual SFI approved big block fucking 46 RE case. That's bad ass.
Yeah. They'll probably make a bunch of money off of them too.
You know, and yeah, fuck, time I buy the case and all the fucking internals and shit. I mean, I got a 46 RH in the fucking core pile over there, and a 46 RE actually out of a gas rig.
Yeah, you got a lot of the stuff that, you know.
I got a lot of the stuff, but I'll have to get a billet drum, and I'll have to get a valve body, and I'll have to get a converter, and
That's probably what I'm going for next on my transmission is the billet drum, and all I got in it now is the low
you got the low band apply valve body. Did you
got the
get
low band apply valve body and the servo?
You didn't get a bolt-in sprag?
No, not yet.
Your valve body's manual valve body, right?
Yeah, reverse manual. So I'll be doing burnouts in second gear anyway.
Yeah, I'd say do your burnouts in second gear. I mean, you can start them in first as long as you don't have any wheel hop issues and shift into second immediately. But
I'll be lucky if that motor be able to turn the tires over. No, actually, I think it will.
What gear you got in it?
488.
Yeah, it'll burn them. It'll probably get them going in second, but if it doesn't do it easily, you know, you'll be hard on the trans. So start it in first and shift into second immediately once you get them spinning.
And yeah, there was one thing I really wanted to do this year that I'm not gonna have that I wanted to have this year, but I just can't see. So I just can't spend any more money on the car. My budget for this year is blown. I wanted that killed up lightning rod shifter.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
But that'll be next year. That'll be all right. It'll be next year. I'll get it.
Well, I'm about to fall asleep here on top of the toolbox. So.
All right. Yeah. I'm gonna jump off here too. I got to get up early tomorrow. It's about my bedtime. 3:30. Yeah, it's about my bedtime.
Yeah, it's fucking 1:30 here. So. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out. Let me know if you need me to send you this fucking cover. I'll send it to you. How long did it take you to get that hat? I'm sure it'll take you
it took a couple days. It didn't take that long. It only took a couple days.
It'll probably take that long for you to get this fucker. But if you can't find one, then
if I can't find one, you send me that one. I'll have it for next weekend, unless it fucking gets lost in the mail like Copes did.
What'll happen is I'll drop this sumbitch in the mail and Copes will show up.
Yeah. All righty. I will talk to you later.
All right, man.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, well, fuck, we still got 11 in here. Hell yeah.
That'd be some
Thanks
good
for
work
hanging out, guys. 6 hours and 31 minutes. Catch you later,
We'll see you
Brian.
later, Tony.